Chu Yifeng? 1. Haha. Bai Yan's sudden laughter bordered on the line of madness, just that this time she didn't shed any tears compared to her last. So that's how it is. So that's the reason he wants to kill me and my son? In that case, then the scenes I saw in my mind aren't worth mentioning anymore. Di Song is obviously not the one from that time, so of course his feelings aren't the same either. Kill. Dropping only this order, the group of assailants rushed their target without any more wasted words. They are puppets, and puppets need not speak lest they are purposefully ordered to. Once again, the scent of battle now blankets this mountain cliff. Shouting, Tigress, you take care of little master, I will go help mistress. Little Rice roared and enlarged his body into a massive structure, giving him ample body weight to slam into the nearest attacker. For Dragoni, who has been forgotten during most of this fighting, the poor girl could only hide herself to one side with horror as the fight unfolded for the second time. The little Missy wanted so dearly to help. Then when a blade was about to run through Bai Yan's heart from behind, that's when the dragon girl finally lost it and went blank in the head. Transforming into her bestial form, Dragoni made a hard dash over to the one she wishes to protect and rips the sword-bearing assailant a new one across the shoulder. Who? You bad people aren't allowed to harm the queen. The pain should have been excruciating, more than enough to stop any foe. Sadly, the attacker didn't even flinch upon losing an arm and continued with the strike at Bai Yan's heart. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound cuts down from the sky during the critical moment, letting the thunder strike at the puppets from all direction. Nothing but puppets, begone. The voice may be soft and mellow, yet it was more damaging than even the lightning strikes from above because the puppets were instantly annihilated by the shockwave and vaporized from existence. Chu Yifeng. Upon realizing what has happened in mere seconds, Bai Yan's first instinct was to look up at the dark, gloomy clouds that now covered the sky. White-robed, magnificent and surreal like a painting, this familiar figure should have brought warmth and security to the woman down below. However, you are not Chu Yifeng. Who are you? The man in the air may be extremely similar to Chu Yifeng, mostly the face and stature, but the air around the man was far too different. The former had a warm and kind air, while the latter that's present had a cool and untouchable presence. But more than anything else, Chu Yifeng had dark black hair, while the man up top had pristinely white hair of silvery color. God. Note. I could have used the Chinese pinyin for the dude's name instead, but it would have wrecked the point of his name. Pretty dead giveaway on what the author has planned for the dude. What? My name is Chu E God, you can call God is fine. The anger from the man's face retracts quite a bit upon facing Bai Yan's gaze. Despite this fact, Little Rice didn't let down his guard. The baby tiger in his new and much bigger form now stands ready beside his mistress's side for any signs of danger from the new foe. To be fair, Chu Yiga didn't do anything that should warrant such distrust from their group, just that the tiger has an aching feeling the man's up to no good. Bai Yan didn't care much about her savior's name, nor about the fact that he looked so much like the other person because she only has her son in mind. Seconds after the introduction, she returns her gaze and turned around to ask, "Where's Xiachen?" "Mistress." Huang Xiaoying shakily offers up her hand. "His Highness is here." Taken aback by the gesture from the girl, Bai Yan stares wide-eyed at the tigress's hand. She could see a silvery little fox currently asleep on there. Chu Yifeng? 2. I don't know how it happened either, mistress. His Highness just suddenly recovered and became like this. Huang Xiaoying's tears up and looked up at Bai Yan with a pitiful face. Xiachen. Running over fast, the woman carefully receives the little fox into her own hands and allows the warmth to reinvigorate that heart. "Son, are you okay?" It's unsure when, but the breathing that was lost on the boy has now recovered. It's fine even if he's back to this form. As long as he's okay, then I can accept anything. Bai Yan murmurs this to herself, relieved everything turned out all right. His body is suppressing a thing inside. Just now, because of the shock, he nearly lost control and allowed that thing to take control. Fortunately, he managed to push back in the nick of time. That's why he's now back to his original form after exhausting all his energy. Coming down from above, the man known as Chu E God moves like the wind, disappearing and reappearing in front of the group after taking only a step. My son is suppressing a thing inside his body? How come I never noticed it before? Bai Yan's brow furrowed into a knot at the revelation. This thing is closely related to him. If used well, it may become the biggest support for his growth. The man spells out the details with mild indifference. That was until he gazed down at the woman next to him though. Then how do I help my son recover? Asked Bai Yan with a frown. The Misty Fairy House has a seed. It's a kind of blood vine. If you bring the seed to him and have the boy take it, then the effects will help him recover. Misty Fairy House? Her embrace tightens a tad bit, allowing the little fox to hit against her breast for security. I understand then, I will set out for the Misty Fairy House immediately. But before then, is my son in any danger? No, his life will not be in any danger. But there's one problem, he will always remain as a fox and unable to speak in human tongue lest he takes that seed. The stranger then gazes down at the little guy that's protected by his mother's arm with a look of pity. By this point Bai Xiachen have already regained his consciousness as well, and as a form of comfort, the fox kept licking his mother's palm to indicate he's fine and will be okay. Seeing this, Bai Yan naturally sighed a breath of relief until she looked over to the man again. Wrinkling her brow, "Chu-yi God, have we met before? Mistress, did you lose your head or something? He looks almost exactly like Sir Yifeng, do you not see that?" Little Rice rolls his eyes at the obvious. Mistress actually asked such a stupid question? Humph. No, except from that reason I feel like I should know him. Bai Yan frowns even harder and stared at the stranger inquisitively. Showing a slightly startled face, the man smiles and answered with a shake of his head, "We never met each other until now." "Then can I ask you a favor?" Not being bashful at all in her request, "There's a contract within my body, I would like you to help me remove it." This time it wasn't just a startled look, it's a surprised look in the man. Pondering the idea for a moment, he slowly nods. "All right, I will help you." Demon Realm. All was well and calm right now until Deetsong's return from the border. "Where is she? Where is my wife?" He angrily roars out at the servant and maids. Due to Bai Yan never stepping out of her White Moon Palace lately, none within the estate were able to recognize that their queen has already departed. For the man who rushed back in haste, his urgency and panic-stricken heart was now at an all-time high. It didn't help either when the contract between them both has lost contact about an hour ago. What's wrong, brother? Sister-in-law should be at the White Moon Palace. Dare frame the queen? 1. Upon hearing this, Deetsong didn't even wait another second before rushing towards the White Moon Palace where the doorkeepers were completely caught off guard by their king's arrival. Blowing through door after door, what welcomed this man was nothing more than an empty room. There's no one, no cat, no boy, and most importantly, not his wife. If there were anything, it's the faint scent of the occupants that lingered in the air, indicating they've left a while ago. The rest that quickly came afterwards were absolutely stunned by this empty picture. They wanted to speak and say something, but Deetsong already beat them to the punch by gripping onto a soldier's collar. "Where did my wife go?" The air of a beast now shrouds over the man. "Sire," the guard quivered in terrible fright, "the queen left the White Moon Palace about an hour ago. She never returned since then." "About an hour?" Blinking her eyes, Di Xiaowan turned to her brother to explain the oddity from recent days. "Brother, I remember sister-in-law's mood wasn't very good lately. Maybe she's out to relax and will return soon." Scram! The Deetsong roared, slamming the victim in his hands down to the floor and making a noticeable impacting sound. Scrubbing his hair until it's a mess, he showed pain and panic in those eyes. "She won't come back. I can feel it inside." "That's impossible." Di Xiaowan shakes her head disbelievingly. "Sister-in-law wouldn't leave the demon realm. How can she? She cares for brothers so much, how can she just abandon us like this?" Di Xiaowan. Suddenly, a raging cry snapped out at her from the man. "Tell me what happened. Why did she leave me? Did I not do enough? Am I not good enough?" Due to the intensity of his emotions, Deetsong could barely keep his stance and would wobble like an unstable toddler. It seems that the departure of Bai Yan has crushed his whole world. "My king, I know why the queen would leave. It was then when all the rest were too shocked or stunned to say another word, a very beautiful girl walked out from the crowd. She was a cold one, holding everyone else in contempt aside from when her eyes laid upon Di Tsong's existence. You said you know why my wife would leave? Pinning his bloodthirsty gaze over to the unknown woman, the man's look was the same as someone watching a dead man walking. Qing Shui of course shuddered at this. Nevertheless, her inner desire won the better of her fear and walked forward anyways to kneel before the man. Your Majesty, I inadvertently heard a dialogue between the queen and the prince the other day. There is a mortal man by the name Chu Yifeng in the human world. She did not want to leave that person, so she took the little prince and left with him. When spouting those lies, that slithering mouth of hers couldn't resist a smug grin like that of someone winning a fight. As far as the demon realm and the occupants here are concerned, Bai Yan's affair there remains the biggest secret, with only her closest friends and relatives knowing the details. However, there are certain parties who do know, specifically Qing Shui's accomplice who secretly sent some of his puppets to follow that foolish Qing Wan to the human world from before at the behest of this snake. Qing Shui and Qing Wan may be sisters, but that doesn't mean they are of one heart. They both dearly wanted Di Tsong's favor, so some competition was to be expected. Just as this woman was feeling extremely proud of herself, something totally unexpected occurred. A hand had reached over to grip her by the throat, causing Qing Shui to croak until she realized that intense glare meeting her eyes. The people of the snakes dare to frame my wife? You think I would believe your nonsense? Dare frame the queen? 2. Qing Shui's frantically flailing to free herself now, leaving those eyes sinking in from fear. Sire, I didn't lie. I know that your Majesty is very angry right now due to this unfortunate information I'm giving, but for your sake, I am willing to take the risk of exposing the queen. Think about it. If I didn't hear it from the queen's own mouth, then how can I know about Chu Yifeng's name? Bang! Without letting that foul tongue to utter another word, he slams her straight to the cold hard floor and allows those cruel eyes to gaze downward. You think I wouldn't know if my wife would have another man? Don't think for a second I would allow some random nobody to malign and slander her name. King. Raising her head to look up, Qing Shui's whole body trembled with intense fear as her face turned ghastly white. How can this be? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't a man be furious after hearing their wife cheated on them? Moreover, that damn human is already gone. How can His Majesty be so logical at a time like this? Why? Why is this happening? Likely not satiated yet from the act, Di Tsong stomps his bone-crunching foot straight down at the snake's stomach, causing the very air to leave that lung. Sire, I really didn't lie. In this entire world, only I am worthy of being by your side. An unclean and filthy entity like that doesn't deserve to be H. But before her words could be completed, Di Tsong's feet had stomped down for a second time, causing such excruciating pain that it literally left her speechless. Have her restrained for later disposal. The man coldly orders the guard, and go bring me the young miss from the Fox clan. Young miss of the Fox clan? Everyone was confused and startled by the request. Is the queen's departure related to the girl? Unlike everyone who only showed surprise at this though, Di Xiaowan's eyes were practically spewing fire. If the truth does come to light as to who caused Bai Yan to leave without a word, this princess would surely rip them to shreds this time around. Not long after, 2 guards had returned with the young lady in question. As a result of the serious air around the place, the girl didn't need any persuasion to realize this was no simple audience, rather an interrogation. Your subject greets your Majesty. She quickly gets to the knee and pays her respect. Fire Plume, had you go inform the queen of my message before? Did you do that? Di Tsong's fist could be heard making a crunching sound as he spoke. Huh. The girl blinked her eyes, clearly confused by the question. But Majesty, I never met General Fire Plume before. What? Having a drastic change in his expression, the Firebird immediately rushed over to give the lady a good desperate sniff. And sure enough, the answer he got from this was enough to turn that face into a look of horror. Turning around like a rigid robot. Sire, this one, she's not the one I met from before at the mountain. Looks like her scent is a little different. Poor guy, The red man was so scared that he could cry right now because he knows the blunder lies entirely on him. For one, when he met this young miss from the Fox clan from way back when he first came to the demon realm, he was at a far-off distance so he couldn't really get a clear smell of her scent. Then when the incident up at the mountains occurred where he had Qing Shui pass on the message, the encounter was too brief and short, making it impossible for him to confirm anything. Getting down to his knees in a begging position, "Sire, the fault is entirely on my shoulders. Please punish your subordinate for being incompetent." "Brother!" Di Xiaowan abruptly jumps over after recalling something. "I remember now. Sister-in-law was acting really weird about 20 days ago. She was going to look for you, but when she returned, her entire person's changed for some reason. Also, she asked some very odd questions too." Di Zong's gaze finally moved from the red man to his own sister. "Sister-in-law asked me if second elder is loyal." Dare frame the queen? 3. The whole crowd has fallen quiet after the princess's word. Why should the queen ask if second elder is loyal? Why didn't she ask about the other elders? Instead it's only him. It can't be. The queen's departure is related to second elder himself? Di Zong's gaze darkens into a grim look. "Have second elder come see me this instant." Inside the residence of the Elder Council, the man that's known as second elder has been feeling a little uneasy lately ever since his meeting with that fake king. "Old two, what's the matter?" The first elder tightly furrows his brow and asked his peer. They've been working together for many years, so how could he not tell the other side's been keeping some secret? Startled at first, the second elder answers honestly after a brief struggle, "It's about the queen's matter." "The queen?" The first elder's brow wrinkled into a deep frown now. "What happened to Her Highness?" After being silenced for so long, it's normal for a person to want to share their woes. 20 days ago, His Majesty the King summoned me, ordering me to have my people tail the queen in secret. Taking a sip from his tea, the first elder didn't find this odd or surprising. In fact, his reaction appeared pleased even. That's to be expected. Sire is so concerned for Her Highness that it's normal for him to be worried about her safety. But that's where you are wrong, my brother. His Majesty personally told me he only married the queen for the sake of the demon realm's safety and to bring the little prince back with him. Also, for the prosperity of this world, he's willing to sacrifice any women, including his wife the queen. Clack. The sound of porcelain crashing to the floor could be heard reverberating across the air due to first elder dropping that teacup. "Are you sure that is His Majesty and not some fake?" "I'm sure. That person, whether it be appearance or scent, it's exactly as His Majesty's. A person's image can be changed and disguised, but what about the scent?" "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." The first elder promptly got up, his hand clenching into a ball. "Something is not right about this. It's impossible for His Majesty to give you such an order. That man, he would rather abandon the entire demon realm for the sake of the queen." Showing astonishment, the second elder asks for more details as to why his brother would say that. "But first elder, how can you be so certain that the king would be that infatuated with the queen? In this world, no two people can have the same scent. That's not possible." "I don't know what's going on, but I do know His Majesty would never do what you say he did. Although he was still young back then, but he's heard more than enough stories about those two, thus reinforcement his belief even at this stage." "This won't do. I have to see His Majesty. I must get a clear answer." The first elder sounded very flustered and emotional, causing those old eyes to show a look of incredulity. "There's no way I would believe what I'm hearing unless it comes directly from the king himself." The second elder now sounded anxious. "But sire ordered me not to tell anyone. If you bring this up before him, then he would surely kill me for it. I can't deliberate about this anymore. I have to see the king." The first elder's brain was a total blank right now, causing him to not take in his peer's plea at all. But just this old man's about to walk out the door from the hall, 2 guards suddenly appeared and blocked his way. "The king's order, second elder, is to go meet His Majesty this instant." Still unable to recover his emotions yet, the first elder continues to lose it. "I want to see the king. I want to go see the king with him." State teachers beating 1. The guards were extremely polite to the 2 elders and made an inviting gesture. "Elders, Please this way. The first elder didn't struggle or anything after all, he's the one that wants to go despite not being invited. However, this wasn't the case for the second elder. The old man in the background grew even more flustered and didn't know what to say or do. At the end, after much pondering, the second elder could do nothing but to run out after the first. He knew there's no way to avoid this. When the two first arrived at the White Moon Palace, they quickly discovered that there were a lot of people present and their eyes were all cast over to their direction. It was giving the two seniors very strange vibes, especially from Di Xiao, one who was clearly seething with anger like a beast ready to tear them up. Majesty! Due to how emotional the first elder was, he promptly pushed the second elder aside to make his own audience. But upon meeting Di Tsong's murderous gaze upon turning around, any word the senior wanted to say were squashed. He didn't know how to take in the situation. Where is my wife the queen? The man's voice was dreadfully cold as he eyed both seniors. Now that they are here, I will give only this one chance. The second elder looks up in confusion after taking to the knee. Didn't His Majesty instruct me not to divulge the doings of Her Highness? Why is he asking me in front of so many people? Fire Plume! Di Tsong roars. Take him outside and beat him to death with the rod. The red man shuddered at the command, his eyes showing a glimmer of panic. The bird man knows enough that once the matter with the second elder was finished, he would be next in line. However, this loyal follower also understands that this whole situation with Bai Yan leaving mainly lies in him for not carrying out the order as told. If there's any punishment to be had, he would take it without rejection. Sire! Seeing how Fire Plume's about to carry himself away, the second elder finally fell into a huge panic. Hurrying to speak, but it was you who had me send my people out to monitor Her Highness, did you not? You also told me not to tell the public. I did as you instructed, but last night my people went missing and now I don't know where the queen is after her disappearance. Bang! Di Tsong's fist directly made a hole in one of the granite tables here in the garden. You continue. Making a heavy gulp at the scene. The second elder nevertheless continues his story despite the unease. Did you forget, sire? About 20 days ago you summoned me to the mountains. There you gave me the order to monitor the queen and all her actions. 20 days ago? The complexion in Fire Plume's face could only be called horrific in how dreadfully pale it had become. He's been with the king the entire time. If he thought back to 20 days ago, Di Tsong should still be at the border fighting with those from the celestial realm in charge of guarding the seal. In that case, who could have summoned the second elder? Sire, you also told me that you have no feelings for the queen, claiming she's only a mortal woman who gave birth to your son. You also told me she's an unclean person who's been keeping contact with another man from the human world and that you only promised her everything thus far is to get her to willingly marry you. The second elder bowed his head deeply in fear at this stage. The old-timer doesn't understand what or why he's being told to say everything in public, but once opened he's not going to stop because the pent-up frustration inside him has reached a boiling point as well. In particular is when you said the demon realm is especially important to you. In comparison to sacrificing a single woman, you would do it without a second thought. And there's another part. You told me that if the queen dares to leave this place, you would have her not be able to see the little prince again in this entire lifetime. Boom. The man was so angry now that his oppressive aura was now openly seeping out, causing everyone within the White Moon Palace to feel like they've been thrust inside hell itself. Step by step, the Di Tsong's murderous figure has come before the shivering elder responsible for the misunderstanding. The poor senior didn't even dare to look up, only staring straight at the floor like it's the only way it could keep his sanity in check. State teacher's beating too. When did I call you? When did I give you this order? Just as the two elders were ready to collapse from the suffocating air, the man's grim voice causes them to flinch and regain their attention to the fullest. But sire, the person who summoned me really was you. I don't know why you are saying this right now, but have you demonized? Note, I just made up the word because there's no actual direct translation for demon madness in English. Of course, the last bit there could never be said aloud even if both elders were to be given a second life. I remember it now, brother. Di Xiaowan's face revealed a flicker of light in those eyes. About 20 days ago, sister-in-law also asked me something else. She was wondering if it's possible for someone to forge one's scent in the demon realm. Of course, I told her what I knew and that it's impossible to do that. It can't be. She overheard the conversation. Like a knife, Deedsong's cold, sweeping glare in the next moment instantly shuts the girl up, forcing the princess to shiver in nervous unease. Did I say something wrong? No, it can't be. That couldn't have been His Majesty. Fire Plume's voice sounded frantic. Sire have left the palace for over a month. Whoever it was 20 days ago couldn't have been His Majesty. This is all my fault. If I had returned as instructed and passed on the message in person, then none of this would have happened. The second elder now showed a look of death. Due to the intense fear he was feeling inside, the senior could hardly control his muscles and kept convulsing like a dying animal. First elder, go investigate this immediately. I want to know who is impersonating me and how he is managing such a feat. Deedsong felt like he's being brutally stabbed by a knife right now, leaving his heart all bloodied and mashed up in pain. Yen did hear those lies, then what would she think about me? It must have been utterly disheartening. As long as the picture of Bai Yan's face being in despair continued to surface with his head, then Deedsong would continue to ache inside. The condition grew so bad that this man could hardly breathe. Sire, I seem to remember something. The second elder raises a point suddenly. At the time, no, the fake mentioned the name of a man called Chu Yifeng from the human world. Can this be related to that person? Whether or not this matter has any relationship to Chu Yifeng couldn't be proven. However, there was one individual who knew exactly who the man was and why it couldn't be. Dashing over to Qing Shui, Di Shaowan shoot fire from her eyes. Speak now, you bitch. Who is the one who impersonated my brother? If you don't tell me, then I will make it so you wish you were dead. It was hard enough for brother to finally win over Bai Yan. Now it's all ruined because of these bastards. Whether it be Qing Shui, Fire Plume, or Second Elder, I won't let any of them off. Under that snapping roar, the snake demoness could no longer contain fear in her eyes. Then, out of misdirected hope, this stupid woman actually had the audacity to turn to Deedsong for help. However, what welcomed this foolish being was an even more frightening glare that instantly shuts her down into the form of a desperate attempt at fainting. But, not to be fooled, the demon princess didn't hold back at all and made a loud smacking sound from that slap. Screaming like a ferocious animal, "Quit acting dead. If you don't tell the truth this instant, then I will poke holes into that body of yours before pouring a bucket full of blood-sucking grasshoppers on the wound. I will relish as you watch yourself be turned into a dry husk." The very thought of that vicious scene was more than enough to break the act. Hurrying to plead for mercy with those lies, the snake bangs her head repeatedly. "I am really innocent. I only heard that name from the queen's mouth. You must believe me, princess." State teacher's beating. 3. Even up to this point, the woman is still being stubborn in the mouth. In a fit of rage, Di Shaowan sends another series of slaps across that hateful face, causing it turn into a bulging mess of purplish bruises that oddly resembled a pig's face. "Move!" When the demon princess wanted to send more punishments along the way after 2 more heavy stomps, she was interrupted when Deedsong's cold, gloomy voice came from behind. Going stiff at the sound, Qing Shui raises that head in hopeful surprise. "I just knew His Majesty isn't so heartless. He's defending me, so he must have feelings for me." "Sire, I am fine, so don't blame the princess." Struggling to support that aching body, the snake attempts to make a shy and embarrassed face. However, what she managed to force out resembled nothing of a tempting beauty, only a repulsive and disgusted face of a dead person. And as a final blow to shatter that illusion in this stupid bitch's head, Deedsong's next wave of the hand summons an electrifying cage out of thin air and thrust it downwards. Terrific screams promptly escaped the lung of the snake caused by those jolting bolts. Ah! Out of fear for her life, the woman heavily rattles the cage to no avail. "Let me out of here." As if to meet that plea, the bars ignited as surge of currents blew those fingers back and forced the snake to back off again. Bolt after bolt, lightning after lightning, the execution of cindering thunder kept smashing down no matter the cries for help. In the end, what remained was nothing more than a charred creature of undiscernible image. It doesn't move because of the excruciating pain. I will not say it for a second time, who was impersonating me while I was away. It's the remaining flicker of light in Qing Shue's pupil finally dies away. Just as her tongue's about to spill the bean on the man due to intense horror in her heart, a light voice once again came from the outside and cut in on the commotion. It seems that something big has indeed taken place in the White Moon Palace. Someone mind piecing me in on what's going on here? It was a man wearing a moon-colored robe of silvery white. Matched that with the fairy-like smile, the air he gave off was a gentle breeze independent of this world. The first to cry out had to be Di Xiaowan, for she immediately recognizes the voice. State teacher, my sister-in-law and nephew is missing. Arching his brow at the news, the man known as state teacher slowly came before Di Tsong and made a genuine smile. Sire, I've been in closed-door training lately, so I'm not so up to date on the situation. Mind telling me some more details so I can help in search of Her Highness? In this palace of the demon realm, only this charismatic man could gain some level of respect before the king. Retracting some of his bloodthirst from the eyes, Di Tsong reverts back to his calm demeanor. Before that, I want to ask state teacher one question. Do you know of a method to forge one's scent? If so, how would we go about finding this impersonator? The state teacher suddenly breaks out into a hearty laugh at the question. It seems I've been discovered. I did use a special method to forge a substitute for you several hundred years ago. This individual is meant to be used against God when the time comes. Aside from me, no one is able to differentiate the difference in hat person, including those from the celestial realm and God himself. But sire, how did you come to learn of the substitute? Not letting the idiot say another word, Di Tsong was done and directly sent the heaviest punch he could muster across the ignorant bastard's face. Dumbfounded by the sudden assault, the state teacher looks up from the floor after falling from the blow. What met his eyes were the furious gaze of the king, who was seething with rage. So it was you. Di Tsong's fist continues to make a crunching sound due to the intense anger he felt. State teacher's beating for, what is me? The state teacher looked utterly clueless as to what's happening. All he knew was that the king's furious for some reason and gave him a heavy smack across the face in the next. Right now that pretty cheek held 5 fingerprints. The unfolding event instantly sends both elders and Fire Plume to the ground into a prostrating position. In all seriousness, the fear within the trio has now become overshadowed by embarrassment for being deceived by a fake. Xiaowan. The state teacher turns around and faces the demon princess, who appeared livid at him. What's happening? If it weren't for you, then my sister-in-law and nephew wouldn't have left the demon realm. All flustered in her face, the princess resentfully eyes the other side with all her might. Her Highness left the demon realm? The state teacher was left shocked there. He had heard earlier that the queen disappeared, but his idea revolved around taking a breather outside the palace and not leaving the demon realm entirely. It can't be. Does it have something to do with that one? State teacher. The second elder anxiously wipes some of the sweat from his forehead. The substitute you created was impersonating His Majesty while he was away and even said some very disrespectful things to the Queen. Her Highness likely got misled by the lies and is now gone. The expression on the state teacher's face just went green at the revelation. No wonder they are so angry at me. I really deserve this punch. State teacher, Di Xiaowan sarcastically smirked at the other side. Aren't you all powerful? Why are you always prophesizing about my brother when you can't even predict what your creations would do? Did you not foresee the trouble he would cause? Stumped for a proper response, the state teacher twitches in the corner of his mouth at being mocked. Making a long sigh, you are right, this is totally my fault for being careless. I deserve to be punished for this if that's what you wish. Why didn't you tell my brother about making a substitute? Not satisfied yet, the princess begins to lose control entirely. If my brother knew, then he could have told my sister-in-law, then none of this. Hanging that head in utter shame, the state teacher didn't have the face to look up. If the king knew, do you think he would allow the substitute to continue to live? Considering the level of pride the king has, he would never allow such a person to exist. This includes the fact that the substitute only existed to die in his stead. If not for this reason, I wouldn't have had to hide that person for so long either. Full of blood in his eyes now, Di Tsong glares murder at the one responsible. I will settle this score with you later. Now, I'm giving you 1 hour to bring me that substitute, otherwise you can disappear for good. Alright, I will bring him here right away. Cupping his hand in compliance, the state teacher didn't dare to say more and hurried for the main doorway. With the person gone and out looking for the instigator, the area has once again fallen quiet with only the second elder shivering there by himself. The senior wanted to seek help from the first elder. Unfortunately for him, the older one didn't want to help and turned away like the rest on the side. If it wasn't this stupid thing being used by that substitute, then Her Highness wouldn't have left the palace. Di Xiaowan. The man's harsh voice instantly sends a shudder down the princess's back. Turning around rigidly, "Did you call for me, brother? Yan Yan's departure is also your fault." Though less bloodthirsty, those eyes still gave off a frosty look that nearly caused the girl to collapse to the ground. Oh, I'm screwed now. I really didn't know one's scent can be impersonated. State teacher's beating, 5. I know my wrong, brother. She wipes a trickle of tear from agitation. I will not be such a loud mouth anymore in the future. I am still useful, so please don't kick me out. Oh right, I can help you recover your wife, I can go look for my nephew, I can do a lot of things. Di Tsong's gloomy gaze continues to loom over the frightened critter, causing that presence to grow more menacing and scarier by the second. If it wasn't for Yan Yan's directive of me treating you better, I would have hit you as well by now. Shaky in the legs over that remark, the poor princess nearly lost her heart. Thank goodness I have a protective sister-in-law. As long as she's here, then brother wouldn't hit me. Fine, I need you to carry out your words from earlier then. What? Confused by the sudden request, Di Xiaowan didn't quite get that last bit. You said it, didn't you? You are going to poke many holes into her body and pour blood-sucking grasshoppers on them. Di Tsong's voice grew dreadfully threatening as he laid out his demands. This matter requires you to complete, and I also want you to bring back several black bears that are in heat. All shocked in that dainty face of hers, what does brother plan to do with the bears? It can't be, but the black bears are such powerful animals. If they and Qing Shui go at it, then oh gracious goodness. Just imagining the nasty picture of the snake being ravaged by several black bears and their thick slimy rods was enough to make this princess want to puke. Then after her death, I want you to take her soul to the Demon Mountain. She will join Jun Ruqing in the eternal flame I constructed until Yan Yan returns with me to decide her fate. This one will not pass on until my wife says so. Qing Shui's complexion had turned abysmally white at this stage. The pain created by the lightning bolts constantly striking down at her body surely hurts, but it's nothing compared to the knife-wrenching agony made by those words from the very man whom she idolized. But why is Bai Yan so lucky when we are both females? Everything good falls onto her and I ends up like this? This is unfair, the world is unfair. Just as the resentment grew to a new height within Qing Shui's heart, that's when she saw the charismatic state teacher returned with another soul in tow. This latter looked very ordinary in terms of appearances. However, the scent coming off of this man smelled exactly like Di Tsong's, indicating he's the impersonator. Sire, this is the substitute that I created in the past. If he changed his appearance, then it's safe to say no one would be able to tell the difference unless I was present. I'm actually quite surprised he would continue to stay in the palace until I found him just now. After the explanation, the state teacher immediately shifted his gaze over to Di Xiaowan in search of forgiveness. Di Tsong needed no more words right now. Moving at a speed so fast that none could even catch his shadow, this enraged demon lord went straight for his target's throat, lifting the guy up into the air with one hand. Speak, why did you frame me? Those eyes radiated the most menacing and cruel light that anyone has ever seen thus far, to the point where it's affecting the souls of those around. The ordinary man didn't answer, only shifting his attention over to Qing Shui's cage where he forces down that gushing emotion. Sure, his face was still pale and indifferent, but those hands were already bound into a ball. Because I love the queen and want to provoke dissension between you two. Since things are out in the open now, Go ahead and kill me if you like. Closing those eyes, the substitute no longer makes eye contact. Even if I die, I won't throw Qing Shui out to them. Di Tsong's laughter continues to be cruel and dangerous, just that this time that sinister cackle sounded somewhat delirious. You still refuse to say the truth, eh? Xiaowan, go do what I told you to that snake. Killing someone is my specialty, brother. I will be sure to make this bitch wish she was dead than to be alive. Rubbing those hands as she walked over to the cage, the demon princess's encroaching figure was like a hammer in a coffin to the substitute. Never give up on you, one. Following every word of the demon princess, the substitute would grow more distressed and flustered inside. Nevertheless, the person restrains himself, for he knew any form of reaction would only harm the one he wants to protect. Then from out of the blue after some time, Fire Plume had returned to the White Moon Palace after sneaking away without notice. In his hand was a leash constraining a ferocious-looking bear that kept salivating. Princess, this black bear is a criminal of the bear family. It is said that countless mother bears were killed by this one in the act, causing the bear clan to grow furious and sending him over to the punishment hall. Though that snake is no longer lookable on the surface, I'm sure this guy wouldn't mind after being deprived for so long. Right now Fire Plume only has redemption in his bird brain. Therefore, when his head remembered there's a black bear right in the palace awaiting trial, his first instincts were to run off for the dungeons. Isn't this Qing Shui in need of a man? Fine then, let's have her get a taste of this black bear lest she keeps thinking about the king and causing the queen to leave. Waving the guards to move, Di Xiaowan immediately gives her order, open the cage and put the black bear in there. Now turning back to her brother with puppy eyes, brother, can you turn down the lightning bolts a little? Otherwise we won't be able to get a good look at the show. Bang! The cage suddenly flies into the sky, giving the captive inside a breath of fresh air and some much-needed relief. However, what's awaiting Qing Shui was something far crueler of a torture. Ah! A cry of despair pierces the substitute's eardrum, sending that already flustered heart into a panic. The goddess of his heart was being tarnished by a black bear right in front of his face. This could only be called a form of extreme cruelty for any man. No! Finally unable to hold back anymore, the person struggles to climb up from the ground to only be firmly pressed against the floor in the next. You are here to watch. The one making the move was First Elder. Filled to the brim with seething rage, this is the result of you impersonating the king. None of the people present are idiots. They've long noticed the abnormal relationship between this substitute and Qing Shui, hence the reason why Di Tsong would go to such lengths to deliberately aggravate the foe. Please, king, please let Qing Shui go. She is innocent. This is all my idea. She has nothing to do with this. Squatting before the demon lord's leg, the person bangs that forehead hard against the floor, leaving it all bloodied and bleeding in the next. Innocent? Di Tsong scoffed a sneer. She tried to frame my wife, that alone is enough to punish her with death. The sentence was a death blow, sucking the remaining energy the substitute had left in those veins. I clearly said I will handle everything. Why did Qing Shui come out in the open? Doesn't she know her actions are the same as seeking her own demise? Done talking to the bastard responsible for impersonating himself, Di Tsong now shifts his attention to the state teacher. State teacher, you will go investigate the matter. I want to know where my wife landed after leaving the demon realm. Affirming with a cup of his hand, the charismatic man known promptly began to move. However, he didn't even make it 2 steps out the door when he bumped head first into a flushed figure that was rushing over. Sire! The newcomer didn't pay any attention to the individual whom he ran over. Instead he squats there on the ground in the next second to face his lord and master. Based on that deathly pale complexion, it's obvious his soul suffered a great injury. Never give up on you too, brother, the demon princess exclaims at the sight. Isn't that one of your shadow guards? How did he suffer such a heavy injury? There shouldn't be anyone here that would hurt them. At this moment everyone's attention had fallen onto the indicated person's body and none of their faces were looking very good. It's too obvious the news wouldn't be good. Sire, we have failed the mission you gave us. Not daring to look up, the shadow guard hangs that head almost to the floor. because of their clone being effectively killed by Xiachen, the person here was extremely weak and could faint at any moment. If not for his absolute loyalty and urge to report the critical news to Ditsong, he would have lost consciousness like the rest of his comrades who went after Bai Yan's life. Mission? When have I given you any mission? All emotionless in his face, Ditsong raises an inquisitive eyebrow and asked. Huh. Stunned by that, the shadow guard then replied in earnest without leaving a single detail out. Sire, did you not send us on a mission to kill the queen? During the exchange, we could have killed her and retrieved the prince. But His Highness suddenly exploded with strength right after we inflicted a wound on the queen. That's why I'm here to report our failure. Kill the queen. Exploding with unbridled fury from within, Ditsong instantly stepped forward to make a grabbing hold around his subordinate's collar. What did you just say? Blinking at his lord's appearance, the shadow guard truly didn't know what's going on. Shivering all over, I'm sorry my king, we are incompetent and couldn't kill the queen, please punish us. Bang. Unable to endure another word of this, Ditsong directly slams his subordinate to the ground and actually left a huge crater from the impact blow. Blood now seeps out of the guard's mouth due to adding injury to injury. It wasn't just the demon lord here who's livid to the bone either, there were many others as well. Di Xiaowan being the first and foremost. The demon princess only thought the substitute wanted to get rid of Bai Yan, she never expected him to send assassins after her sister-in-law. Impudent scoundrel. The second elder suddenly rushed up and slashed down at the substitute's shoulder with a knife he took out from the sleeve. Next moment an arm now flies and blood sprayed the air, dyeing the senior's robe in the process. You not only used me while pretending to be the king, you also impersonated His Majesty's order and sent a death order for the queen. Even if we turn you to ash right now, it would still not satiate our anger for you and that whore. Due to the intensity of his emotions, trickles of tears ended up leaking out the corner of the senior's eye, indicating how humiliated and shameful this second elder felt. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me and my foolishness, then the queen and prince wouldn't have left. If they didn't leave, then none of this could have happened. Back over in the crater, the shadow guard still didn't know what's happening at first. However, as soon as he heard the cries from the elder, he immediately realized what he's done. In that second, it was as if the soul had been sucked out of that body. The previous king is a fake? In other words, the order to kill the queen didn't come from the king and is a lie. Scared to the point where he's shaking sweat, the shadow guard felt like his whole world's about to collapse. He knows, regardless of it being his unit's fault or not, the shadow guards would never again exist after today. Climbing up from the impact crater, he grovels before his lord and master to await the impending punishment. I've said it before, my wife comes first before me. Whoever dares to bring harm to her or violate her order will face only one ending, and that is death. Sure enough, Ditsong didn't care what reasons these people have, he only knows they've all harmed Bai Yan, and that's the only thing he needs. Never give up on you, 3. Sire, Her Highness also had us bring you a messenger. The shadow guard's tone was shaking hard to the point where he's sputtering. She said she will never forgive you in this life. She said, she will never forgive me in this life. Haha. Laughing wildly, Ditsong's very existence seems to be swelling up with power, forcing all of the people present to go silent with unease. I once said that while I am alive, I would always protect her. To think the ones to cause me to break that promise would be my own subordinates. Sorrow etched itself into every syllable there, showing how despairing and painfully hurt the man was inside. Brother. The princess stared foolishly at her older brother, unsure what to do after seeing the trickle of tears slowly coming down that cheek. Brother, is crying? My brother, the one who never wavers or stands down under any circumstances, is crying? The girl felt very uncomfortable over this scene. She's never seen her older brother in this form, for that, she now resents everyone involved regardless of their intent. If it weren't for them being so blinded, then none of this would have happened. But brother, sister-in-law and Xiachen is still alive. They are alive, brother. I'm sure the two are still waiting for you to go get them. You mustn't lose hope. She won't forgive me, she will never forgive me. Closing his eyes that's red by this point, Song deflates and hangs his head like a lost cause. That is not true. I know it. Once you find sister-in-law and explain everything, then I'm sure she would forgive you. Pursing those lips, Xiaowan lowers her tone into a soothing whisper. And, did you forget that she waited over 20 days for you despite hearing what the fake said? She must have been waiting to get an explanation. But since you never returned, that's why she left. It has to be said, though this sweet Dumbaklutz may be silly and foolish at times, her ability to say sweet and comforting things at the perfect timing was spot on. Looking up with hope in his face again, Song grabs onto the last piece of straw laid before his eyes. Is that true? She really waited for me? She will believe in me? Of course, brother, I know sister-in-law would definitely come back to us if she learns the truth. Overjoyed at having her brother believe again, Xiaowan waited for the expected response. Then just as she's starting to worry after getting none, that's when Song's complexion grew extremely pale. The man clutched that chest like he's suffering immense pain. What's wrong with you, brother? Why are you looking so terrible? Startled by the change, the demon princess hurried to step forward in order to help support the man's crumbling body. But before the girl could help, Song had already blocked her off with his hand. Taking a step backwards, that mouth suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. Brother! The girl exclaimed with extreme fright in that voice. She doesn't understand what's happening, so she's very flustered at the moment. What's happening? Brother was just fine a few seconds ago. Why is he looking so weak all of a sudden? That's right, the girl could clearly sense the lifelessness in Song's aura. The contract, it has been broken. The contract between me and Bai Yen has been broken. Painfully closing his eyes again, Song knows his last hope in finding his wife was gone. If the contract remains, then he could have used the connection to locate his wife again after heading into the human world, but now. Never give up on you for, brother? The princess quietly murmurs her word, for the lifeless look in her brother was something she didn't expect or thought possible. Ha! Struggling to support himself, Song eventually reaffirms his back after a brief moment. Bai Yen, you think just because you broke the connection between us that it's enough to leave me behind? I will find you again even if I have to search the ends of the world. Brother, you. Seeing how her brother's about to head for the outside from out of the blue, Xiaowan hastily follows suit out of worry. However, she was stopped as soon as she took a few steps. Thankfully her speed wasn't that fast, otherwise she would have clashed directly into the man from behind with her clumsy nature. That woman from the snake family, and this substitute. Song's mouth curved into a sinister grin. I leave them to you for handling. Until my return, I want you to make sure they suffer until they wish they were dead. Scratching her nose, the princess responds with a nod like a good girl this time. And those of my shadow guards, I never want to see them again either. That part about dismissing his shadow guards came as no surprise to the princess. Xiaowan knew from the start that's bound to happen. As for Fire Plume, second elder and state teacher. Song's voice now sounded gloomy and frustrated. When I come back with Bai Yen, she will handle them as she please. The one known as state teacher was a very special person in this place. Not only does he hold a superior position to all the rest within the demon realm, he's pretty much one of the few individuals who survived all the way back to the time where everything first began. Brother, are you going to search for sister-in-law now? Blinking her big curious eyes, Xiaowan didn't want to be left behind while things are a mess right now. Sadly, as usual, she's been left behind in the next, for that purplish and silvery figure was gone. Xiaowan. Retracting his gaze from the direction where the king has left in, state teacher shifts his attention back to the one whom he cares for the most. I'm sorry, I know this incident is the result of my carelessness. Snorting at the one whom she has always been kind to, it's clear the princess still held a serious grudge by the way she ignores him and walked away. Xiaowan. Note. I don't know why, but something just clicked in my head and I realized Xiaowan means kings of the little clouds. I wonder why I never realized that. Too much translation pinions lately. Falling into a slight panic upon realizing he's in deep trouble this time, the charismatic man attempts to reach out and pull at the girl's sleeve. Though the act was immediately avoided with a quick step to the side, it did nevertheless stop the princess from further movement. What do you have to say? Despite having thousands of words in his throat in which he wants to say at this moment, he could not blurt anything out. In the end, all he could gather was a single sentence: "I'm sorry, the one you wronged is not me, it's my sister-in-law and nephew. I know you meant well by creating a substitute, but why didn't you watch over that person and allowed him to cause havoc in the public?" All watery in those big beautiful eyes, the flaring anger continues to burn. "So, to punish you, I don't want to see you for the next 10 years. Dropping the explosive decision on her suitor, she then turns away without looking back for good this time. Oh, I'm so screwed, she is really angry at me this time. Why can't she just beat me instead of ignoring me? The poor man thought, feeling guilty all over. State teacher, the first elder spoke with a slight twitch in the corner of that mouth. The princess is only saying all this due to her momentary anger. I'm sure she would come around after everything calms down a bit and when the queen and prince returns safely to us. Making a bittersweet shake of his head, the charismatic man thought otherwise. No, she is for real this time, she won't forgive me so easily. The first elder became speechless. After a good moment of silence, he eventually thought of something else to say. The princess always listens to the queen. If you can get Her Highness to speak on your behalf, then I'm sure it will turn out well. Towards this one who practically kept the demon realm in order after the king went into dormancy, First Elder always held him in high regards, hence the reason for the suggestion. As for the Second Elder, this bastard actually kept such a big mess from me, that's his own doing, he can't blame anyone for the consequences. Never give up on you, 5. What should I do, First Elder? Fire Plume asks with his leg shaking. You. The First Elder casts an almost cold and reprimanding look. Didn't His Majesty say it already? When Her Highness the Queen returns, she will be the one to decide your fate. However, since you didn't mean for such outcome on your own, the fault can't be entirely on you, so at least your life is saved. Gnashing his teeth, the Birdman immediately shifts his gaze over to Qing Shui, who caused all this. Against that miserable look of the snake demoness, Firebird felt an abnormal satisfaction over the picture despite his own circumstances. He's never been much of a sadist, but this time he wants the other side to burn and suffer as far as one could take it. If not for this blasted woman trying to get above her class, then none of this would have happened. Damn this bitch and her accomplice. Outside Fairy City, the gates are strong and unbreakable as usual, making the job of these two individuals in charge of guarding it all the more godawfully boring. But then that soon changed when they saw the amazing figures slowly coming over to their spot. First was the dashing red female and the silvery fox in her arms, then it was the little girl walking alongside with her hands holding the older woman. The two together could only be called the perfect image of an adorable daughter with a gorgeous mother. Queen, is it really such a good idea in not letting little Rice and Sister Xiaoying, Tigress, come along with us? Dragoni asks with her big innocent eyes after seeing their destination. The little lass still hasn't forgotten the grieving face of the baby tiger when they left. There were plenty of crying and pleading. The only thing missing was the white tiger rolling on the floor throwing a tantrum. It's inconvenient to bring them along, that's why I had them stay behind. Besides, I have reasons for sending little Rice back to the Holy Land. Eyeing down at the little missy that's holding her own hand, Bai Yen sighs and spoke in a soft voice. And I'm no longer the queen of the demon realm, you must change the way you address me. Staring with unsurety, the dragon girl didn't know what to do next. But then what should I call you then, queen? Stumped at the question herself as well, Bai Yen had to take a good moment to contemplate a proper solution. Call me mother from now on. After we go inside Fairy City and the Misty Fairy House, your identity is no longer a member of the Dragon Clan, you are my daughter, a human girl. It's not anything out of the ordinary for one to bring along a demon beast, but it's definitely a big deal to have one that could talk and take on human form, especially when the one here was a dragon. Yes, mother, Dragoni will listen to you. Giggling with joy in that voice, the little naive girl loved the new way she's addressing Bai Yen. Before they knew it, the girls have arrived outside the gateway where the guards are now getting a clear look at the new arrivals. You're Miss Bai Yen? The more experienced man recognizes her and spoke out. Nodding in return, I am looking for Wang Diqiu. The Wang family are the official gatekeepers for the Misty Fairy House, hence their exceptional status as the #1 household around these parts. However, instead of the solemn and grandeur expected of such a prestigious house, there's only racket and cries similar to a pig squealing. Oh damn it, Pops. I am your son, stop hitting before you actually kill me. Talk about having energy in that voice, even the air seems to ricochet from that cry for mercy. For the nosy bodies who were curious about the racket, they could see Wang Diqiu running around inside the estate, chasing his son with a cane in hand, constantly whipping that butt. You stinking brat, how dare you tease a good unmarried woman? How old are you to play with women? If I don't whip some senses into you this time, then I won't be Wang Diqiu. After the roaring proclamation, the man once again ups the strength and speed in that hand. Yeah. The pig's squealing screams continues to rock the air, just that this time around the chubby somehow managed to find an abnormal level of strength to push his old man away when he took notice to the reddish-red female coming over. Never give up on you, 6. Save me, Sister Bai Yen, my old pops is trying to kill me. Bai Yen? Startled at first, Wang Diqiu had to take a long look over to the indicated direction before confirming the truth of his son's word. Miss Bai Yen, how come you are here? Twitching in the corner of his mouth over the boy's crying face and clingy appearance, the middle-aged man has had to hand it to his son for being so deviously sneaky at sucking up to the female sex. Making a mild smile of her own, I want to go to the Misty Fairy House, that's why I came. You want to go to the Misty Fairy House? That's easy to do, I will go talk to my father right away and send you over. All flattery in his tone, the middle-aged man completely transforms into a proper gentleman just like his boy. But before leaving though, Wang Diqiu made sure to cast a warning glare to the chubby. It's the face of, you better behave yourself, while I'm gone lest you want some more beating. Sister Bai Yen, after you and Xiachen stopped living next to our home, my pop's been beating me non-stop. Please take me away with you. Wiping that trickle of tear from his chubby face, Wang Xiaopeng puts on the appearance of a criminal trying to act innocent. Oh right, where is boss, how come I don't see him with you? At the mention of the little steam bun, Bai Yan's hand instinctively tightened a bit over the little fox in her arms. Despite the slightly awkward mood, she nevertheless continues to smile warmly. He went back home. Oh, so Xiachen went home with his father? Wang Xiaopeng says it with realization. I wish boss was here though, I've been missing him a lot. Due to being so preoccupied with the new friend, the chubby actually didn't notice the slightly gloomy air around Bai Yan's body when he mentioned Ditsong. Sister Bai Yan, who is this little girl? Rubbing his hand together, the chubby smiles like a true pervert again. Of course, as any logical female, Dragoni would feel disturbed by that monkey face. This is my daughter whom I just took in. He's Xiachen's younger sister. Patting the girl's head, Bai Yan comforts the scared Missy with her gesture. Don't worry, Dragoni, he won't hurt you. Only at that did the Missy feel at ease to come forward. Even so, Dragoni never dared to cast an extra glance at the chubby for she's afraid the extra attention would somehow attract the other side further. Then just as Wang Xiaopeng wanted to showcase his flirtatious ability at picking up girls, that's when a knock from above smacked him back to his senses. Stinking brat, you really are hopeless? Are you trying to tease the little Missy here when I was just beating your butt? Looming down with his threatening glare, Wang Diqiu's appearance instantly shuts the boy up from furthermore trouble. Miss Bai Yan, shifting his attention to the woman now. My father is now waiting for you inside. Please come with me inside and I will lead you to him. Okay, giving a gentle nod in return, Dragoni, let's go inside. Holding on to Bai Yan's hand like a proper daughter, Dragoni followed closely as they were led into the area where the teleportation altar lies. Because of how special the guest this time around was, the current chief of the Wang family had called in every elder he could within the near vicinity. Otherwise, the preparations alone would have taken days to complete. At the same time while this was all occurring, a man donning a white robe was currently watching this from above a mountain peak that's reached all the way up into the clouds. So she's gone to the Misty Fairy House? Clearer than the trickling water nearby, no discernible emotion could be sensed from that voice. Yes. The person behind him hesitated for a while before asking, "Lord, why are you letting her go when you clearly can't forget her? It'd be easy to force that woman to stay instead of doing this. Those people will definitely." "Humph," the godly-looking man huffs with displeasure. "If it wasn't for those people, then she never would have left me to begin with." "Never give up on you, 7, Lord." The youth behind wanted to say something more but got snapped at. "I have regretted it for so many years." Showing sadness in that perennially proud eye, the man's white robe sways heavily in accordance with that outburst. "What does the world have to do with me? I made a terrible and irreparable mistake back then. I will never make the same again. I abandoned her once. For what? For the sake of the celestial realm? I abandoned her." Gently closing his eyes, Chu-E-God reminisces the cheerful smile of that wondrous girl in his fading memory. Sadly, the image could only remain forever in his mind and never again see in reality. Returning to attention upon being stung by his own lost thought, "Go back, I won't return to the celestial realm with you." "But you are," the youth sounded anxious. "I will no longer meddle with the celestial realm. In this life I only want her." The proud man rudely cuts in and made his statement, leaving no room for discussion. "Yes, my lord." The youth lowers his head in compliance. "But Lord, where do you intend to go next?" "I am going to see Deet Song." The last part greatly shocks the youth. It can't be. Lord is going to see Deet Song? They fought so hard back then. Are they planning to turn the human world upside down this time around in their fighting? Not waiting for the worried body to ask for further details, Chu-E-God had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only a gusting brush of wind in his wake. Within a certain valley, a purplish figure had just materialized out of existence, allowing the man to firmly land on the ground. This smoothness immediately warrants a frown on Deet Song's face. Compared to the first time when he broke through the seal years ago, he's completely unharmed right now, whereas the last nearly crippled him for days on end. Is it because I now control the spell matrices pertaining to the barrier? Yen. The issue only lingered in that head for a brief while. He didn't want to keep fussing over the small details. "This life, I will never give up on you." He makes this vow facing the sky, determined and unyielding in that sentence. "Even if she stabs a knife in me, I will take it, so long she forgives me, anything will do." But then, just as the man's ready to depart in his search of his wife, something unexpected occurred. From within the void of blinding light in the sky, a handsome and unparalleled individual appears and confronts his longtime enemy, Deet Song. "It's been a long time." Not to be intimidated, the demon lord openly sneered in return. "When did we ever meet? Just because you forgot doesn't mean we haven't met." By this stage, the white-robed man has already reached Deet Song's spot. Between the purplish figure and the white contrasting aura, their existences were like opposing powers, evenly matched without any room for leniency. This fact immediately causes the demon lord to turn serious inside. In all the years he's lived, Deet Song could for without doubt say this newcomer had the powers to match his own, a worthy opponent. "I only came today in order to tell you this. If you can't protect her, then let her go, I will protect her instead." Regarding the she in that sentence, Deet Song naturally knew who the stranger was referring to. Therefore, he's not going to let another comment like slide. Releasing his powers in full blast, everything around the pair trembled in fear. From the pebbles on the floor, to the particles in the air, everything was shaking over their might. "You have always been like this. As long as the matter concerns her, you will do anything. Never give up on you." 8. Someone came to rob me of my wife. If I still don't make a move, then I be giving you bastards extra thoughts. Smirking very dangerously, a coat of ominous energy now surrounds the demon lord in readiness for combat. "I remember you were exactly like this as well. Back then you would do anything for her, even if it means acting as a beggar in order to win some pity points. I didn't pay you any heed because I thought that with my bond with her, our long-standing relationship of someone who grew up together, would be enough to stop her from going to anyone else." Letting his word pause there, a mild fluctuation of emotion finally takes hold in Chu-E-God's voice. "But in the end, she chose you. Honestly, I envied you in the past. You were able to let go of your pride for her, abandon your dignity, and even forsake the world for her. If I could have done the same, then maybe she wouldn't have given you the chance at all. Based on the face Ditsong was making after hearing all that, he clearly thought otherwise. You think too highly of yourself. She is my wife. Even if I have to exhaust my everything, I would have won her over regardless of what you did. Despite the mockery, Chu Yi-ga didn't pay it any heed and instead continued to speak on his own. Then why are you hurting her? You went so far back then, even willing to forsake the world. So why did you chase her away now? In the ears of this demon lord, that interrogating tone only sounded hilarious. You got no right to question me. What I did or didn't do is none of your concern, nor is wife's business as well. Yen Yen is my wife, the mother of my child. All that is related to her should only concern me. No, you are wrong. Chu Yi-ga shakes his head in disagreement. I'm merely late this time. I still have a chance to make her mine. That instantly infuriated Ditsong. In light of that irritable comment right there, more than enough to make him explode already, he somehow managed to suppress the urge to clobber the bastard in front of himself. His urgency to seek out Bai Yen apparently triumphant that jealous heart. Is that what you think? Clicking his tongue like he's holding the other side in contempt. Too bad for you, I won't give you that opportunity to steal my wife. Not in the past like you claim, and mostly importantly not now. This time around it was Chu Yi-ga who showed a face. Why is he not attacking? According to his usual demeanor, Ditsong should have attacked me by now. I will deal with you once I find my wife. Until then you just wait. A flicker of killing intent promptly beams out of those eyes and answered the expectation in the other side's mind. Done, and without anything more to be said, Ditsong moved swiftly and flew towards the general direction of Fairy City. He may not know the exact location of where his wife and child went, however, that doesn't mean he couldn't track by following the faint scent they left behind. He's changed somehow, but I can't tell what. Murmuring to himself, the unparalleled man in white watches on as the purplish figure disappears into the horizon. Chu Yi-ga may have the will to take Bai Yen back, but that's only under the criteria that she wants to return. If she doesn't, then he's not going to force anything, for he's long lost that right ages ago. Within a hidden valley, Bai Yen now lays in a patch of grass with only a faint awareness to her surroundings. Wang Dechio, that bastard. He did not tell me I would be teleported without warning. She wanted to pry open those tired eyes several times already. Unfortunately, despite her best effort, those eyelids just wouldn't listen, like it's been sealed shut with 1,000 weights. Even so, Bai Yen could still vaguely make out intermediate bursts of words between a conversation. Big brother, there is an unconscious little lass here. Che, I say, she does have one heck of a pretty face there. Hey brother, aren't you a bit too old to be aiming for a young missy like this? I have to admit though, if I was a few decades younger, then I too would be wowed by that face. Anyways, her body is what I'm more interested in. She would be a great seed to be a cultivator like us. Never give up on you. 9. Under the insistence of her will, Bai Yen finally opened those eyes. Perhaps it's out of habit, but she wanted to reach down to rub her son's head that's supposed to be in her embrace. However, what came into touch was nothing but air. Turning pale at the realization, the last pang of sleepiness swiftly escapes that head, forcing her panicking heart to jerk that body up. Looking around, there's no sign of her son at all. Hello little lady, are you awake now? Just as Bai Yen was scanning left and right for Bai Shachen's whereabout, that's when her ears picked up the elderly voice from the front. Startled slightly at knowing there's others around, she peers over to the source and discovered 2 seniors of considerable age standing there smiling at herself. Are you looking for this fox? One of the seniors in white readily picks up the little critter from his side and hands it over, sending a wave of relief over to the receiving end. Bai Yen didn't hesitate at all. She moved those hands so quick that it's as if she's getting the most precious treasure in this world. Dear Dragoni. While she did recover her son, it didn't take long for Bai Yen to realize she's still missing one other child. Panicking again inside, I'm sorry for being blunt, but have you seen a little girl that should be with me? Little girl? My dear, I only saw you and this little fox here. I didn't see any little girl when we found you. The old senior wearing the white robe answers, shaking his head to indicate he didn't. Biting those lips, if Dragoni is not here, then where did she end up? Or did the teleportation process go awry and send her to another location? This isn't good. With her timid personality, she would definitely be very scared in a new and strange environment. A regret now grips the woman's heart. If she had known things would end up like this, then she wouldn't have gone soft-hearted and let the girl tag along. Lassie, you still haven't told me why you ended up in my backyard yet? The second elder in gray robe asks with a broad smile. Backyard? Bai Yen became dumbfounded. This vast forested valley is a backyard for these two elders? Working fast in her brain, she quickly came up with a workable story for the situation. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was someone's backyard. I only ended up here by mistake. Oh, don't worry about it, this is not an issue at all. Ha! The white-robed senior heartily laughs to soothe the mood. This is my brother over there. We are elders of the Misty Fairy House. My name is Zhongnan and he is Zhongbei. I see that your constitution is quite excellent, so I like to ask you this question. Are you interested in becoming our disciple? Bai Yen didn't answer right away and began to weigh her options. First and foremost was to locate Dragoni, of course. There's no way she could leave the little girl alone like this in unknown territory. But what's the best way to do that left a lot of room for debate? Smiling now, her eyes wandered over to the two seniors. All right, I'm willing to become your disciple. I've already got 3 shifis anyway, adding another 2 won't hurt at this rate. It's just a little more extra work caring for them. However, her expression promptly turned stern, my daughter is missing right now. Can I bother both shifis to help me find her? Ha! Zhong Mulder genuinely laughs with joy in that voice. As long as you recognize us as your Shifu, then anything is fine. I say, Lassie, I've already checked your body earlier. Your bone structure is absolutely amazing according to my examination. At most in another 20 years and you will reach the king rank, a level comparable to our own. Checked my body? Examine my bone structure? Yeah. The woman's complexion was darker than the bottom of a burnt pot at this moment. This old fart actually touched my body while I was unconscious. If he wasn't so old, I would have called him a leech, a pervert. 20 years to break through into the king rank? Didn't I already go way past that and into the monarch rank not so long ago? Oh right, what strength is your cultivation at? I've checked earlier but I couldn't get a good sense of your current level at all. Zhongnan's brow wrinkled into a knot over the strangeness. This girl is full of mystery. Never give up on you, Ten. But as the old saying goes, wealth always lies in danger. This lassie's constitution is so strong, she will inevitably become the youngest king rank individual within the Fairy Misty House. Ho-ho, or maybe even a monarch rank. Bai Yen rubs her nosy shyly at the beaming gazes coming her way. I just reached the earth rank. There's no way she could bring herself to explain that she's already at the monarch rank, otherwise these two fellas would definitely blast her out in the next second. Earth rank? Zhong the Younger frowns and got angry. Who was your former Shifu? How did he train you? To think you are only at the earth rank with your body structure. Don't worry, as long as you follow our tutelage then you will surely break into the sky rank in no time. When hearing this, Bai Yen could only silently apologize to her 3 silly shifis back at the Holy Land. This sort of pitfall could only be shouldered by them this time. While on the other side, the older brother Zhongnan was very pleased by his younger brother's reaction. All smiles in his face. Little girl, we still haven't gotten your name yet. Mind telling us since you've recognized us at your shifis? It's Bai Yen, and he is Bai Xiachen. Bai Yen promptly raises her son up to show the 2 seniors, all the while making a proud and warm smile at the same time. Towards this demeanor, the elders definitely found it strange, for it's the look of a mother introducing their child. How can a fox be her child? That's just silly. Hurrying to sway their head to lose that idea, Zhongnan and Zhongbei didn't even want to go down that route. When Bai Yen eventually came out of the hidden valley under the guidance of her new shifis, she soon understood what they meant by this being their backyard. It's exactly like they claim, there's no lie or falseness that this vast stretch of forested land was their home. Fortunately, there are other ways to reach this valley, otherwise Bai Yen would have trouble explaining how she managed to get in without rousing suspicion. And since her arrival at the Misty Fairy House, the two elders have kept their promise in searching for Dragoni. As for Bai Yen herself, she on the other hand was being forced to train day and night while under the scrutinizing eyes of them both. In the end, this poor woman could only hold back her urge to go out and do as they say. It's too obvious if she starts running around so early. Of course, when talking about training, Bai Yen wasn't really improving her cultivation. For an Earth-rank cultivator, the amount of energy fluctuation in the air was minuscule at best in comparison to her own level. That's why she could only pretend by sucking in a small amount into her body. Now that leaves the poor baby fox who's been bored out of his mind. After a few days of this, Bai Xiaoqian's finally had it and started moping to his mother on this day. "You want to go out to play?" Bai Yen arches her brow and asked. The little fox hurriedly nodded, for being bored to death wasn't out of the question at this point. "Son, you must be patient for a while longer. Once I locate the blood vine, then I can restore you to your former self." Sighing helplessly, Bai Yen also felt frustrated at her current predicament. According to Chu Yigod's information, the blood vine was considered a treasure to the Misty Fairy House. If she wants to get her hands on the herb, then the best course of action would be to win over the two seniors' trust. Hanging that head in disappointment, the little fox promptly pulled those ears down like a dejected child. If he was still in his human form, it would definitely be the look of a puppy-eyed crying boy. But Bai Yen suddenly made a mischievous smile. "Today, your two grandchefs are out for a trip. We can take this chance to go out and look for Dragoni. How about that?" The news immediately brought delight to her son's face. Raising that head, Bai Xiaoqian now shined with sparkles in those eyes. Fake Goddess 1. Within a luxurious mansion, a loud beast-like roar suddenly rocks the place, sending everyone inside into a state of urgency. "Chief, the young lord's condition is acting up again." Among the crowd of people gathered presently here was an old man wearing a linen-colored robe. "I suggest we go seek out Bai Changfeng, the leader of the medicine sect. Perhaps he would have a cure for the young lord's condition." The one called Chief and current Lord of the Misty Fairy only wrinkled his temple before eventually issuing out a sigh of frustration. "I've already went to him not long after his birthday. Sadly, after I listed all the symptoms of my son to him, I was told he couldn't do anything to help and didn't know of any cure." An uproar promptly burst out among the crowd. If Bai Changfeng couldn't do it, then who else in this world could? Can't be. The young lord is going to have to spend the rest of his life like this? However, Bai Changfeng did leave me a message. The chief of the Misty Fairy House allows his high-standing gaze to loom over the group, signaling he's quite serious in what he's about to say next. "A sickness of the heart must be cured using the cause. I remember my son Yunfeng met a girl after leaving home back then. Pity, fate likes to toy with the males of the Misty Fairy House. Because we are unable to choose our own marriages here, I could only task some of you to bring him back. After that, Yunfeng has been in this state ever since. Now, according to the instructions I got, as long as we find that woman, then the demon in Yunfeng's heart will unravel." The chief's hand had clutched into a tight ball by then. "Elder Muzhen, you were one of the main people I sent out that year to bring back my son. Do you know where that woman went or who she is?" The female known as Elder Muzhen was a woman who maintained her appearance very well. In fact, due to that young-looking face, it's very hard to detect the traces of aging there if not for the long strands of white hair exposing her true seniority. One could easily mistake her for a fair maiden like all the rest. Slightly lowering those eyes to hide the flicker of darkness in there, the female elder stepped forward and spoke. "Reporting to Chief, that woman is not worthy of being a member of our fairy Misty House. If she does come, then she would surely stir up a wave of trouble for everyone." "Why is that the case?" The chief's expression turned heavy and grim. Back then years ago when his son got into a fling with the unknown girl, he himself couldn't leave due to a certain matter at hand. Therefore, whether it be the girl's face or her family background, he knew nothing aside from words of mouth. Now to be informed of this unfortunate news by Muzhen, the idea that emerged in his head just now was again strained. But if Yunfeng can be healed and returned to his old self, what does it matter? Likely able to see the hesitant and struggling indecision within the chief, the objective female elder promptly sneered in a shady manner, "Chief, that girl is nothing more than a daughter of an average family. If not for that face, she could never have seduced the young lord." Yun Feng wouldn't be such a superficial person. The chief's face now grew ugly at having his son being called out for being superficial. "I refuse to believe my son is a bastard who only knows how to take in one's look. Of course that's not the case, Chief. That woman isn't only born proficient in seducing the opposite sex, she's also highly skilled with musical instruments and understands how to string men along, hence the reason for the young lord's fall for her." Mu Zhen's heart immediately grew venomous and could be heard in the undertone of that voice. Furthermore, the girl isn't a chaste woman either. When I went to retrieve the young lord that year, I personally saw her hooking up with multiple males. The chief's heart promptly sank at the last bit. It's one thing to be born ordinary, but to think she would be like that as well. In truth, this father never wanted to do what he did back then, even if the girl was so terrible. However, if he didn't, then the Misty Fairy House would surely offend that person. By then none would be facing a favorable fate. Chief, I also want to add, the main reason that girl left on her own is because a secular family of the main world tempted her with gold and treasure. And since the young lord never revealed his background or influence, the girl chose to go her separate ways after failing to resist the temptation. Fake goddess 2, bang! The chief slams his fist against the nearest table and allowed the burning flame in his eyes to seethe forward. How dare she abandon my son for a mere mundane? Under that violent appearance of their lord, the audiences were all too scared to utter a single word in protest. However, there was one individual who didn't falter in fear, and that's Elder Mu Zhen. The woman was secretly snickering inside over her own success. Want to let that woman enter the Misty Fairy House? Quit dreaming. I've killed that girl years ago, so how can she ever show herself again? Forget it. The chief tiredly closes his eyes in acceptance. Leaning against the chair he found behind himself, "I want to rest. All of you retreat for now until my summoning." "Yes, Chief." Arching their fists, the crowd promptly left for the outside. Throughout the whole process, both Zhongnan and Zhongbei brothers were keeping to themselves on the sideline without uttering anything. They knew under such circumstances their opinions are going to be ignored regardless of what they said. As such, the attendance today was nothing more than for show. Now that it's done and over with, it's normal for the two to leave and return to their home where their new disciple should be waiting. Wu Wei, Chief. Just as everyone has finished departing this place, leaving only the lonely father in this luxurious mansion, that's when an impressive-looking woman waltzed in through the door. In comparison to Elder Mu Zhen, who kept up a fine appearance despite the old age, this newcomer in the light blue dress could only be considered a true beauty. "How come you came?" The chief hurried to greet his wife after hearing her voice. "Didn't I say I will handle Yunfeng's matter?" "Handle?" Jun Tianyu, wife, only sneered in return after hearing that. "You've been saying you will handle our son's matter for how many years now? Do you have a solution? If those alchemists can't cure my son, then why are you hesitating in looking for that girl?" But Mu Zhen I don't care what she says or what she claims about that girl, I only know I want to save my son from his current state. The motherly instinct in Jun Tianyu was now fully coming out, causing her very existence to exude an aura of pain and sadness. Regardless of her character, I will take her into our home so long as she can turn things around with our son. Seeing his precious wife quickly devolving into a sobbing state, Chief Wei Wei could no longer contain his emotions. Hurrying to pat the woman on the back to help soothe that mood, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way. Bai Changfeng may not be able to cure our son, but that doesn't mean other alchemists out there couldn't. I'm sure there are others who could." "Fine." Jun Tianyu suddenly stared straight into her husband's eye and said, "I will give you 3 months. In that time, if you can't do something about our son's condition or find an alchemist who could cure him, then I'm leaving on my own in search of that girl." 3 months? Now it was Chief Wu Wei's turn to make a frown. He only said those stuff in order to get his wife to stop crying. Who could have guessed the smart woman would use it against himself like so? Oh my goodness, Where am I supposed to find an alchemist who could rival Bai Chang Feng of the medicine sect? But then a flash of light sparked within the man's eye like he just remembered something. I remember now. Wife, Bai Chang Feng mentioned High Granddaughter is also an alchemist and a very good one at that. Maybe she can cure Yun Feng's illness. I went there before after the man's birthday, but sadly my timing was off and the girl was gone already. Really? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and send some of our people out to search for that girl. The mother's face now glistened with hope. Even if the possibility was slim, she's not going to give up, not when it involves her son's future. Making a bittersweet smile, Chief Wu Wei could only shake his head over the woman's quick change in mood. As negative as he was over the chance of success regarding his own idea, he couldn't exactly go back on his words now. At the same time, while things were moving at the other end, Elder Muzhin had just finished returning to her own manor. Taking a sip of tea from the cup handed to her by the maid, the woman coldly snapped at the poor girl for no reason. Go call Tianling over for me. Yes, Elder. The maid swiftly retreated, too afraid to meet eyes with the mistress of the house. Not long after, a senior old man quickly walked over and respectfully arched his fist. Greetings, Elder. Did you summon me? Fake Goddess, 3, Tianling. Did things go as I instructed back then? Is the woman really dead? Muzhin slightly narrows her eye as she asked the man. Please be assured, Elder, I've done exactly as you instructed. Not only is she seriously injured while I confronted her, she also fell off the cliff during the final moment. There's no way she could have survived from that height. That's good to hear. Heaving a long sigh of relief, the woman turned cheeky like she's done something to be proud of. And to think the chief would want to bring such a girl into our misty fairy house. Based on what can someone like that join our ranks? Moreover, the young lord is the one fancied by the goddess. A spark promptly flashed within the Tianling's eye at the mention. Elder, it's been many years since then, I'm sure the goddess has long given up on the young lord. Why don't you? Outrageous. The woman snapped, roaring out at the implication of those words. I am an elder of the young master, how dare you imply I would have ulterior motives against him? Those words must never be mentioned again. It's true this elderly old woman has fanciful ideas about Yun Feng, young lord. However, that's something she could never bring to the surface. Forget about the chief or his wife, even the other elders in the Misty Fairy House would gun for her life if they ever learn of this. But logic has never been a strong point when it came to the female sex, especially regarding the affairs of love. This Muzhin understand everything. From how much of a taboo her interests are, to the need to keep her emotions in check. Nevertheless, the grudge of not being able to show or win the man's heart just because she's older by a whole generation still nudges at her inner heart. You retreat first. Remember, one can freely eat to their heart's content, but words can never be spoken without forethought. Clenching her fist over the warning, Elder Muzhin hides the flicker of killing intent swimming through her eye. Tianling knows too much about me. I must remove him before anything leaks now that the chief is becoming increasingly more wary of the past event. No one must know what I did. At the same time over in the celestial realm, a group of young men and women was currently holding a gathering. Of course, what good would a party be if there's no maids around to service them? Though most of the service ladies are hardly worthy to be called beauties, they are perfectly adequate to be called dainty in their appearance. However, there was one wearing a green maid dress who did stand out among the crowd with her superb smile. Sir, allow me to pour the tea for you. In order to show herself, the woman wearing the green dress went ahead to ready the teapot. Unfortunately for the lady though, perhaps it's just bad luck or carelessness, a droplet of the fluid inside the pot ended up spilling over during the process and landed on the young man's hand. Hiss! Without surprise, the young man promptly slapped the woman's face after being tinged, causing the unsuspecting female to jerk backwards in painful fright. Useless thing, you can't even pour tea properly. Scram, I don't want to see you around here. The young man roars. Yes, sir, right away. The woman in green hurries to do as told, all the while trying hard to keep those tears from trickling down. But then as soon as she's walked out the door, that's when her true character showed itself. No longer innocent or sad, There's only a cold, stern look. These bastards, only knowing how to bully us who have no status in the celestial realm. No matter, I may be a lowly maid here in the realm of gods, but in the world below, I am the supreme being. Smirking proudly now, it's been a while since I went down there, guess it's time I made a visit to accept their worship. The ability to transfer her avatar into the human world was something this maid accidentally came across. Aside from the bosses in the celestial realm, it's likely only she knows the method to transverse between worlds. That's why she would go from time to time to harass the mortals. It gives her a sense of existence and a way to comfort that injured heart. To think, the one whom the members of the Misty Fairy House treated as a deity all these years would turn out to be nothing more than a maid. If they ever learn of this truth, what would they think? Fake Goddess 4. At this time the members of the Misty Fairy House are currently gathered in wait by the altar, their eyes filled with worshipping light as they waited. Suddenly, a beam of green light materializes from above and descends to the ground, revealing the fairy-like woman in green. Greetings to the goddess. Aside from Jun Tianyu, mother, who did not come to pay her worship, everyone else has now taken to their knees in a squatting position. The fairy in green makes a faint nod in return before arching her inspecting brow. I've come today with only one goal in mind. Has Yun Feng recovered yet? If so, I want to take him away with me this time. Chief Wu Wei grew hesitant and didn't answer for a while. Yun Feng hasn't recovered yet. Please, goddess, have mercy on him. What do you mean by have mercy? The woman in green grew furious and snapped back. Are you implying my kind act of taking him with me is an evil deed? This is an act of goodwill from my part, do you hear me? Or are you deliberately trying to hide him from my eyes by pretending he's unwell? Humph, I've recently heard Yun Feng was in a relationship with some woman out there, is that true? Shocked by the last comment, Chief Wu Wei didn't know where the goddess got that information from and was now starting to show a pang of panic in his demeanor. I don't know what kind of magic she used to seduce Yun Feng, but know this, a mere mortal can never compare to a goddess. The maid continues to put on a facade of a high-standing deity despite being a lowly servant herself. Goddess, Chief Wu Wei was now openly frowning. In all the years you've come to us, we've been nothing but respectful out of you being a goddess. However, Yun Feng is my son, can't you spare him? When recalling about the horrid state his son was in due to this so-called goddess, this father would immediately get riled up inside. If not for this woman, then my son would never have turned into his current miserable state. Impudence! The maid glares fire over the implied offense. Nothing but ants, how dare you bunch resist me? I, a goddess, is doing all of you a favor by merely being in your presence. Even those lord deities in the celestial realm must bow down to me when meeting me, and what are you? Despite the bead of sweat coming off of Chief Wu Wei's forehead, the man didn't waver and refused to give in. Do you know about the great war between demons and gods a millennium ago? The maid suddenly starts yapping on with her mouth and brought up a story of old. The demon and god war happened only because of a single woman. She's the mistress of the 4 great sacred beasts. And I am that very woman. Now do you all get it? Whether it be the demon realm or celestial realm, all must surrender under my feet. As for you all, humph, nothing but lowly existences that can't even be worthy to lick my feet. Perhaps it's due to her own arrogance and assumption that none from the celestial realm would descend upon the mortal world. Plus the demon realm has been sealed off for ages already. Therefore she had no reason to believe her lies would be found even if she exaggerated things to unrealistic level. Sure enough, the hearts of those present were all shaken by the proclamation. They didn't dare to doubt the woman's word at all and just wholeheartedly believed the story. But I had no interest in any of them from the start, it's they who kept entangling around me. Now be grateful that I'm interested in Yun Feng, otherwise none of you could even kneel before me. If one's nose were to suddenly grow longer over every lie they made, then this deceitful maid would surely have a nose longer than any being in existence. However, I'm a kind-hearted goddess, so I will give you all a second chance. In half a month, that's my limit. Afterwards I will return again for him. After saying this, the figure of the woman promptly disappeared like she's never there to begin with. Of course, the main reason this deceitful wench left wasn't because she's done spouting her nonsense. Rather, it's because her real body back in the celestial realm had just been beaten silly by those young lords and misses. As such, she had no choice but to retract her avatar lest she's discovered by the sharp-witted ones. Youth Exchange 1. Isn't today's Youth Exchange event being held on the dragon boat nearby? Let's go have a look. I'm sure it will be very exciting and fun to watch. Oh yes, let's go. I heard this time the precious disciple of Elder Muzhin is also attending. From the rumors I've heard, her alchemic skills are top-notch and is very likely to become the next Bai Chang Feng from the medicine sect. Youth Exchange? In the middle of the main street, Bai Yan's footsteps had just stopped after overhearing the passerby's conversation. Stroking the little fox's fur, she curves the corner of her mouth upwards. Do you also want to go? Naturally, the little critter nodded vehemently. Showing water in his puppy eyes, the kid looks up hopefully and easily won the battle. Alright, we will go take a look then. Perhaps Dragoni would like such events too and we could find her there. At the end of the day, Bai Yan only wanted to try her luck to see if the missing lass would wind up at such a place. If she's going to aimlessly wander the streets, then it's better to try at a big event where plenty are gathered at once. Then all of a sudden, the mother felt a slight tingle in her hand. It was her son licking the palm of her hand. For a moment, Bai Yan actually fell into a trance and remembered back to the first days of her son being born. Back then the boy was still in his fox form as well. Don't worry, my son, I will definitely help you recover. Bai Yan's embrace tightens a notch as she brought the fox up to her cheek for a calming hug. No one can separate us. I won't let them. Dragon River, the prescribed location where the dragon boat was moored. According to legends, it said that the river was once home to a dragon, hence its name. Just that it's been many centuries since there's been a sighting. At the moment, 2 guards were busy inspecting the visitors with careful scrutiny as the guests boarded the luxurious-looking river boat. If one didn't have a slip, then they wouldn't be able to get on, it seems. Son, why don't I take you to some other places to look around? The event requires an invitation before being allowed inside. There's not much to see anyways. What's more, there's no way Dragoni could be aboard if it's a closed-off event, thus making her visit moot. Unfortunately, her thoughts were soon interrupted by a sly-sounding voice from the side. Selling dragon boat invitation, only needs 10,000 gold for it. If you don't buy, then it's your loss. 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold for an entry slip. Talk about worse timing. Going dark in her face, Bai Yan turns to the owner of that voice where a sly-looking fatty was holding several invitations in the air with his sloppy hand. The guy was calling out to the coming crowds of people in order to sell his product like those in the market. Then, as if the ominous feeling in her mind was destined to come to light, Bai Yan suddenly felt a tug at her sleeve. It was Bai Xiachen using his puppy eyes and paw to indicate he wanted one of those from the fatty. As much as she detested being scammed by those heartless merchants, Bai Yan couldn't exactly say no to her son when the solution was being placed before her eyes. Walking towards the man, "Are your invitations real?" Seeing how he's finally got some business going, the fatty hurries to put on an iconic smile of a merchant. "Of course, lady. My passes here are all real with the name and family of others, so they're genuine for sure. Look at the top, you can check for yourself about their authenticity." A humph. Bai Yan gives an awkward cough after shooting the names there a glance. Wouldn't someone find out if I use someone else's name and pass? Oh, don't worry about that. Every year during the youth exchange, there are plenty of new participants, so seeing some new faces aren't all that uncommon. You can be at ease if you are worried about being recognized. In other words, whether or not you are discovered by the authority would depend entirely on your own luck. However, based on the crowd's gossiping conversations nearby, plus the words of this fatty, Bai Yan did confirm one point. Youth Exchange, too. In short, despite the event being called Youth Exchange, it's no more than a gathering for the wealthy and influential to flaunt their younger talents to the world. 10,000 gold for one slip is too expensive. If you lower it to 2,000, then I will take it. The fatty nearly cried at the outrageous proposal. "Sister, can I call you sister? I need 5,000 just to source these invite slips." If I sell them to you for 2,000 each, then I'm making a loss on every sale. Although 5,000 wasn't a small number by any means, nevertheless, this was the annual youth exchange. He only needs a couple of wealthy young masters who didn't get an invite to make back the original cost. Afterwards, everything else would be pure profit. Seeing Bai Yan did not give him a clear answer yet, the fatty knew he must sweeten the deal. Gritting his teeth, 8,000, that's as low as I'm willing to go. No answer still. While the fatty wanted to pour some more persuading words right then and there, it appears the time of their dealing must come to an end because the sound of their voices had caught on to the authorities in charge. Jumping into a panic upon seeing the two guards walking their way, the fatty hurried to dump one of his products onto Bai Yan's hand and said, 6,000, 6,000 and it's yours. Understand she's not going to get a better deal at this point. Bai Yan decides it's best to stop bullying this fatty. Taking out 6 banknotes, she hands it over without problem and immediately hid among the crowd. Thankfully the deal went smoothly because in the next second the two guards had arrived at their spot after breaking through the crowded venue. Damn that fatty, he sure knows how to run, one of the guards grumpily states his displeasure. Forget it, the guy runs faster than a rabbit. Oh yes, I remember there was a girl who was trading with that bastard. Where did she go? Looking around to scan for signs of the mentioned female, the other guard quickly wrinkles his brow after not finding anyone remotely close to the figure he saw earlier. It wouldn't be so hard if he had gotten a good look at Bai Yan's face. Sadly, he only caught a glimpse of her back and nothing more. Meanwhile, in a less crowded corner of an alleyway, Bai Yan was in the middle of disguising herself with a facial veil from the storage bag. This wasn't the mainland after all, it doesn't hurt to be on the careful side. After doing all this, the following procedure to enter the dragon boat went as smoothly as one could imagine. No question, no examination, just a simple glance at the invite slip before being let through the boarding plank. Quick, look, Miss Mu Lung is coming. The one standing with her is the second son of the chief, Sun Huan. Coming down from the stairs leading up to the second floor was an exquisite-looking girl that wore a deep blue dress. Her looks were definitely extraordinary. Clear and haughty in the eyes, the level of arrogance she portrayed were just right, neither too high nor too low, just the perfect level to allow the males to have some fanciful thoughts while not daring to try anything perverted. It's just that. After seeing the man coming behind her, the only reaction left for the crowds were gasps and astonishment. For one thing, the female could be considered the shining jewel of the new generation in the Misty Fairy house. As for the male, he's a well-known womanizer who only knows how to fool around day in and day out. It's hard to imagine how these two opposing characters could come together. A flower planted atop of a cow dung. That's the sort of wording everyone thought of upon witnessing this image. Of course, none would dare yell out this description in the public. They're not crazy enough to bash on the chief's second son no matter how much of a dastardly man he was. Youth Exchange 3. Miss Mu Leng, I have some questions with alchemy I would like to ask you. Mind helping me with the solution? A young man scampers over to the lady's side and looked on with expectant eyes. When the others saw how the youngster was able to brave the pressure and go on over like so, it's normal for them to be annoyed. However, it also gave them courage to join the fray. In no time at all, this Mu Leng has become surrounded by excited individuals of various backgrounds. Miss Mu Leng, your alchemic skills are truly admirable. Forget about being first within the Misty Fairy house. You should be first even among the medicine sect and Holy Land. Isn't that right? When I left a couple of days ago to take a short travel in the outside world, I actually heard the medicine sect's leader saying he's found his long-lost granddaughter. It's said the girl is more capable than her own grandfather in the art of alchemy, but I say it's nothing more than bluffs and air. How can that person be more skilled than Miss Mu Lung? Faced with the worshipping looks and flattering compliments of the crowd, this lady actually managed to keep her ego in check. That's something not everyone could do, especially under such circumstances. This goes to show the level of maturity and intellect this girl has, which was clearly above the rest of her peers. I'm sorry everyone, Mu Lung scans the crowd around herself and spoke in an apologetic tone. Today is the youth exchange, so I can only answer a couple of questions. I fear any more than that would be beyond the time frame allowed in today's event. Also, words of degrading matters like today mustn't be spoken again in public. I hope everyone can remember my advice. The relationship between the Misty Fairy House and the medicine sect has never been the best to begin with. This could be seen in the disputes that's constantly occurring between the disciples of both powers. Now if word were to be spread of her name in such manner, then it could only cause trouble for herself. Look at that. Miss Mu Lung's alchemic skill is not only high, she's also not an arrogant woman like the one from the medicine sect. What a wondrous woman who cares for others. Thoughts like these were running rampant among the naive youngsters. It's simply too easy to sway a mind that's not fully matured or experienced the harshness of the world. Meanwhile, at one corner of the boat, Bai Yen was listening in on everything with her brows arched. It can't be right? I still got hit when lying on the floor? What's this all about? I'm just attending some random event and things still ended up on my head. Understanding his mother's woe, the little fox licks the back of her hand in a soothing gesture. With that done, the faithful son then shifts his gaze over to Mu Lung. Just that instead of the warmth look he shows to Bai Yen, the boy's eye gradually turned into a bloodthirsty red like his old man's when irked. The lecherous man standing next to the shining girl didn't care for all the attention. He's used to this sort of fan craze in his life even if it was the negative version. Instead, he's now focused on Bai Yen who's standing in the corner. What's wrong? Mu Lung asks, her brow furrowing after noticing the oddity. Did something happen? It's nothing. That said, the womanizer known as Sun Huan then retracted his gaze before being caught. For some strange reason, he's getting a familiar vibe from the unknown woman wearing that veil like he's seen her somewhere. I must be imagining things. Although Mu Ling didn't raise a comment over this, she did however turn her head over to the same direction as her partner. Almost immediately, her forehead had wrinkled into a knot before eventually loosening them again with a smile on that face. It getting late everyone, let's go inside first. During the exchange, I'm sorry, but I will have to limit it to 10 questions. The crowd got quiet and turned to their seats as instructed. Thankfully the dragon boat was a huge vessel and could accommodate this many. Otherwise, some poor saps would have to standing during the entire occasion. Miss Mu Lung, I have a question to ask you. Youth exchange 4. A young maiden had taken off from her seat to be the first to ask a question. Though Mu Lung's answer was nothing but a half-heeded attempt, it's nevertheless still good enough in the eyes of these youngsters who listened intently to those words. In their eyes, even if the advice resulted in failure or doesn't hold substantive help to themselves, it's still coming from the number genius of the younger generation. Just that fact alone was enough to sway them to believe the high-standing lady. Of course, not everyone would react the same way. Bai Yan's heard everything from her location, including the answers to the rest of the questions, and her only response was a shake of her head in disappointment. Among the 8 questions answered thus far, Mu Ling managed to answer 5 of them correctly. However, due to the lady's lack of insight, her answer ended making the question more complicated than it should be when easier explanations could be had. As for the remaining 3 that came out of her mouth, they're bound to result in failure when those people go back to try the method mentioned today. But it's not her business in ways, so Bai Yen didn't want to get involved. Sadly, as the old saying goes, trouble comes knocking even if you don't look for it. Due to Sun Huan's extra attention from earlier, Mu Lung herself had also taken extra care to pay a closer look at Bai Yen whenever she could. So, when the woman unintentionally shook her head in disappointment after hearing the 8th answer, it immediately fell into the eyes of the shining girl on the stage. Pausing in her speech, "You there, why are you shaking your head after my answering? Could it be, miss, are you disagreeing with my findings? If so, please enlighten us here today. I'm a very open person and is fine with criticism." In actual fact, Mu Ling does hold a lot of confidence in her own knowledge regarding matters of alchemy. Therefore, this was her form of retaliating against the mockery of others. Well, mockery in her eyes anyways. For a moment, everyone's eyes were now focused on the indicated woman who's wearing the facial veil. Which family are you from? How can you be so rude? It's not every day a famed alchemist is willing to answer our dilemmas. If you are here, then you should just quietly listen. Why shake your head? That's right. Mu Lung is the #1 person in the Misty Fairy House, so her advices couldn't be wrong. Even if you envy her, you should still try to hide it and not make your thoughts so obvious. Otherwise, you will just be left behind and tossed overboard, you know. Everyone's clearly disgruntled by Yan's interruption, so their gazes are now cold and angry, like the fault lies entirely on her. Seriously? I just got hit for the second time even though I'm lying down. Pausing in her fingers that's caressing the little fox, Yan curves the corner of her mouth into a smirk. #1 person? According to my memories, I thought the #1 person is Yun Feng, the eldest son of the current chief. Ha! The young man who spoke out first with the taunts began to laugh humorously. Yun Feng? That's from the older generation. For our generation, the #1 spot unquestionably lies with Miss Mu Lung. In actual fact, everyone present understood the only reason Mu Lung could be called the #1 genius of the Misty Fairy House was due to her Shifu being Elder Muzhin. Coupled this fact with the lack of a third-generational heir thus far, it's normal for everyone to recognize this lady as the strongest contender right now. What's more, even if the current chief's son had a child, that's for the next generation, so it's no threat to them who are now mostly in their teens or coming close to adulthood. Oh! Yan continues to smile meaningfully. Then what if the second young master of the Misty Fairy House had an illegitimate child from the outside? Would her position as the #1 person still stand? A humph. Hearing the topic being diverted to himself now, the womanizer hurried to cut in lest some bad rumors start spreading. Holding up his hand to gain everyone's attention, I know I can be quite the womanizer and definitely spent a lot of nights with various women. However, I must make one point clear, I do not have any children of my own yet. Had many women, but no children? Yan cocked one of her brows in an inspecting fashion. Then shouldn't you go have yourself checked out by now? There's an alchemic master right beside you. Why not have her take a look to give you some treatment? Since others are deliberately throwing the fault above her head, then it's only normal for Yan to turn things around and shift it back to someone else. She's never been a person who takes bullcrap without retaliation. Youth Exchange 5. Originally, the womanizer had wanted to take a sip of water then to help soothe some of the pressure off his back, but to suddenly hear that dastardly comment from out of the blue, he just couldn't take it anymore and splurged the liquid right out of his mouth. Do we have a grudge or something? Why is she gunning for me at every turn? The man eyes the veiled woman with a blaming look. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, they really do have a grudge between them both, and a heavy one at that. Unfortunately for this man though, no matter what he did to think back to the past, he just couldn't recall who this strange woman was or if he knew her for that matter. All of a sudden, a single face popped into his head after working it so hard. It's a peerless contour of a gorgeous young lady who causes his balls to hurt upon thinking about her. The incident happened years ago when he made a trip to the outside world. He incidentally met a young lady who definitely had quite the look. That's why he went up to her in hopes of teasing her a few words and even took the opportunity to give a slight touch of the face. For that mistake, he paid a dear price of having his balls kicked out by one full sweep of the leg. As a result of that incident, this womanizer never dared to leave the Misty Fairy House again. He's still having traumatic nightmares because of the brutality he faced that day. Compared to the mean and cruel world out there, he would rather enjoy his life in the warm embraces of the kind and gentle ladies of his home. It's just that. In comparison to the woman in front of himself right now, the lassie from back then was very frail and thin, while this one here had the assets of a fine beauty. They couldn't possibly be the same person in his view. But the major giveaway was the lack of a child. The lassie may be young back then, but she already had a baby son that's inseparable from her side. Miss Mu Lung's face may be frowning, but her voice remains polite despite the fact. I never claimed to be the #1 person of my generation, that's merely a title others gave me. In my opinion, strength speaks for everything. Whoever is more capable should have the right to speak. Now please keep quiet while I speak and not interrupt me again. While the audience continued to give Yan the stink eye, their gazes are now gleaming with admiration towards the proud lady who kept insisting the fault lied on others. What an amazing woman Miss Mu Lung is. Someone is clearly coming to provoke her at the doorstep, yet she can still treat them with courtesy. How many people out there can do something so gracious? Excuse me? Interrupting you? I like to ask you this then. Allowing her body to lean backwards against the chair in a lazy manner, Bai Yan's attitude grew sharper. Did I speak out just now? Cold in her tone, Mu Lung unwilling answers. You didn't. Then did I make any noises? No, you didn't. If I didn't speak out or make a noise, then why are you able to claim I'm bothering you? Or are you implying that I can't even move my own body while attending the youth exchange? Now Mu Lung's complexion had turned sour and ugly. She honestly couldn't give a retort to that lest she makes herself out to be a villain. Thankfully she didn't need to give a retort, she just needs to shift the topic back to the main objective of this event. Miss, since you are here today then it must mean you are also an alchemist. There's still a question left to be answered. Why don't you enlighten everyone with your knowledge then, Grinning now, the high-standing lady believes she's now back on the offensive. Sorry, I have no interest in answering your questions, I only like to do them. Understanding her son's mood was quickly deteriorating into a foul state, Bai Yan takes this moment to caress his fur in order to stabilize the growling fox. However, turning to confront the provoking party, my fees are usually quite high, I fear none of you would be able to afford it. She's already masked her face with the veil, plus she also hid her aura with a pill she took earlier, so there's no reason for Bai Yan to remain on the defensive if others want to fight. A humph. Seeing the ever-increasingly ugly expression on Mu Lung's face, the womanizer knew he must step in at this stage to settle down the friction. Miss, I've been stuck on the lower level of the king rank for a while now. Would you be so generous as to help me in making a breakthrough with your skills? If you succeed, I can offer you a generous reward in return. I am an alchemist, not a person who guides you through a breakthrough. Bai Yan's retort was quite blunt and rude. As an alchemist, you should be able to refine some sort of medicine to help one's cultivation, am I right? Let's do this then. If you can help me make a breakthrough then I will give you a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng, how about that? I am not interested in that blood ginseng. 10,000-year-old blood ginseng? There's already 3 back at the medicine sect, more than enough for me to squander when needed. In comparison, the Tri-Reaching Soul Dan pill is far more valuable. Youth exchange, 6, but I can treat other diseases, like your kidney deficiency for example. Oomph. Blurting out the water in his mouth for the second time, the womanizer was now absolutely certain the other party must have something against him. Otherwise, why else would she keep doing this over and over again? If you don't want me to treat it then forget what I said. Bai Yan shrugs and shifted her attention to a certain lady that's been hiding among the crowd. This female didn't really stand out by any means, just a quiet average-looking miss who didn't speak a word since the beginning of the event. However, one thing did catch Bai Yan's attention and that's this person didn't show any fluctuation of spiritual energy around her body. Smiling and intrigued, Miss, are you unable to cultivate? Likely able to understand the question was being directed at herself, the young lady in question only sent a glance over to Voice's direction before turning back to Mu Lung's way. There's almost no light in her eyes like the topic brought on some sort of great traumatic scar. And it's true, there's a story behind that reaction. Hey man, isn't that the young miss from the Mirage family? A member of the crowd asks his friend. Yes, that's her all right. What a shame she is. As the daughter of one of the 4 major families in the Misty Fairy House, she should have been a shining jewel among our age. Too bad she's born deficient and couldn't cultivate. Fortunately, her other talents in alchemy are able to make up for that fact, otherwise she'd be facing a fate far worse than a servant at her home. Don't tell me, is this woman intending to help cure the young miss from the Mirage family? Oh, this is getting ridiculous. I bet even Bai Chang Feng of the medicine sect wouldn't be able to do it, let alone this unknown person. Compared to the cynicism of the crowd, the womanizer on the other hand was now getting very interested. Standing up, his peachy eyes now glowed with intrigue. Lady, mind explaining to us how you intend to treat this girl with your alchemy? Bai Yan just shook her head and said, there's no reason to bring a knife out to kill a chicken. I do not need to make any pill with my alchemy. What's more, refining a Dan pill for this occasion would be too expensive and time-consuming. Therefore, she never intended to do anything so laborious from the beginning. Mu Lung's smile now got frosty and intimidating after hearing those arrogant words. Oh, then please wow us with your ability then, Mississippi. It would be a real eye-opener to witness someone curing a patient without using any pill or medicine. If this woman wants to shame herself, then why should I stop her? She can go ahead and try. Have Sister Huan Yin be able to cultivate? You come and help me. Bai Yen didn't care for the high-standing woman's provoking words. Instead, she now turns to Sun Huan, who readily came over to offer his aid. What do you need me to help with? Her problem is that her meridians are blocked, resulting in unbearable pain when trying to cultivate. I want you to infuse your spiritual energy into her body to unclog the veins under my guidance. I don't think this would work. Rubbing his head, the womanizer holds his doubt. I know the old relics up there have already tried to help Huan Yin using this method before, but it was all useless because the effects were unsubstantial. The explanation there instantly brought on a wave of laughter among the onlookers. Is she thinking herself a miracle healer or something? Talk about having no self-awareness. Ignoring those ignorant comments, Bai Yen continues, you just need to do as I say, the rest I will complete on my own. Rubbing his nose at the persistence, the womanizer shrugs and figured he's not going to lose anything. All right, I will help you this time under one condition. What do I get out of this? Youth exchange, 7. What benefits do you want? Why not this then? You take off that veil and let me have a look at your face, how about that? A flash sparkles within Sun Huan's eye as he states his wish. He really wants to know what kind of face hides behind that cover. I am afraid I can't do that, but I can cure your kidney deficiency though. Making a faint smirk in return, Bai Yen refutes the request and counters with her own snarky proposal. Twitching in the corner of his mouth, the womanizer has got to hand it to this woman. Can she stop aiming at my kidney for once? In order to not let her go on, he quickly sucks in a deep breath and accepts the deal. All right, I will help you. After saying that, he slowly came before the patient that's known as Huan Yin. Placing his hand on the girl's backhand, he does as instructed and pushes his own energy inside. The pain was sharp and fierce. In no time at all, the patient was shaking all over as her lips turned a bleak dead white due to the pain. If you want to step into the path of cultivation, then endure it. This is only your first step. Jerking to attention over that sentence, Huan Yin immediately turned up to look. She didn't know exactly who Bai Yen was, but that pair of beautiful deep black eyes were powerful forms of support. Biting her lip, the girl presses on and grew firm this time around. Bang! Suddenly, Bai Yan's palm materializes a cluster of flame that emulated strength and control. In a flick of her finger, the spark of heat was shot into the patient's body, allowing the burning sensation to course through the veins at every turn. This treatment lasted for over half an hour. During the entire duration, Huan Yin could swear to the heavens that she would have died many times over due to the torturing pain. Nevertheless, at every moment when her consciousness was about to turn dark, the stern yet supportive voice kept coming over and reinvigorating her spirit and soul. Now, finally finished and without need to keep going, the patient collapses at the closest opportunity. Huan Yin, the womanizer asks with a frown after catching the girl. Is she going to be all right? No matter what, Huan Yin was still his niece, so the man must hold some responsibility here. Otherwise, he won't have a good excuse to explain to his mother, who's also from the Mirage household originally. Restore her blood with a Vitality Dan pill. Here, feed her this and then have her try absorbing some of the energy particles in the air. Taking the beady little thing from the woman's hand, the womanizer hurried to stuff it into his niece's mouth. Sure enough, that pale complexion on the girl's face swiftly changed back to a pinkish red of good color. But the best part came afterwards. Though Huan Yin had lost most of her consciousness at the beginning when she fainted, she did however gain enough of her senses after being caught to pick up the last remark from Bai Yen. Without any need for persuasion after coming to, the patient herself promptly got into a meditative pose upon awakening and discovered the truth. The spiritual energies in the air were swimming into her body through the skin before eventually reaching her meridian through the veins. There were no sharp pain like usual. In fact, it was smooth and unimpeded. Did she do it? Is she able to cultivate now? Is the one recognized as a useless trash from the Mirage family finally able to cultivate? Questions like these were rampant among the guests aboard the river boat, but the inquiring gazes soon changed to shock and dismay after what they witnessed. There's a very clear level of energy fluctuating around Huan Yin's body. How did you do this? Due to the emotional moment, Sun Huan's first reflex was to make a grab for Bai Yan's shoulder to get a better answer. Unfortunately for the man, Bai Yan had no intent of letting anyone touch her, especially from someone who's known as a player. Sliding to one side, she easily dodges the hug with careful finesse. Merely relying on others to infuse their energy into her body is not enough. It also needs the help of someone's flame to help burn away the filth clogging up her veins and meridian. Only by cleaning out those wastes will she be able to be like a normal person. Pausing for a moment to think on her next part of the explanation, Bai Yan didn't want to blow it out of proportion. It's just that no one would dare to perform this kind of experiment because they would very likely burn away her meridian in the process. It's true the procedure is risky to most, but if the controller has a firm grasp of his powers, then the risks are superficial at most. Youth Exchange 8. An uproar explodes out of the crowd. Thank you so much. Huan Yin's voice was filled with emotion as she reached for Bai Yan's hand to give her gratitude. There's so much things she wanted to say right now but didn't know how to express herself. I don't know what more to say. Without you, I would never have been able to cultivate in this lifetime. Eventually that heartfelt voice had devolved into a whimpering cry, indicating how much this truly meant for the girl who's been mocked numerous times behind her back. Sure, Huan Yin's ability in alchemy may be very high, much thanks to her own effort, but make no mistake, being unable to cultivate remains a huge regret that she couldn't shirk off. But now Bai Yan has saved her. So how could she not be excited? You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank Sir Xianhuan here. It's he who used a blood ginseng to save you. At first the womanizer still didn't process what she meant by that due to the suddenness of the claim, but that soon changed to an exploding jump into the air. Hui. When did I promise to give you the ginseng? Just now. She smiles like a fox in return. I promised you a blood ginseng only if you could help me make a breakthrough. You didn't do that, so why should I give you it? Rubbing her chin like she's musing the logic in that. A blood ginseng is too cheap for me to help you make a breakthrough. However, it's more than enough to help Miss Huan Yin here. For someone who claims to be a friend of all women, aren't you being a bit petty? Grinding his teeth at being put in the spotlight, the womanizer never thought he'd be taken advantage of like this, not after spending the last 20 years having his way in life. Fine, I can give you the ginseng if you like, but you must let me have a look at your face. Without giving any time for the other side to refuse, Sun Huan wanted to take the chance to jump the gun. Unfortunately for this man though, Bai Yan has never been one to let her guards down, especially in some public event filled with strangers. Cold to the glare, she eyes that hand like she's going to chop it off if it inches another step closer. Try and you can lose that hand. Flinching right at the last second, the womanizer normally wouldn't fear any threat from the opposite. After all, he wouldn't be a womanizer if he couldn't handle a few threats from the opposite sex. However, Bai Yan's threatening gaze just rubbed him the wrong way, like there's something creepy to it. Fine, I won't look if you won't let me. Geez, scared baby eye to death there. Retracting his hand to pat his own chest, the man looks like he's still not quite back to normal due to the sudden fright. Now it's Bai Yan's turn to feel creeped out. Getting goosebumps all over, she didn't expect something so corny and hair-raising to come out of someone so old. At least don't act like a child when you're one of the oldest here. Against the picture of the two fluttering around her opponent's side, the high-standing woman who started all of this didn't look so good. In particular was the fact that her pursuer had just pretty much ditched her for this nobody. Sure, she doesn't like the guy to begin with, but that doesn't mean it's all right to let others take what's supposed to be hers. Then just as Mu Lung was ready to open that mouth in order to attract attention, a loud rocking suddenly shook the boat and cut her off. What happened? Why do I feel like something is hitting the boat from underneath? A random person from the crowd exclaims. Don't scare me, what could be in the water? It must be your illusion. Another man voices his fear and looked like he's about to faint. The rocking and swaying only got worse and worse, following every second, to the point where those on shore could now visibly see the distress. Everyone starting to panic and hurried to spread away as a result, afraid they might get caught up in the mess somehow. Calm down, everyone. Mu Ling puts on a strong face after seeing the crumbling situation. I speculate it's just a big fish in the water. It will leave soon enough. Remember, this is the Dragon River, there's no monsters here. But I heard there's supposed to be a dragon living in the river. The young man who cried out earlier in terrible fright calls out this fact. Please be assured, everyone, Mu Ling's palm was also getting sweaty despite the strong front. Nevertheless, she persists and doesn't falter in the face. I've been here for many years already, never once have I seen a dragon. If there is one though, be at ease, I would love to tame such a wondrous creature as my own pet. She's a good person, one. It's unsure if it's the reassuring words there, or just her confidence under the stressful situation, but's definitely helping in calming everyone down. That's right. With Miss Mu Ling by our side, there's no problem. Everyone can stop worrying. There's no way the creature that's rocking the boat is a dragon. If anything, it's probably just some dumb fish who didn't know its place. Various murmurs have started to grow stronger until it eventually formed a wave of support. Taking this opportunity to ride the tide, the high-standing woman points her attention to Bai Yan's party again. Sister Huan Yin, hurry and come to me. If you stay by my side, then I can protect you. As for the womanizer, although he's a self-centered individual who only likes to play with women, Mu Ling has no illusion about the man's strength. A king rank at the age of 30 was in every right a powerhouse who's only second to his older brother Yunfeng. Definitely a target to win over when trouble's around the corner. Huan Yin naturally refused the offer by shaking her head profusely. She's not so ungrateful as to abandon her savior, so she's clinging hard onto Bai Yan's hand right now. If so, then I can't do anything about that anymore. Those who wish to follow me should come to my side now. If anything happens in a bit, I will use all my power to protect them from whatever happens. Putting on a helpless face, the high-standing woman makes it sound like she's their own savior and option. And sure enough, everyone moved to her side like cattle being herded into a pen. Only by being beside her did they feel any sense of security. After seeing the choices of these people, Mu Ling's lip had inexplicably curled into an open grin as she confronted the man to join her. Brother Sun Huan, since these people were invited here by us, then it's our duty to protect them together. The miss over there isn't willing to come to me, so I can't do anything about that. However, we have a responsibility to help these who does wish for our help. Even in the face of the second young lord of the Misty Fairy House, the woman's air still carried a level of arrogance, like she's just as superior. So what if he's a king rank? I'm only 26 this year, so it's just a matter of time before I exceed him. I bet I can even become a monarch rank in just a few years at this rate. The womanizer didn't answer right away as expected. Instead, he's now shooting his supposed partner for the event a glance before shifting it back to Bai Yan's body. Those eyes were peachy when landing on the latter. You alone should be enough to protect those around you. I will stay and keep this lady company since she is still a guest after all. The riverboat was mainly divided into two compartments here. Since Mu Ling wanted to play the dividing faction card now of all times, it has come into a situation where two underlying parties made up the entirety of the guest list. And since the compartments were closed off by a wall, it would be difficult to lend a hand when one side faces trouble. Against the open opposition and refusal to do as she wished, the high-standing woman immediately took this as a form of insult to her ego. Clenching that fist, she was just ready to say some more swaying words when the boat got rocked again by some sort of impact. Now things were becoming increasingly distressful to the point where the crowds have started to lose their balance. Look out! Suddenly, the womanizer noticed a huge tail that's covered in scales shooting into the cabin to make a grab for a person. Hold it! Mu Ling actually grew furious and snapped after seeing a monster appearing. This was tantamount to being slapped in the face because she did proclaim there couldn't possibly be a monster in the river. Perhaps aware of the oncoming attack from the third party, the creature swimming underneath the water actually surfaced its head to reveal its true face. There are two horns on the head, with scaly skin that glistened under the sunlight. This creature looked downright ferocious with its sharp canine teeth baring at the impudent wench. "Dr. Dragon? She's a good person, too. There really lives a dragon in this river?" "It's a dragon, it really is a dragon. I have seen the pictures in the old texts, it's exactly as described like that. And it doesn't look like there's only just one here either, the banging is still happening beneath the boat. But we have Miss Mu Lung here, there's no need to fear everyone, she will keep her promise and protect us." While various remarks were being thrown in the air, the high-standing woman herself didn't feel so high and mighty now. The promises she made earlier were no more than boastful bluffs. There's no way she could take on a real living dragon with her meager skills. "Save me! Someone please save me!" The one being swept away by the dragon tail screamed for help. In her moment of panic, the girl's first instinct was to seek the assistance of Mu Lung because she's the one who stood out the most and was at the forefront of the deck. Unfortunately for the desperate victim, her supposed savior didn't move an inch, only standing there without action like a hesitant bat. This reaction didn't go unnoticed by the girl herself, of course, which gradually caused the flailing and crying to quiet down due to despair. The victim may not want to die or be kidnapped away by some unknown serpent, but she's not so done in the head to not realize Mu Lung had no requirement to save herself. After all, they're not family or friend, merely guests of the same event. Eventually someone did make a move though. For a womanizer, Sun Huan doesn't disappoint in his title because he couldn't stand the idleness showed by everyone and rushed forward with his fists blaring power. The man may not be the best character around, but he sure knows how to show off his heroic side when it counts. Sadly, a dragon would remain a dragon. In one sweep of its tail after noticing the approaching assailant, the attacker was sent flying from the impact. Sun Huan was sent flying? But he's a lower-level king-rank cultivator. If he can't do anything, then who else is going to stop them? Numerous gasps and hisses could be heard from the onlookers who were too afraid to do anything, both from ashore and on the boat. "Scram male, I only want girls." The dragon doesn't even flinch and showed a disdainful glare at the womanizer before diving straight into the river. Meanwhile, at the same time, the dragon that's been banging at the boat from beneath the water was also done with its deed. There's now a big hole in the side, allowing the river water to gush into the lower cabins. The cold water poured into Huan Yin's mouth after she was suddenly caught by another tail that came sweeping in through the hole. She wanted to struggle and break free. Unfortunately, her strength was nowhere being strong enough to resist as the lack of oxygen quickly left her sight blurring away. Am I going to die today? It was so hard for me to be able to cultivate too, but now, I'm going to die? Frustration and sadness plagued that pitiful smile as she closed those eyes in acceptance. But fate has kindness. Just as she's about to hit rock bottom, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the wrist. Before Huan Yin knew it, fresh and powerful air filled her lungs, refreshing her already muddled consciousness with life again. He didn't die? In that moment of her life, the girl could not believe her luck. She had already given up and stopped struggling underneath, but now her face was above water and gazing up at the sky. Then all of a sudden, a bolt of electricity zapped her brain upon remembering what had happened and the hand who helped herself. Before Huan Yin could ask those around where her savior was, the other girl who was also dragged into the water was thrown into the air and landed back on deck like herself. By this point the deck of the boat had been filled with people, they're all making apologetic looks as they watched the bottomless river. Who? Regaining some strength after collecting herself, Huan Yin hurries to search around. What happened just now? Who saved me? The faces coming back were very complicated. In the end it was the womanizer who decides to explain the details. It was the girl who cured you earlier. Up till now none had even bothered to ask the lady her name, so Yun Huan, womanizer, couldn't even state Bai Yan's name. What? The soaked girl anxiously grabbed onto the man's arm and scanned the area. But where is she? I don't see her. She's a good person. 3. She didn't come out. With a bang, Huan Yin's leg crumbled as she felt her body falling to the ground. There's so much pain in her eyes that she felt distraught at being the cause of someone's death. I owe her my life, twice at that too. I will go have the elder council come look for her. This river is far too deep to search with only us here. Clenching his fist hard, the womanizer Sun Huan still couldn't forget the brave image of Bai Yan jumping into the water at a moment's notice. He never thought someone would be so self-denying that they would sacrifice themselves for others. Brother Huan Yin, this wouldn't be appropriate. Mu Lung's wrinkled brow showed she didn't approve of the plan. Your brother's condition isn't very stable recently and the Elder Council is busy with their own matters. How can they come and save a single person? And she already entered the bottom of the river. There's no way she could be alive. The implication of those words were too obvious. Quit wasting time and effort because the person's dead. You shut up. The womanizer shoots a harsh glare at the impudent girl with his bloodshot eyes. He's fuming and easily provoked at the moment. At first Mu Lung still didn't know how to react, but that shocked look soon turned to disbelief because it's the first time the man yelled at her. And it's for a stranger. Mu Lung, I thought you were only a proud-natured person, so I didn't mind that part about you. At least you weren't conceited in my view. But now I've seen the truth. You cowered in fear. I can't fault you for wanting to keep yourself safe. After all, being self-protective is human nature. What I can't accept is you lying to these people who believed in you. If you weren't going to protect them, then why did you promise what you did? Mu Lung's complexion had turned pale at the accusation. She didn't know how to respond to the man's interrogation. Oh Mu Lung, I'm such a fool. To think I had wanted to pursue a woman like you. You're not a proud woman at all, you're nothing but a self-centered fake who knows nothing of kindness and promise. Trembling in the corner of her lips at the last part, the woman wanted to defend herself. Unfortunately for her, she didn't even get to chip in a single word before the conversation was cut off by the first girl who got swept into the water. I saw it clearly. The one who saved me is the lady from before. She's a kind person. To think she would go so far for strangers like us. That whimpering voice was crystal clear, so pretty much everyone on deck could hear her. Guilt could be seen across the board in everyone's eye right now. They didn't forget their ridiculing words from earlier despite having no reason to do so. Sir Sun Huan, if the elders aren't willing to take action, then I'm willing to send my family's elites to come help in the search. Me too. We can't sit back and watch when someone like that is in need of help. Meanwhile, all of this was occurring above water. Bai Yan, on the other hand, was busy confronting the two big lizards who caused this whole mess to begin with. In truth, she could have released her son to deal with them using the bloodline pressure at the start. In that case, none of this mess would have occurred. However, this was after all not the mainland. If she leaked her son's identity, then it wouldn't be good and might even bring danger along their way. So, here they are, out of sight and without anyone to pry into their business. Imagine the two dragons discovering the one they dragged away weren't some pretty damsel in distress, rather it's a ferocious beast that carried an even scarier beast that could make them tremble in great fear. She's a good person, for, High Highness, the dragon struggles to speak under that pressuring aura. We really didn't know you were here, please forgive us for being uninformed. Don't be fooled by that cute little appearance of the fox there wagging its tail. The amount of pressure the kids exuding towards the two were crushing, downright torturing. Furthermore, there's also another unknown source of energy that the dragons couldn't quite get right somewhere. I'm going to only ask you one question. Bai Yan arches her brow. Why are you pulling those human women into the water? The lizards didn't answer right away. Exchanging a look with each other, they seemed to be conflicted on whether to answer or not. Son, seeing the unwillingness of the two, the woman makes a faint smirk and urged her boy to go forward. It seems they won't talk, so you can go ahead and do it. Rubbing that paw together like a devious and sly fox that he was, Bai Xiachen readily walked towards the dragons like a predator facing its prey. Every step he took, the two would feel the pressure increasing twofold, leaving their heads unable to even get off the ground at this stage. I will speak. The gold dragon was the first to give in from the pressure. Shaking with great fear, it's because of our family's mistress. She's injured and needs the blood of human women to stabilize her condition. But because of her unwillingness to harm a human, her injury's been getting worse over the years till it's become life-threatening at this stage. Talk about poor planning and pure bad luck. If they knew by simply coming out for a trip would send them bumping heads into the royal family, then they would never do something this stupid. I beg you, please let us go. Mistress only has us around her, there's no other dragons living here. We can't die, or at least until our mistress meets the one whom she's waiting for. Pleading here was the other silver dragon. He's also the one who swept the girl called Wang Lin from underneath the boat after breaking a hole in the ship. Take me to see that mistress of yours. After a minute of contemplation, Bai Yan orders after finishing her decision. In truth, she's been sensing a familiar vibe around here ever since she stepped onto the riverbed. It's just that she couldn't quite pinpoint where it's coming from. The silver dragon grew hesitant due to being taken aback by the demand. However, his brother the gold dragon didn't have any issue with this and easily nodded that head. Okay, I will take you to see my mistress. As members of the demon race, these two shouldn't have any enmity against the mistress. Following from behind, Bai Yan eventually found herself coming before a luxurious-looking palace underneath the water. As the two lizards stated, there doesn't seem to be any other dragons living around these parts or inside the structure for that matter. So, their trip was rather uneventful without any resistance or interference. Bang! But just when they're about to reach a certain bedroom that's clearly reserved for the owner, the door was suddenly blown right open. Immediately, a beautiful woman wearing a long green dress had rushed out of there and turned to scan her surroundings with anxious light. Seconds later, her eyes eventually fell upon Bai Yan's face, who had long removed the veil during their trip over. There's the initial confusion at first, then that soon changed to excitement and overflowing joy. Are the one I'm waiting for? Bai Yan's heart shuddered with shock at the question. Staring right back at the woman who seemed oddly familiar, she asked with uncertainty, "You were waiting for me?" "Yes, I have been dreaming of this day since my birth." Not being polite, the dragon lady strode forward in careful delight as her happiness melted away the sickly color on that face. That dream had a voice. It always told me she would come for me. Whether it be 1 year or a decade, she would come back for me. She's a good person, 5. So, I have been waiting all this time. I never lost hope that the one I'm waiting for would join me eventually. The woman with the green dress stumbles to a halt, her face showing hope and surprise when reaching out with that hand to touch Bai Yan's face. "I could sense it when you approached the palace. You are the one, the person I've been waiting all this time in the past century. What is your name?" Bai Yan's hands were slightly shaking when reaching up to meet the other side's. There's so much emotion flowing in those pupils that words are in no way enough to describe them. "Xing, my name is Xing. I thought I wouldn't make it with my injuries, but now I could finally meet you." Upon thinking of how close she came to not meeting Bai Yan, a trickle of tear would come rolling down the corner of the dragoness's eye. Xing. Hugging the woman, Bai Yan could feel her heart pumping with pain over what she's heard. "I'm here now, don't worry. From now on no one can hurt you again because I won't let them." Xing has the blood of the Azure Dragon in her veins, so the woman's identity speaks for itself. However, Sizah, the Vermilion Bird, did mention Azure Dragon was a man. Well, a change of sex during a reincarnation couldn't be ruled out here, right? "I believe in you." The woman's voice sounded very nice to the ear, like the flowing water of a mountain creek. "Xing, let me see your body right now." Letting go of her hug, Bai Yan inserts her spiritual feelers through the skin in order to examine the dragoness. Almost immediately, her expression had turned grim. "Who caused you to become like this?" The current Azure Dragon could hardly be considered the great sacred beast that's been described in those stories. In fact, her life force was on the edge of flickering out. If Bai Yan came even a day later, it's very likely the dragoness would have died on her own. Casting that face down to the ground, Xing Yi's aura turned weak and gloomy. The Misty Fairy House is home to a clan of dragons. Because of how well we are hidden from the world, the humans have never bothered us. Without interruption, Bai Yan quietly listens in on the story. 100 years ago, my clan had an infighting and my father was imprisoned as a result of the traitors among our ranks. They not only stole my father's position as chief, they also framed me, claiming I colluded with a human man and kidnapped my own father. It's funny they would say that honestly. How could I have colluded with a human to harm my own father? If the other clan members had just investigated a bit, then they would have known the man was merely my friend that I met on a trip. In the end, the rest of the clan members were swayed into hunting me and nearly took my life in the following pursuit. Originally, I wouldn't have lasted long after the injuries I sustained, but I just couldn't accept my fate ending like that. From birth, I've been waiting for you, so I couldn't bring myself to die like they wished. Xingyi's expression looked lifeless and sad then, knowing full well about her own condition. I'm sorry, I can't stay with you longer. At most I can only live for a few more days. As for rescuing her father and reclaiming the clan, that's nothing but a pipe dream at this point. I will find a way to heal you. Bai Yan's complexion was seething with rage. Don't give up, Xingyi, I will definitely save you. I just need to find the right ingredients. Once I do, your injuries will immediately be cured with my help. Shooting up her eyes in surprise, the dragoness's voice became emotionally excited. I can really live? Giving a heavy nod in confirmation, I won't let you die. Also, going silent for a moment, Bai Yan then rummages through her storage bag before pulling out a bottle. This here will help you keep going for another 3 months. I will use this period to gather what I need. Do not give up until I return. Yes, mistress. Overjoyed in her smile, Xingyi collects the gift with careful precision. But please don't leave yet, there's something I want to do first. Can we form a contract? She's a good person. 6. Contract? Blinking her eyes, Bai Yan was rather taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Even so, she didn't refuse after recalling back to the events which took place when she contracted little Rice back at the bedside. Closing her eyes, let's begin then. At the permission, the dragoness quickly pointed her finger over to Bai Yan's temple and allowed the stream of connection to bond together between mistress and familiar. And sure enough, the vivid scenes of the battlefield had once again emerged within the mind of the latter. This is my past life. No, this is my memory from 2 lives ago. It was then, while Bai Yan remains busy fussing over which life this was, a loud chaotic ruckus of metal and explosions had pulled her attention. Hurrying to seek the source, Bai Yan could see there are 2 opposing forces at a standoff. Almost immediately, she could recognize one of them. It's a young man wearing a deep blue gown with a very handsome contour of a proud general. There are a lot of similarities between this youth and Xingyi's face, though they're different sexes though. Why do you submit to a mere human woman when you are the great dragon general of the demon realm? Tell me where she is and I will let you live. The enemy frowns and attempts to sway the unyielding youngster. In return to that proposed deal, a wild laugh was all that came out of the general's mouth. If none is willing to take on this daunting task in hell, then I shall do it. But before I head off into hell, I will take all of you with me first. So what if I have to go to hell after I die? If I can attack the gods themselves, then a simple place like hell is nothing to fear. Attack! The enemy forces were outraged by the youth's arrogant proclamation. In a wave of the leading man's hand, find that woman, she is likely at the brink of making a breakthrough. We must use this golden opportunity to slay her during her weakest. After the orders were given, both sides immediately charged into each other and blood soon stained the sky and ground. Though the youth's side came out with a victory in the end, he's nevertheless severely injured with blood soaking into his gown. There are a few survivors on his end left, but they're so far and in between that it's not even worth mentioning anymore. And fate has a tendency to toy with those who are living as always. Just as the youth's about to pull up the very sword in which he's using to support himself, another blade had abruptly came down from the sky and pierced into his chest. Puff! Losing pretty much most of his motor skills after the sneak attack, the youth finally turned his head around and met the assailant's gaze. There were numerous emotions after he recognizes who it was, but most of it were disbelief and sadness. What? Why are you? Sadly, the final sentence there could never be completed. Crashing to the ground as all life left him, a cloud of dust scatters into the air over the impact. Outside the battlefield, Bai Yan desperately wanted to see the face of the assailant for herself. Unfortunately for her though, the layer of fog over that face remains regardless of how she moved around. Even so, there was one point she's certain of now: the assailant must be acquainted to the youth if he could get a hit in so easily from behind. the scene exploded and shatters into a million pieces, causing Bai Yen to return to reality and collapsing onto the cold, hard floor. Tears quickly came trickling down as the wave of emotion hit her in full. "Mistress, what's wrong?" Xingyi didn't understand the huge change in her mistress's demeanor, so she's starting to get worried. "It's nothing." Shaking her head in return, Bai Yen didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, she knew the scenes from her memory were powerful images to begin with. For the sake of getting an answer, she's not going to stop. "She's a good person, 7. Xingyi, you are seriously injured now, so stay here and care for yourself until I finish refining the medicine. I will come back for you. Let Goldie and Silvery follow you then?" The dragoness offers the help after a moment of silence. "No, they are better suited to protect you. Besides, I already have a little guardian with me, there's no need for another too." Bai Yen then proceeded to pat the little fox in her arms to indicate her son would be the little protector. "It getting late, I should leave now." As adamant as Xingyi was of this idea, she knew her mistress wouldn't stay forever in the Dragon River. "Then let them escort you at least." She purses her lip and offered again. This time Bai Yen didn't refuse and answered with a nod. "When I have time, I will come see you." "Ooh." The whimpering from the little fox meant that he's also of that idea because he could come play with the new friend whenever he's bored. Goldie and Silvery were now both standing in attendance on both sides as they prepared to leave. The two are quite fast-witted actually. Since their mistress has become this lady's familiar, their attitude got extremely respectful with a lot of flattery tones in there during the trip back. Unfortunately for them though, Bai Yen has never been one to take bootlickers very well, so it only became a bother. Once at the described exit, she shooed the both of them away like they're contagious or something. Back over in the surface, Huan Yin girl had just returned to her home after everything exploded into a rescue effort for Bai Yen. The poor lady was dreadfully moody for the lack of result and hanged her head as she walked past her own father. "Hold it!" Huan Lifang hollers out to his daughter after getting no eye contact. Coming back to attention, the young lady turns without energy. "Father, did you call me? What happened to you today? Why are you so dejected?" Speaking like it's nothing, I can cultivate now. I can cultivate now." This news literally smashed the old man into startling amazement. Nearly screaming in that voice due to the joyous news, "What do you mean? Daughter, you can cultivate now." If she can cultivate, then why is she acting so dejected? Biting that lip, the girl couldn't hold it in anymore and allowed the tears to come forward. "That lady who cured me is in danger and is now missing. Father, please help, please send someone to save her." "What?" Huan Lifang was furious and exploded with rage. "Since the lady was the one who cured you, then of course we will go save her. She is the benefactor of our family. Just tell father who it is, I will send my people to crush them right away. And she not only healed me, she also saved my life." The girl's voice started to stammer as she's about to openly cry. "At the time the boat was being attacked by a dragon. The creature dragged me into the water and I thought I was about to die when no one came to help me. That's when she dived in without any care for her own life to save me." "Dragon?" The father's eye now showed absolute shock over the stunning news. He's heard of there being dragons within the Dragon River, but never has he seen or heard of one being sighted. It can't be there really are dragons living in that river? "Daughter, you go inside and rest first. I will call the higher-ups of the family and hold a meeting. Don't worry, we will definitely find her even if it's just a corpse." The girl only fell into danger for the sake of Huan Yin. We mustn't be ungrateful and just stand by to watch. Despite the promise from her old man, the dejected girl's mood remains as moody as ever. She knows, by this point the likelihood of survival was thin. Even if they do locate Bai Yen, then it would be as a dead body and nothing more. Meanwhile, at the same time over at the chief's residence, the womanizer Sun Huan had just arrived at his own home too when he started screaming out for help. "Mother, father, hurry and come help. Someone needs saving." Hypocritical Mu Lung One. In this usually quiet estate, the eager voice of this womanizer was no different from an injection of adrenaline, sending all of the occupants inside to rush out in search of the commotion. What happened, Sun Huan? Jun Tianyu, wife, asks her son after seeing that urgent demeanor. Mother, he firmly grabs onto that arm. Hurry and go call everyone. Just now my friend's been dragged away by a dragon living under the Dragon River. What? The group of elders who followed from behind the lady of the house were all aghast by the shocking news. Their faces were either showing incredulous or disbelief. Dragon? The Dragon River is really home to a dragon? For a while there, everyone was exchanging silent looks because they knew there's just no way for survival after being towed away for so long. Son, the mother remains to be the calmest here and wanted some more details. Tell me what exactly happened first. Giving a slight nod in return, the womanizer knew he must do as told in this situation. Bit by bit, he went over the story of how Bai Yan cured Huan Yin's condition, then of how she dived into the water despite the danger in order to save the two girls who were dragged under the water. Jun Tianyu and her husband Wu Wei were both quite shocked in the face afterwards. One for learning there's such a selfless person under them, the second being the incredible ability the lady portrayed on the boat. You mean that lady really cured Huan Yin's condition? Chief Wu Wei asks with a tinge of anxiousness in his voice. The man held a very clear picture of the lass's physical condition, so the fact that someone could cure her left a lot of questions to be answered. Yes, father, you must save her. Even at this point the womanizer still doesn't know why he's acting so heartbroken over the scene of Bai Yan being dragged into the bottom of the river. It's definitely not love or adoration, that much he's certain. So, what could this feeling be that's constantly stinging at his heart? Okay, the mother's gaze looked grim. I will have our people go search for the lady. Perhaps she might be alive still if we are quick. With the guarantee of the lady of the house, Sun Huan's expression also lightened up. Thank you, mother. As long as you can save her, then I will be good in the future too. Making a helpless smile over her son's promise, this mother didn't know whether to be happy or sad that it took so long for her second son to reach this level maturity. Compared to her first son, Sun Huan definitely left a lot to be desired of. You go and rest first. If there's any news, then I will come inform you. Giving a nod at that, the man then turns away for his own room. Madam. The elders were dissatisfied with the rash promise and quickly objected. The first master is already terminally ill. We don't have time to waste on searching for some stranger. Please reconsider the decision. Growing heavy in the complexion, the woman got stern in the voice almost immediately. This is my decision. No one is allowed to have any objection. Chief. The elders then shift their eyes over to Chief Wu Wei instead. Coughing twice at the added attention, the chief knew he must take a side. Everything is to be done according to my wife's will. Since Wu Wei has spoken, the rest of the elders could do nothing but carry out the command. Arching their fist, they quickly retreated away. Are you trying to take a chance with that lady after hearing Sun Huan's claim? Alone now, the husband turns to his wife and asks inquisitively. Hypocritical Mu Leng too. Jun Tianyu, wife, gives a faint nod. Yes, if she can cure Huan Yin girl, then her ability must be quite good. I want to invite her to come look at Yun Feng's condition. But she's been dragged down to the bottom of the river by the dragon already. I fear her likelihood of survival is slim at this rate. Unable to hold in his frustration over this sad predicament, Chief Wu Wei felt a sense of bitterness in the mouth and sighed heavily. This may not be the case. As long as we don't see the body, then it's very possible that she's alive still somehow. Even if the hope was slim, or just a flicker, this mother wasn't going to give up for the ask of her son. Inside the Misty Fairy house, all four major powers are ablaze with activity, causing the Dragon River to be entrenched with heavy security as a result of their search. And due to Bai Yan's need to hurry back, the girl was oblivious to the commotion her presence has caused for everyone. Nevertheless, her goal was achieved, and the brother Shifis she newly recognized didn't realize she had snuck out. Shifis, did something happen today? Bai Yan asks after seeing the gloomy expression on the two that night. It's not a big deal or anything, you only need to focus on your training. Delighted now, the older Zhongnan spoke first. Oh yes, what is your level? We want to test and see your results. I think my breakthrough will happen very soon. There were flashes of light in both brothers' iris after hearing that. This is wonderful news. The girl's talent is indeed great. To think her breakthrough would happen so soon. A humph. The younger Zhongbei makes an embarrassed cough over his brother's lack of control. Patting the woman's shoulder, "Lassie, I didn't misread you at all. Your talent is by far the best we've come across in years. Aside from the young lord of our Misty Fairy house, there is only one other by the name of Mu Lung who could be called an absolute genius like you." Pausing at this point, he seems to be contemplating on what to say next. "It's a shame that you started late. Don't worry though. With our help and the pace you're going now, it's not out of expectation for you to break into the higher level of king rank before 30. Towards that claim, the little fox in Bai Yan's arm immediately made a furrowed face like he's looking down at Zhongbei. Mother is already at the monarch rank, yet he's saying king rank? Humph, that is so 3 years ago. Bai Xiachen murmurs this in the head, holding the old grandpa in contempt for the blindness. Though Zhongbei himself doesn't speak fox, he's still quite taken aback by the demeanor of that little rascal's attitude when he glanced down. Why do I feel like this baby fox looking at me funny? Disciple, Zhongnenfolder, suddenly remembers something and made a frown. In the coming days I don't want you going out. But I just heard that in the river not far from here appeared a dragon and that someone's been hurt as a result of their attack. If you must go out, then you must bring someone with you at least. Zhongnan's tone was very serious in there. It wasn't easy for him to take in such a satisfactory disciple after so many years. So, if the dragons hurt her, then where would he complain to? Freezing in the hand, Bai Yan ended up twitching in the corner of her mouth. I understand. It seems that Goldie and Silvery caused quite the commotion today. I must remind Xing Yi after this so they don't butt heads during this period. Hypocritical Mu Lung. 3. It's good that you understand. Despite sighing in relief, Zhongnan doesn't let this go lightly. I will need to send a couple of people to shadow this lassie in secret. I can't let her be harmed because we're careless. Mu Manor. Clutching her sweaty palm as she paced back and forth between the big hall, Mu Lung felt extremely uncomfortable inside as she waited. But that changed as soon as her eyes fell upon the beautiful lady that walked in the door, Shifu. Smiling at her disciple, Elder Muzhin didn't hesitate to ask for why the girl's acting so strange. Are you waiting for me? Why are you looking so nervous? Yes, Shifu. Pursing that lip, Mu Lung drops that head before speaking. Shifu, I think I've failed in getting close to Sun Huan. The proud woman never favored someone like Sun Huan to begin with, even if he was the second in line to the position as chief in the Misty Fairy house. So why did she go and seduce that womanizer? There were several reasons, but it mainly surrounded the fact that she had a desire for power and her Shifu instructed her to do so. Give the specifics, I want to know the details. Stern and dark, Elder Muzhin orders. Bit by bit, the story of what happened on the dragon boat was listed in clear detail. Regarding the event that afternoon, the white-haired beauty has long heard of it before returning home, just that she didn't know her disciple had made such a huge blunder where not only does her reputation would take a huge hit and plummet, she also lost the favor of the second young lord in the Misty Fairy house. Lunga, do you know where you went wrong? Muzhin sighs at her disciple's carelessness. It's your boasting. Even if you didn't want to save those people, you shouldn't have promised anything. With Sun Huan's personality, he will definitely be dissatisfied you after learning the truth. Getting on her knees now, the proud girl now started to weep. Shifu, please help me, I can't fall like this after working so hard. Going silent, the old beauty didn't speak for the longest time. Go to the Mirage family's place and apologies to them. Though Huan Yin is only a relative of the chief's wife, the girl is highly favored by her aunt. In addition, Muzhin's gaze now turned sharp and fierce, you must marry Sun Huan at all cost. Now Mu Lung was absolutely shaking in her body after hearing her Shifu's final order. I understand. She only intended to string the man along at first when she originally got the order to seduce the person. Now it's obvious her Shifu intends to marry her off for real this time. So, how could she accept this ending? First of all, her own talent far exceeds that womanizer. Though their level still doesn't stand on the same level yet, but the age difference says it all. It's just a matter of time before she surpasses everyone. If nothing else, go back to your room for now. Muzhin waves her hand, signaling her student to leave. Yes, Shifu. Closing those eyes, the girl hides the unwillingness in there and retreated as told. Leaving the main hall, Mu Lung begrudgingly bypassed several of the long corridors before eventually reaching a familiar courtyard. But before she could reach the doorway for her own room, a guard had walked in from the side to make a report. "Miss, I have uncovered the matters you ordered us to investigate." Well? Her brow arching into a glare, she sounded cold and intimidating. "Who was it? Who was that woman who stole my limelight?" "She is the Ho family's daughter called Ho Chui Chui, but when I went to confront the lady, she informed us that she didn't attend the event for various reasons and sold the invite slip to someone else." "Who did she sell to?" Mu Lung's expression was now getting hard and dangerous. "We were able to locate the dealer very easily and even managed to get a portrait of the woman according to the description he gave." "Miss, please have a look." Hypocritical Mu Lung, 4. The guard in question hurries to present the portrait in front of the lady. After careful scrutiny, Mu Lung's expression soon changed from smug to enraged anger. The woman on the portrait was almost surreal in how beautiful it was, far surpassing her own image in every way. In particular were those eyes. It's deeply attractive and the key factor in confirming it's indeed the same person she met on the boat. "She is the woman who bought the invitation?" Biting her lip, she asks with a frosty tone. "Go deal with that dealer first, then go tell that Ho Chui Chui that if she wants to be a prominent figure around here then she is to do as I say." From this point forward, Ho Chui Chui is the woman in this portrait, the very same person who saved Huan Yin. If her people could follow the trail and investigate up to this point, then it's a surety that Sun Huan and everyone else would as well. By using Ho Chui Chui to impersonate this unknown woman, Mu Lung could use this to her advantage. After all, no one saw Bai Yan's true face thanks to the facial veil she wore. As for the air and temperament, that's easily solvable with time and training. "Yes, milady." Getting the order, the guard promptly retreated away to carry out his task. Heaving a long sigh after seeing she's alone finally, Mu Lung was just about to put the portrait away when the door to her place was pushed open again. In a panic, she hurried to hide the scroll behind her back and away from the newcomer's prying eye. "Shifu, are you looking for me?" Wrinkling that temple, the old beauty arches her brow inquisitively. "What is that hidden behind you?" The girl's demeanor appeared somewhat edgy. It's not that she doesn't believe her Shifu or anything, it's just that there are some things better left untold whenever possible. Darkening in the face upon getting no answer from her disciple, the old beauty decides to take matter into her own hands. In a wave, the portrait being hidden was promptly snatched away. "Shifu!" Mu Lung exclaims in great fright at seeing the scroll being unfolded. While the young girl herself only wanted to hide the picture, Mujin on the other hand showed a much bigger reaction than expected. It's as if a ghost had just appeared from the depths of hell and wanted to strangle this old lady. That's how pale the woman looked at this moment. "Lung, where did you get this portrait from?" Mujin's lip trembles as she spoke. It was actually so bad that even her hands were having a hard time keeping the scroll in check and almost dropped it on several occasions. Though Mu Lung herself doesn't know what's gotten into her Shifu right now, it doesn't stop her from giving the details. "You mean the woman in this picture is that very same lady?" Mujin's eye flashed meaningfully. "Yes, Shifu, that's her right there." "Good, very good. Remember, do not let anyone else see this portrait again." Returning the scroll to her disciple, Mujin herself felt relieved for some unknown reason. Yes, that woman is dead. She couldn't possibly be alive. Thinking of this, the old beauty's mood immediately let up, evoking a snarling smirk. Since that woman is the one who saved Huan Yin, then she mustn't be allowed to live. From now on forward, I will try to muddle the search effort. As to Huan Yin's side, Lunger, you will need to count on yourself to do your half. "I understand, Shifu." Although Mu Ling didn't know the specifics yet regarding the search effort, she did understand enough that there's no possible way the woman could have survived after being eaten by a dragon. "Oh yes." Mujin's gaze narrowed into a slit. "Your plan will need to be adjusted to the situation. Even if the temperament is similar, it's useless. What's really important is the body shape. After all, that Sun Huan is no fool when it comes to the opposite sex." He's sharper than anyone in the Misty Fairy House when recognizing a female's body. Hypocritical Mu Lung, 5. Shifu, I know what to do. Glowing a frosty tint in those eyes, Mi Lung confirms she's got the idea in her demeanor. This time I will not let my plan fail. The Ho family was a small to middle-ranked household in the Misty Fairy House. As such, even if the disciples under them would have to survive with their tails behind their butt, but that's all changed in the past couple of days thanks to the people sent over by Mu Lung. Not only did Ho Chui herself readily accept the proposal to impersonate Bai Yan when the idea was brought up, she also willingly joined the plan to become Huan Yin's benefactor in light of the deceit involved. It's simply too tempting being a person of superior status. However, there's just one minor issue: she must lose that buttload of weight from her figure. Sadly, Ho Chui has always been a glutton. Forcing her to go on a diet was excruciatingly painful. Therefore, it only took a few days before the girl couldn't handle the restriction anymore and secretly snuck out of her home to visit the best restaurant around. Oh hoo! Bai Xiachen tugs at his mother's sleeve, those eyes shooting straight over to the restaurant that's giving off a salivating smell in the air. Are you hungry? Halting in her step, she asks with her affectionate gaze. Giving a desperate nod at that question, the baby fox looked absolutely adorable in that appearance. It's no different from a baby pleading for food to his mother. In actual truth, the boy didn't really want the restaurant's food, rather it's his own mother's cooking. Sadly, he's too afraid of them being snatched away by those two new shifis when they get a whiff of the smell. As such, he could only endure for now and turn to this restaurant. If you are hungry, then let's go inside and rest. Bai Yan's naturally aware of the two shadows tailing her since the day of the conversation, therefore she's not in the position to go inform Tsing Yi of what she knew right now. But no matter, passing on a message could be left solely to Goldie and Silvery since they are under no restriction. The main urgency still remains with locating Dragoni and the blood vine seeds. Bai Xiachen didn't have that much problems compared to his mother though. He only has food in mind at the moment. Blinking like stars in his eyes, the little fox licks that cheek like a good little son that he was and got a good rub on the head in return. Unbeknownst to the boy though, Bai Yan was rather worried about her son's current state, for it's been a long time since she's heard him call out to her in that cuddly voice. The business around this Longjing restaurant was very good based on the fullness of their lobby. Maybe it's just luck at play today, but Bai Yan and her son were able to get a table as soon as they entered thanks to a couple leaving at the same time. But good fortune doesn't always last. As soon as she's finished picking out a few dishes and was in the middle of playing with her son, that's when it happened. Ho Chui, I obviously came first, so based on what can you take my seat? The voice sounded angry. Sneering in return, Lu Yu, you've snatched my stuff on more than one occasion before, so what does it matter if I return the favor just this once? You, the other person stares wide-eyed there. The idea of Ho Chui talking back to him simply never crossed his mind. What's going on here? This girl always run like a cat as soon as she sees me. Why is she acting so rudely all of a sudden? You are crazy. In the end, he snaps and shot this over to the instigator of the drama. You only dare to pick on me before because of your brother working in the chief's manor. From now on I, Ho Chui, will no longer put up with your affronts. If you don't scram before I get mad, then I will show you what it means to cross me. After giving this threat, the chubby girl then picks up the leftover dishes and threw it all over in Lu Yu's direction. Hypocritical Mu Lung, 6. At the same time while this was occurring to one side, the waiter in charge of serving Bai Yan's table had finished bringing over their food by then. As the little glutton that he was, Bai Xiachen's little paw naturally wanted to make a grab for the delicious things placed before his eyes. Sadly, the flying leftovers from the troubling fight had come splashing over and ruining all of the dishes in their spot. Bai Yan's first reaction was a dark face of disbelief while her son just froze there with his paw still reaching out. It's simply too ridiculous and out of the blue that both were unable to react aside from the kid leaking out a bead of tear from having his much-anticipated food being squandered away by someone else. It's unsure when, but a large crowd of people had gathered around the middle of the lobby of this restaurant by now, all of them attracted by the commotion. You want to splash me with the leftovers? Lu Yu grinds his muller over the insult. Not backing down, Ho Chui Chui completely flips the table this time and sent every dish nearby flying into the air. As a result of this, Bai Yan and her son were now fully in range of the oncoming splatters of meat and vegetables. If not for the woman herself moving fast and dodging in time, it's very likely the mother and son duo would be covered in food from the second shower. Enraged at this point, Bai Xiachen completely puffs up his fur over the utter destruction of his meal and made a direct dash for the chubby girl's stomach. No forgiveness. Ah. Ho Chui Chui never expected an attack from another assailant, let alone a tiny critter from some random direction. Therefore, she immediately faltered to the ground after taking several steps backward from the impact. Her eyes were furious upon noticing it's nothing but a baby fox who assaulted herself. You damn beast, how dare you charge at me? I will skin you this instant and make a coat out of you. But before the chubby girl could carry out her wretched plan, a pair of delicate hands had reached over to pull the still fuming fox into a protective embrace. What did you just say about skinning whose fox? The voice and glare was dreadfully cold, sending a wave of frost down anyone's spine upon contact. In this moment, Ho Chui Chui actually found herself in a state of panic under that threatening gaze. She didn't know why, but it's just very frightening, like it's coming from within and not from over there. Nevertheless, the arrogance within this one seems to be bigger than anything else, even fear itself. In no time at all, her pompous attitude had returned. Is this little fox yours? The chubby girl purses her lip, flustered still despite having the courage to speak. Indifferent in the face, Bai Yan didn't answer the person. I won't ask you to apologize to me, but you will have to sell me that fox. Regardless of how stupid this chubby wench was, she's not blind to the fact that she's alone here. Against so many pairs of witnessing eyes, the only outcome would be her loss at this rate, hence the compromise. Now Bai Yan's gaze was getting extremely intimidating after hearing someone's outrageous demand of trying to buy her own son. In an instant, an oppressive and domineering aura had swelled out of her body like Di Tsang usually does, making her the female version of a demon lord. Why don't I use a copper coin and buy you instead? It just so happens that my baby fox here needs a waist cleaner. That instantly warranted a protest from Bai Xiachen at his mother. But I don't leave dung at random, mother. And I most certainly don't need a waist cleaner like that ugly one there. Compared to the protesting chirps of the baby fox, Ho Chui Chui on the other hand was obviously stunned beyond belief. How dare this woman try to buy me for his fox as a waist cleaner? What's more, only for a copper coin. Do you know who I am? A thin layer of anger now covers the chubby girl's face as she spoke. In the future I will be someone who enters the chief's manor. You actually have the nerve to compare me with a fox? Do you think that beast is worthy of me? Not going to waste time arguing with the fool across from herself, Bai Yan had already come before the foe. Indeed, you are not worthy of being my fox's cleaner. Can't let her live, one. Ho Chui Chui was so shocked that her eyes were literally popping. Against that murderous intent, even her breathing had become difficult. Bypassing whatever guard or defense the chubby girl had, Bai Yan uses her toe to kick the other side's kneecap, causing the foe to fall to the ground in a kneeling position as a result of the pressure. You! Enraged by the humiliation, Ho Chui Chui swings her head up to be only confronted by those deathly glares. Whatever she wanted to say in retaliation in that split second, it's completely gone and replaced by an involuntary gulp. The whole restaurant was deathly quiet as a result of the sudden move. This woman, she's too brutal. A slight disagreement and she's already beating someone? Do you still want to buy my fox? The heel of her shoe now firmly pressing down against the chubby girl's back, causing a not-so-obvious pain in the victim's bone in the process. Or do you plan to skin him instead for his fur? With every question and word given there, Ho Chui Chui's complexion would grow paler by the second because of the increasing pressure on her bone. In no time at all, a squirt of blood had seeped out of that trembling mouth and brought her back to reality. She's hit a brick wall this time, a cue for trouble beyond her rank. If only I can reveal my identity, then this woman would never dare to do this to me. But Mu Leng's message continues to linger in that head, If they want to successfully impersonate that woman, then the public mustn't be allowed to know about the matter. Gritting those teeth, Ho Chui ends up holding back her anger. In the girl's mind, there would be other chances in the future for payback. Outrageous! It was just then a loud hollering voice had drifted over from the restaurant's doorway. Following the source of that sound, what came into view of Bai Yan's eye was an elegant face of someone she's met before. Mu Leng also noticed the inquisitive gaze coming her way right at that moment, but unlike the flat reaction from the former, she herself was absolutely shocked by what came into her view. The very sight of Bai Yan's face was enough to make her go green until it eventually fell into a state of panic. Not missing this, a pang of suspicion promptly sprouted within Bai Yan's head. It seems this person recognizes me. Hold it! Forcing down the unsettling mood inside, the usually high-standing girl slowly strode into the restaurant to confront the other side. Miss, this girl is my friend. I hope you can let this slide out of consideration for my name and face. The plea for mercy immediately warranted a look of gratitude from the chubby Ho Chui. She didn't expect someone as important as Mu Leng to personally come save herself, let alone claim they are friends. The rest of the occupants inside the restaurant were nominally shocked, of course. There's plenty of envious looks shooting their way now, to the point where Lu Yu, who's the other participant in this fight, had also backed down. The boy's practically trying to hide in order to avoid eye contact. The message today was too obvious. As long as they're not brain dead, there's only one meaning: the whole family of the Misty Fairy House will no longer be a third-rate family anymore. Give you face. Bai Yan's gaze squints into a frosty stare. Do I know you? That last part of questioning definitely brought on a new wave of unease within Mu Leng's heart. She's very much afraid this woman would remember their last encounter and ruin everything she's had planned for the future. Nevertheless, the will to continue with this farce wins out in the end. We are not acquainted. If we are not acquainted, then why should I give you face? Sneering with contempt at this point, Bai Yan cocks a smirk. Is your face worth a lot of money? Now Mu Leng could no longer keep up her facade and actually showed a crack in the face. She simply never expected there to be an individual who would dare go against herself in the Misty Fairy House. If you are unwilling to give me face, miss, then I can only apologize ahead of time. Uncle Mu, please restrain this lady for me. Putting on an indifferent air of someone of superior status, this girl acts like she's above everyone else despite willingly joining in on the fight. But in truth, Mu Leng wanted this outcome from the very start. She only needs an excuse to have her people make a move. Then when it comes time, they could just make up some lie about it being an accident when they harm or kill off the woman. Yes, miss. Upon giving the confirming word, an old figure suddenly snakes out from behind the crowd and shot for Bai Yan's neck using his hand as an arching arrow, reaching to pierce through the skin and the main arteries. Can't let her live, too. Seeing that the old man had already come before her very eyes, Bai Yan was now stuck in a predicament of whether or not to release her true strength. Issue was, if she did so, her secret would be revealed. But on the other hand, it's very unlikely she would be able to leave if things continued like so. Heaving out a long sigh, Bai Yan knew there's no other choice. Just when she's about to lift her hand to counter, something unexpected occurred and two figures from outside the restaurant had come before her and blocked off the path between herself and that Uncle Mu. They are two middle-aged men, each stern-looking and giving off a strong vibe like mountains that they were. It's you too. Retracting his strike, Uncle Mu looks on in shock at the newcomers. Why are the two of you here? Truth was, it's not just the old senior who's in utter shock. Even Mu Leng, who's standing in the back, were filled with disbelief like she's seen some horrific scene. What is Tai Long and Tai Hai doing here? Aren't they supposed to be Elder Zhongnan's subordinate? Miss Bai Yan here is the apprentice of both Elder Zhongnan and Zhongbei, hence our presence. We've been tasked to protect the lady. If you insist on attacking her, then it would be considered an act of war against the two elder manners. Uncle Mu's expression promptly changed for the worse over the threat. Even among the elders, there are differing ranks based on their experience and contribution. Though Zhongnan and Zanbai's aren't very high up the ladder, they're still elders of the council. What's more, the chief himself has ordered before that in order to avoid conflict between various factions and elders, The one who makes the first move would automatically be at fault regardless of the reasoning. We've offended the two of you then. Cupping his hand at the two guardians, Uncle Mu swiftly turns around to the lady. Milady, we should go back first, it's getting late. In other words, this matter needs to be reconsidered until further discussion and that it's not urgent to slay the woman today. Nodding in return, knowing full well what the senior meant. All right, we will leave for today. Ho Chui Chui, you come with me. But before the chubby lady could finish climbing up from the floor, the struggling body abruptly froze there in mid-struggle. Who said you are allowed to go? The sudden voice from behind was devilishly scary to the level where she's now instinctively obeying to save her life. Sweating right down to her palm, the pale-faced girl rigidly answered back. Then what do you want me to do? Not bothering to reply to that question, Bai Yan decides to use action to tell everyone what she wanted. In a smooth grab for the other's collar, she directly picks up the flailing girl who's downright screaming now and throws her right out of the restaurant and onto the main street. This will be the one and only lesson to you. If you try to hit on my family's fox again, then I won't just throw you out of a restaurant. Patting her hands together to remove some of the dust, Bai Yan then returns her attention back to her son, who's still quite irritated by the whole mess. Since today's lunch is already ruined, why don't we go home and I will cook you some dishes instead? Lighting up in the eyes as expected, Bai Xiachen nodded his head profusely in agreement. Honestly, that licking tongue was all the answer he needed to give to show his mother he's very happy with the suggestion. Let's go then. Under the astonishing gazes of everyone, Bai Yan ignores the looks and proudly walked out of the restaurant with her son in arm. And it's unsure if it's intentional or not, but when she came out of the doorway, her feet had ended stepping over Ho Chui Chui's body, who was still sprawled all over the ground from the painful toss. The foolish girl was spinning in the head to begin with, now to be trampled again in her injured state. It's almost enough to completely knock her out for good after she sprayed out a mouthful of blood. But the angriest person here wasn't the beaten victim though. It's Mu Leng, who's been completely ignored to the sideline. In light of the silence she's showing off to the public, those shaking fists were the biggest giveaway of how irritated she truly was inside. This woman must die. I will never let her live. Thinking up to here, Mu Leng's dark personality promptly takes over and returns her back to the old self of deceit and pretense. Slowly coming before the chubby girl, if you can still move, then get up, I have something to say to you. Can't let her live. 3. Still in her dizzying state, Ho Chui Chui originally wanted to get some help in climbing up. Unfortunately for this chubby lady though, Mu Leng outright ignored her reaching hand and bypassed herself. In the end, she could only grit those teeth and get up by herself after much struggling and chased after that moving back. Mu Manor, inside the study room. Mu Leng's gaze was dreadfully cold as she eyed the ignorant wench who disobeyed her orders. Did you forget the things I said to you before? Cowering with her head hanging low, Ho Chui Chui makes a heavy gulp before defending herself. I've been starving myself for the past few days, I really can't hold myself back any longer. Slamming the table with her hand, Mu Leng snaps at the fool. Do you want to be a person of status or what? Do you want to be that Huan Yin's benefactor? Do you want to get payback on that woman from today? Following the re-emergence of Bai Yan's face in her mind, Ho Chui Chui's face promptly turned ugly like a witch's. IDO. Since you do, then take this and eat it. Rummaging through her sleeve pocket, Mu Leng slowly pulls out a certain little pill to hand to the other side. A pang of unease swiftly takes hold after seeing the strange beady little thing. Please. I didn't do anything to deserve poison, please don't. Getting irked by the sudden outburst, the usually high-standing lady was quickly reaching her limit with this idiot. This is not poison, it's a fitness stand pill. Fitness stand pill? Showing a startling light in her eyes, Ho Chui Chui didn't understand the meaning for this. Yes, that's right. Unlike a facial dan pill that can only change a person's face, this fitness dan pill will change a person's body shape to their liking once consumed. Giving a good moment to let her words sink in, as for the new look you should take, I think that woman from today is good choice. Eat the pill and think of that person's body while doing so. In light of the doubt regarding the plausibility of said effect, Ho Chui Chui wouldn't deny such an opportunity like most girls out there would. Now I won't have to starve myself anymore. Miss Mu Lung, why don't you give me a facial Dan pill as well? This way I can completely become like that woman. How about it? Just remembering the stunning appearance of Bai Yan's existence was enough to make the chubby wench smirk with glee. If I can have such a sexy body and face, then what man couldn't I get? Even the young lords would fall under my skirt if I willed it. I don't have a facial Dan pill. One could even make out the veins on Mu Lung's forehead at this point. Humph, even if I did have one I would never give it to such a person like this. Oh. Replying with a look of disappointment, Ho Chui Chui nevertheless composes herself to get back on track. In a flick, she shoves the thing into her mouth and allows the image of Bai Yan's perfect body to manifest in her head after closing her eyes. Then by the time she opened them again, it was exactly as foretold. That chubby body figure was nowhere to be found anymore. Only the thin dainty figure of a fine model that had the perfect assets in the much-needed places. This will only last for 3 months at a time. By then you will need to retake the fitness Dan pill in order to maintain this shape, you understand? Raising a smirk, Mu Lung allows the foolish wench to bask in the glory of her new body before bringing up the bad news. And I also need to tell you one thing. This pill also has a side effect. After taking it, you can no longer have children. What? Shooting up her head in terrible fright, Ho Chui Chui became ghastly. Please don't bluff me. As a woman, if I can't have a child, then how am I supposed to marry in the future? You don't have to worry about that. Don't forget, I'm the most talented alchemist within the Misty Fairy House. Over time, I will inevitably become a 7th-grade alchemist, and then I can make all the cure you need to regain that ability. Though the statement was a bit over the top in terms of arrogance, this high-standing lady was indeed a 4th-grade alchemist at the tender age of 20-something. As she ages, it's not out of the question for her to reach that amazing feat after a few decades. Can't let her live for, really? Ho Chui Chui sounded hesitant nevertheless. But upon recognition of how talented Mu Lung was, she stuffed her doubt back inside at the end. Miss Mu Lung, I hope you won't forget me when you reach the 7th grade. Rest assured, I'm a person who keeps my promises and would never go back on my words. Now I'm going to first send you to the Dragon River for our plans to work, and do not ever forget the words I said to you. The appearance of Ho Chui Chui naturally couldn't be introduced by herself, otherwise that womanizer Sun Huan would definitely begin suspecting of something. Inside the study room of the Mu Manor, Elder Muzhin was just in the middle of going through her books when a voice from the outside interrupted her work. Though a bit annoyed, the old beauty summoned the individual anyways. Come in. Elder. The person was Uncle Mu, who was charged with following Mu Lung today to the restaurant. I inadvertently discovered something today while protecting the young miss. What's the matter? She frowns and paid closer attention. I've learned of Zhongnan and Zhongbei taking in a new disciple. A shocked look instantly takes over the old beauty's eye. Growing stern and cold now, those 2 old-timers actually took in a disciple? I thought after all these years they would be disheartened and have given up on life. Elder, should I send our people to assassinate the girl? A gleam of murderous intent twinkles within the old man's eye, indicating he's not beyond such dirty methods. The Misty Fairy House may not allow confrontation between its members, but that doesn't mean there aren't other methods under the table where they could take charge. For example, the slaying of the 2 brothers' first disciple was exactly such a case. In the end, Zhongnan and Zhongbei didn't even know their precious apprentice was murdered by someone else and only assumed it was an accident. But that's not the best part. As a result of that order from way back, the once leading figures Zhongnan and Zhongbei of the Elder Council has now fallen from grace and could only stand at the bottom of the ladder, unable to move forward again because of their idle cultivation. Muzhin huffs with displeasure. It was precisely these 2 old farts who supported the young lord when he mingled with a mundane woman from the outside. I wanted to use forceful means to break off their relationship, but they kept insisting on going against my plan, sending my opinion to deaf ears. But what of it? If I can't beat them in the open, then I can beat them in the shadows. If they weren't so stupid to begin with, then they never would have fallen into their current decrepit state. Just thinking of the past would be enough to make Muzhin's eye flare up with fire. Furthermore, simply killing their first disciple and freezing their cultivation is nowhere close to being enough to dispel my hatred for them both. Mu, Senior, I will leave this matter to you. I don't want to see anyone related to those two alive again. If one dead disciple is not enough, then I will see to it their second one is dead as well. Be assured, Elder, I won't let that lassie live for long. There won't be any evidences to point the incident back to us either. Giving a satisfied nod over her subordinate's smart wording, they owe me. Even if I kill their disciple, it's their fault and theirs to bear. That girl from back then is nothing but a mundane. How can she deserve the young lord's love? And if those two brothers are going to side with that bitch, then they will owe me for life. If going by the inhabitants of the Misty Fairy House, the residences here could not compete with the mainland in terms of number, of course. However, the amount of land they controlled and occupied definitely matches up on that end. It's just that. For any family with a certain level of status, they would most certainly control a mountain range that connects to the main mansion regardless of it being thousands of meters long. Can't let her live. 5. At this moment atop of Back Mountain to the Zhong Manor, Bai Yan was just in the middle of meditating to absorb in the surrounding energy. Where did Xiachen go? Opening her eyes, she was a tad surprised to find her son missing from the area and with no sign of his whereabouts. As a mother, Bai Yan's naturally worried and was quick on the uptake to look for the boy, especially in his current fox form when he's at his weakest. Just that when she did so, a fierce killing intent had caught her attention from behind and caused that moving leg to stop. Die! Towards the unmoving image of his target there, Uncle Mu's confidence promptly swelled and reinforces his will to attack. However, it's unsure if it's just coincidence or intentionally, but at the last moment when the strike's about to land, the woman's footstep had swung around to one side and allowed that body to escape the hit. Though slightly startled at having missed there, the senior didn't back down and wanted to press on with his efforts. That was until he felt that unfluctuating gaze coming right back at himself. Did you lure away the two guardians my two shifis assigned to me? Bai Yan asks with a mild tone. That's right, Senior Mu answers with a deep wrinkle on his temple. I did lure them away, but don't worry, they're very safe because my target is only you. He has a very high standard when doing things. Unless they're part of his list, he won't touch anyone else uninvolved. Then where's my fox? Bai Yan continues to ask. What fox? I don't know what you're talking about. Now Senior Mu's frown had become very deep, as was his patience over the incessant questioning. Bai Yan, on the other hand, showed a look of relief after confirming her son's safety. It looks like Xiachen only went out on his own to play and not because he's been kidnapped by someone else. Speaking about it, I should be thanking you. Smirking openly now, Bai Yan's gaze was full of laughter like a cat playing with a toy. What? The old man seems shocked, unsure of what to make of the other side's meaning. I'm thanking you for removing everyone away that could be a hindrance. This way I can act without worry. Now that smile on her face didn't seem so friendly anymore, it's downright dangerous and threatening as she firmly strode towards the assassin. Meanwhile, at the same time, her true strength as a monarch-ranked cultivator was in full bloom, leveling the ground with her pressuring aura and turning the sky gray. You're a monarch rank? Utterly shocked by this quick turn of events, Senior Mu could feel his heart pounding. Though the Misty Fairy House was considered to be one of the three major powers of this world, they are still within the realms of reason. As such, any monarch rank would be considered a powerhouse here regardless of their nature and would most certainly warrant an invite from the acting chief to join the Elder Council. Pumping with adrenaline, that's the first thought that came to this old-timer's mind as he made a hard dash for the mountains. You know too many things already, so don't even think about leaving. The voice was like the devil's, drifting into Senior Mu's ear and reinforcing the fear inside his heart. But if you tell me who ordered you to come kill me, then I might just leave your body intact afterwards. For those who want her life, Bai Yan has never been one to hold back. I would never tell you. The elder viciously yells back the reply while still fleeing for his life. Is that so? Not minding this at all, Bai Yan's hand casually raises up to take aim at her target. Next second, a burst of flame ignites out of the blue and enshrouds the elder's body, causing immense pain in the process. Can't let her live. 6. Even if you burn me to death, I won't say it. Bloodshot in his eyes, Senior Mu refuses to budge despite imminent death. Then so be it. Not minding this at all, Bai Yan carries out her words by following through with the threat. Bang! Turning her fist in a mountainous wave of energy, the crushing blow instantly turns the stubborn old fool into mush, killing him with no chance at life in doing so. Oops, I think I just went overboard there. Rubbing that nose of hers in embarrassment, Bai Yan shamefully strode towards the remaining corpse of the foe in order to salvage the situation. Senior Mu's last moment before death definitely didn't feel good. The pain was sharp and crushing. Even so, at least the process was quick and left him free to move on to the afterworld. Or that's what he thought until he felt a sharp, intense pain ripping at his soul. And sure enough, by the time he's managed to adapt to the sunlight in front of himself again, the man was horrified to discover the terrible truth. Bai Yan was indeed tearing at his soul and ripping it from his corpse. This could no longer be considered a simple act of fear, it's downright torture. He's always thought that after a person's death, their soul would automatically break away from the flesh, but now he's being grabbed and ripped away by a human hand? Now are you going to tell me who instructed you, or do I have to take further measures to make you talk? Gripping the soul firmly in place with one hand, Bai Yan slowly moves a ball of blue flame with the other to reaffirm her threat. This was the only description he could use to describe Bai Yan's existence at the moment. This woman is a monster. No, she's more frightening than a monster. She's a devil. I will speak. When the soul's about to make contact with that eerie-looking flame, the senior's last ounce of stubbornness had finally crumbled. I will tell you everything, just keep that fire away from me. If it was just material pain then he could still bear it, but it's one's soul, his soul. It's not common knowledge, but as someone who's from the Misty Fairy House, Senior Mu understands that damaging a soul meant the pain would manifest by several folds and more depending on the method. If you had obeyed from the beginning then none of this would need to happen, you know. All smiles there, Bai Yan squints those foxy eyes to show her mischievous side. In light of the mesmerizing face in front of himself, Senior Mu only found the woman's appearance all the more frightening. In fact, the more she smiled, the more his heart trembled. If I had known her strength would be like this then I would never have resisted. The one who sent me to kill you wasn't Mu Lung. It's her Shifu elder Muzhen. Muzhen? Slightly wrinkling her brow over the name, do we have a grudge or something? Why would she send an assassin after me? No, you and her do not have a grudge. It's Zhongnan and Zhongbei. She has a grudge against the two brothers. That's why she sent me to kill you in order to get back at them. Pausing a bit, Senior Mu had to take a short moment to come to terms with revealing the biggest secret. Muzhen admires the young lord. That's why she's jealous of that mundane girl who could get the young lord's love. Now this came as quite the surprise for Bai Yan after hearing this explosive news. But isn't Muzhen older than the young lord? If I remember correctly, that woman could even be the guy's mother based on her age group. She's never been much of a discriminatory when it came to one's age difference. After all, there are plenty of couples out there who are dozens of years apart. However, the issue here lies in the fact that Muzhen has a one-sided crush on the poor man, and even went out of her way to go after anyone whom she's jealous of? Yes, it's a shame that our young lord doesn't have the right to choose his own love interest. What, are you implying Muzhen could force Yunfeng to marry her or something? Bai Yan asks, intrigued by the old man's odd sentence right there. It's not Elder Muzhen who can force the young lord, it's a goddess from the celestial realm who is forcing him. Speaking of this goddess, Senior Mu's attitude immediately took a turn for the better. His eyes were full of admiration and worship when speaking. That goddess is not only from the celestial realm, her position is extremely high as well. Do you know about the war between gods and demons from a millennium ago? They say it's all because of her after she captivated the leaders of both sides. Can't let her live. 7. Bai Yan's complexion had gone dark over the claim. The demon lord. Does he mean Ditsong? But then who would be the leader of the gods? All of a sudden, her mind remembers back to the battlefield where she dreamed of her encounter with that white dashing figure. Can it be, the white figure from there is their leader? But what does this goddess have to do with the great war between gods and demons? Now that's something you don't know. This goddess isn't only the mistress of the 4 sacred beasts, she's also the woman whom the demon lord and celestial lord fancied. But unlike the 2 men, the goddess herself only wanted an ordinary life with a regular man. That's how she encountered our young lord and fancied him. Bai Yan became stupefied on the spot. Immediately, a chill spreads across her body and causing that gaze to grow sharp. The mistress of the 4 sacred beasts? How funny, according to Sisyphus' telling, the 4 sacred beasts have always been my people. Did I just get someone impersonating me? And the reason for all this nonsense is to rob a man? Perhaps able to sense the frosty air exuding out of Bai Yan's dreaded face too, Senior Mu's soul shrank into a tight ball out of fear right then. Did I say something wrong? Go on, keep speaking. Pursing her lip, she urges the old man to continue. Seeing his captor having no intention of instilling her fury upon him, the senior issues an immediate sigh of relief. Because of that reasoning, the chief wanted to bring the young lord back from his travels. To complete the task, Elder Muzhin was then ordered with the mission to go in place of the chief. That's where she learned of the mundane female getting into a relationship with the young lord. Naturally, Muzhin wanted to break the relationship off by proposing drastic means to everyone, but Zhongnan and Zhongbei objected to the idea and blocked it off along with the chief's consent. So that's the reason why Muzhin is filled with hatred for my 2 shifis? Drooping her eyes, a lamenting light flickers within Bai Yan's pupil over the silly reason for the enmity. Of course, that's not the only reason, it's what came afterwards that enraged her. The chief knew his son well, so he grew suspicious of Muzhin's story. To confirm the truth, he sent Zhongnan afterwards to bring back the young lord. The act alone was considered to be an insult, hence the bitter resentment. When the story reached up to this part, Bai Yan's lip had undoubtedly curved into a smirk, for she could already guess what's to come. And according to Muzhin's personality and character, she didn't stop, did she? Of course not. The elder sent her own people in secret and assassinated the girl in question. Afterwards, she just coined up a fake story saying the girl ran off to marry another mundane due to her falling into temptation. The only reason the lie even worked in the first place was because that person didn't reveal her background, so Zhongnan's had no way to locate the mentioned female in the story. Senior Mu's seen firsthand how cruel Bai Yan could be, so he didn't leave anything out from the incident from years ago. Though the old man himself didn't participate in the mission, he's still a close confidant, so many details are privy to his ear. But it's also because of this reason that he didn't realize something was very wrong. For example, the woman in front of himself right now had a very strong resemblance to the girl from back then. Then what about my Shifu's injury? Is it her doing as well? Musing for a moment, Bai Yan asks again. Considering her own ability and insight, there's no way she couldn't see through to the hidden injuries suffered by Zhongnan and Zhongbei. It's very likely the reason why the 2 elders are stuck at their current level and unable to progress. Yes, that's exactly it. Before that incident, the 2 brothers are both the first to enter into the middle level of the monarch rank and are both leading figures of the Elder Council. But since they're not the type to be suspicious of others, Muzhin was able to secretly plot against them and cause their progress to stall without further advances. Squinting her eyes, Bai Yan's gaze now carried a gleam wanting to kill. Then why does she want to kill me? Is it just because I took them both as my Shifu? In Elder Muzhin's mind, the 2 brothers owed her way too much and could never atone for their sins. To repay them back for this fact, she murdered their first disciple. Inhaling deeply at the last bit, Bai Yan finally got it and didn't need any more information. Fine then, out of consideration for the honesty you showed, I won't destroy your soul. Can't let her live. 8. Senior Mu's mood had just lightened up after hearing this, but just when he's about to give his thanks, Bai Yan had already flicked her finger to send the soul flying. By the time he's returned to his sense after being thrown away, the man's soul had found himself trapped within his own body again. What have you done to me? In his fit of rage, the old man wanted to question the woman to only discover he's unable to speak. Under normal circumstances, a person's soul would automatically leave the body and head off to the afterlife for reincarnation. But now, he's found his soul unable to escape and stuck within his own body. I only promised not to destroy your soul. I never mentioned anything about letting you go. You've done so many bad things in this life and you still want to reincarnate? Snarling, Bai Yan sarcastically ridicules the old fool who still thinks he deserves another life. She couldn't deny the original intent of getting close to the two brothers didn't have the best interest in mind, mainly to locate Dragoni and the blood vines. However, she's not made of stone inside either. Bai Yan has emotions too. When one truly cares for her, she too would return the kindness. So, whether it be the group who harmed the two elders back then or those who does it now, the only outcome would be death. Sensing the approaching presence from afar, Bai Yan knew her time was up and moved quickly to lie down in order to pretend she fainted. Not long after, two familiar figures had come into sight. Zhong, older, could care less who the extra corpse belonged to right now. He only had his precious disciple in mind. Therefore, when he noticed the unconscious girl lying on the floor, he exclaimed and ran over in haste, "My student!" Zhongbei, younger, reacted similarly, but instead of exclaiming, his first reaction was to scan the area with the most intense killing intent he could muster. How dare an intruder come into our home and hurt my student? Ugh! Seeing it's about right, Bai Yan slowly rolled around and pretends to have just regained her consciousness. Shifu, what's going on? Oh, it's wonderful that you are all right, my student. Me and your second Shifu was worried sick after sensing you were unprotected. We thought you might be in danger, so we hurried over to check. Tell me, what happened before you passed out? Zhongnan asks with a relieved expression. I don't know either, Shifu. I was just training when this person suddenly attacked me from out of the blue. Next thing I knew was being knocked out and losing consciousness. Drooping her eyes to avoid contact, she felt very guilty about lying, so she could only apologize inwardly. It's not like Bai Yan wanted to deceive her two new Shifus, but it's just not the right timing yet. When things are ripe, then she swears, she would definitely explain everything. After hearing the brief explanation, the older brother's attention immediately switched to the corpse nearby. Making the coldest eye ever, Senior Moo. Damn this bastard, I recognize this dog anywhere. It was precisely this bunch of thugs who murdered my disciple. While Muzhen and her goons assumed the two brothers were naive and incapable of perceiving internal politics, it's not entirely true. They're just not the type to stoop to using dirty means and wanted to openly bring the criminals to justice. Issue was, they never managed to figure out how or find a clue, hence their disheartened state. I can feel the lingering energy of a monarch-rank cultivator around here. I suspect a powerful master must have been passing by and managed to save our yener. The younger brother Zhongbei deduces after collecting the clues around the scene. The news didn't fare well with the older Zhongnan at all though. Tensing up in the heart, his hands had formed a crunching ball. If we weren't so lucky, then wouldn't my disciple be? Big brother, Zhongbei turns to his older brother with a confronting air. We can't let this go on any longer. Regardless of us having proof or not, it's clear that old witch is going to continue to attack us regardless of the rules. The time for waiting and enduring is over. Can't let her live. 9. Zhongnan remained silent for the longest time before eventually answering his brother's call for war. Muzhen has already broken through to the higher level of the monarch rank while we are still stuck at the mid-level. One level of difference may not seem like much, however, when one's at their caliber, even an inch of improvement could mean a lifetime of effort. While they're stuck in their current level for all these years, the rest of the Elder Council has either reached their level or even surpassed them. I don't care. Zhongbei grew vicious in his voice. Back then I didn't rush off to kill that old witch because I couldn't bear to see the young lord stand alone without support. But now I can't take it anymore. It's either she dies or I die today. After nearly 20 years of suppression, this old fella obviously couldn't take it anymore and would do anything to get even. Regardless of that being giving up his own life in exchange. Shifu, Bai Yan's voice suddenly interjects itself into the conversation. I just picked up a strange bottle while I was training. Minding having a look at what it is? Making a look of surprise on their faces, Zhongnan and Zhongbei immediately turns to the indicated object. What did you find? Displayed before the two brothers were a white porcelain bottle of odd design. This is As soon the cork was twisted open and allowed the fragrance to waft out, the two nearly fainted from the overwhelming smell. Though they didn't know exactly what the 3 pills were inside, their experience told them it's something amazing because their bodies were taking in the surrounding energy like a vacuum. That's something they haven't felt in years ever since they fell victim to Muzhin's scheme. Exchanging a glance of astonishment with each other, both brothers suspected the pills might just be able to cure their injuries. Yena, where did you get this medicine? Did you really pick it up by accident? Downright shaking in his hand now, Zhongnan asks with a stern expression. Putting on a doubtful and confused face in return, Bai Yan had a lot of trouble keeping up her act. Yeah, I found it inside a cave up in the mountains. Is there a problem? I really did find it by accident. Of course there's a problem. Although I don't know what exactly these 3 pills are, but it's very likely able to cure our injuries. The 2 of you are hurt? Hurrying to get up from the floor now, Bai Yan makes the most awkward and fake look of someone being shocked by a hidden secret. Are you both okay? Where are you hurt? If it was any other person out there, they would surely call out the woman's horrible act. However, since these 2 brothers are putting all their trust into the lying fox over there, they didn't suspect a thing. Maybe Yener is fated to be our savior, that's why she was able to pick up this medicine? Hesitating for a good moment, the younger Zhongbei offers his suggestion in a puzzled tone. After all, this really was too coincidental even for him. In truth, this was no coincidence at all. Bai Yan's been preparing these Dan pills for some time now during the past few days. And as a precaution, she even went the extra mile to make 3 pills instead of 2, just so it doesn't rouse suspicion. Well, not that it would help when her acting was so poorly done that even an idiot would notice something was fishy. Disciple, you should rest for today since you just went through something so extreme. Don't worry, your 2 shifis here would definitely get revenge for you. A gleam of killing intent instantly takes hold of Zhongnan's iris after saying that. Muzhin. If she had stopped causing trouble, then that's that, but now she's having the nerve to harm my newly acquired apprentice. She's asking for it. We will make her pay for everything. Blood for blood, death for death. Chapter 686, Can't Let Her Live, 9. Zhongnan remained silent for the longest time before eventually answering his brother's call for war. Muzhin has already broken through to the higher level of the monarch rank while we are still stuck at the mid-level. 1 level of difference may not seem like much, however, when one's at their caliber, even an inch of improvement could mean a lifetime of effort. While they're stuck in their current level for all these years, the rest of the Elder Council has either reached their level or even surpassed them. I don't care. Zhongbei grew vicious in his voice. Back then I didn't rush off to kill that old witch because I couldn't bear to see the young lord stand alone without support. But now I can't take it anymore. It's either she dies or I die today. After nearly 20 years of suppression, this old fella obviously couldn't take it anymore and would do anything to get even. Regardless of that being giving up his own life in exchange. Shifu, Bai Yan's voice suddenly interjects itself into the conversation. I just picked up a strange bottle while I was training. Minding having a look at what it is? Making a look of surprise on their faces, Zhongnan and Zhongbei immediately turns to the indicated object. What did you find? Displayed before the 2 brothers were a white porcelain bottle of odd design. This is... As soon the cork was twisted open and allowed the fragrance to waft out, the 2 nearly fainted from the overwhelming smell. Though they didn't know exactly what the 3 pills were inside, their experience told them it's something amazing because their bodies were taking in the surrounding energy like a vacuum. That's something they haven't felt in years ever since they fell victim to Muzhin's scheme. Exchanging a glance of astonishment with each other, both brothers suspected the pills might just be able to cure their injuries. Yena, where did you get this medicine? Did you really pick it up by accident? Downright shaking in his hand now, Zhongnan asks with a stern expression. Putting on a doubtful and confused face in return, Bai Yan had a lot of trouble keeping up her act. Yeah, I found it inside a cave up in the mountains. Is there a problem? I really did find it by accident. Of course there's a problem. Although I don't know what exactly these 3 pills are, but it's very likely able to cure our injuries. The 2 of you are hurt. Hurrying to get up from the floor now, Bai Yan makes the most awkward and fake look of someone being shocked by a hidden secret. Are you both okay? Or are you hurt? If it was any other person out there, they would surely call out the woman's horrible act. However, since these two brothers are putting all their trust into the lying fox over there, they didn't suspect a thing. Maybe Yen'er is fated to be our savior, that's why she was able to pick up this medicine? Hesitating for a good moment, the younger Zhongbei offers his suggestion in a puzzled tone. After all, this really was too coincidental even for him. In truth, this was no coincidence at all. Bai Yan's been preparing these Dan pills for some time now during the past few days. And as a precaution, she even went the extra mile to make 3 pills instead of 2, just so it doesn't rouse suspicion. Well, not that it would help when her acting was so poorly done that even an idiot would notice something was fishy. Disciple, you should rest for today since you just went through something so extreme. Don't worry, your 2 shifis here would definitely get revenge for you. A gleam of killing intent instantly takes hold of Zhongnan's iris after saying that. Muzhen. If she had stopped causing trouble then that's that, but now she's having the nerve to harm my newly acquired apprentice. She's asking for it. We will make her pay for everything. Blood for blood, death for death. Can't let her live. 10. Patting that hand to remove the dust from her hand, Bai Yan watches from behind as her 2 shifis carried off the assassin and pill in order to conduct their own business. I should go look for Xiachen too. It's getting late and the little rascal must be getting into so much trouble right now. She murmurs this to herself, afraid what might become of the city if she doesn't retrieve her son soon. The whole household. Currently standing in front of a full-length mirror was Ho Chui Chui. The girl's currently measuring up her newfound figure with satisfaction and glee. Who? Suddenly, a movement near the doorway had caught the girl's attention, causing her to swing herself around to peer over in the direction. To her surprise, it was a small little fox that instantly won her heart over under the glistening sun. Though she could easily recognize it as being the very same one who harmed herself at the restaurant, no female could possibly endure this level of cuddliness. Fine, I won't blame you since you are so cute. Now you just need to be my pet. Oh little fox, I didn't even go looking for you and now you're knocking at my door on your own? Smiling right up to her eyes, Ho Chui Chui's existence exuded an aura of deviousness as she got closer to the little guy. Be happy, I am a kind-hearted person. As long as you become my pet then I can ignore the fact that you hurt me. Just bringing such a cute fox out as a pet is enough to make others jealous of me. But just as the girl's hand was about to touch the fox's face, that's when Bai Xiachen did the unexpected and bit her fingers hard. Ah! Screaming out in pain, the former chubby girl hurries to retract that hand. Infuriated in her voice, "Damn fox, how dare you ignore my goodwill? I'm telling you now, I am the benefactor of that Huan Yin, so you better not go against me." In order to not let Ho Chui Chui be exposed, Mu Leng had more than once instilled the idea into her brain that she's the one who jumped into the river. Over time, the lie had become a fact in this delusionary girl's head. To be clear, though Huan Yin herself wasn't capable of cultivating due to her body at birth, it still doesn't change the fact that the Mirage household was one of the 4 major families within the Misty Fairy house. And to be able to reach such height meant they aren't to be trifled with, even for the leading family. For Bai Xiachen, who witnessed everything on the boat that day, he naturally showed a dubious face over the claim. Huan, isn't she the woman whom Mother saved that day in the river? But isn't the benefactor supposed to be Mother? How did it become this person here instead? Not waiting for the little fox to understand, Ho Chui Chui has already taken a bag from the side in order to sack the kid. But that's not going to work against an agile and flexible fox, would it? Swinging to the side in a smooth dodging motion, Bai Xiachen retaliates with a razor-sharp slash with his claw, leaving behind 5 bloody marks in the process. Can't let her live. 11. Ah! Ho Chui Chui once again exclaims. Filled with burning rage in those eyes this time, she makes a pounce for the tiny critter in hopes of catching it. Sadly, she couldn't even catch a strand of hair, let alone the sly-moving fox. In hindsight, Bai Xiachen was able to nimbly dodge the girl with ease as they ran around the room. For this reason, the once tidy place was now a mess due to Ho Chui Chui bumping into everything. The chairs were scattered, the table knocked and the vases shattered. Because of the loud commotion coming from this wing, it didn't take long for the rest of the whole family members to come running in order to investigate. Knowing this wouldn't be good if there's more people around, Xianxia figured it's time he made himself scarce and bolted for the outside. In the crowded streets of the market, a little fox was scurrying off at top speed for the Zhong Manor's direction. "I've been away for over half an hour already. Mother must be really worried." Just as the image of Bai Yan's grumpy face was all that's in the kid's head, a pair of feet had suddenly come in front of him and blocked his path. Naturally, the boy was annoyed by the interruption and looked up questioningly. In that instant, his eyes instantly turned into a raging red after seeing the purplish robe and silvery hair. Meanwhile, on the receiving end, the majestic man only showed surprise and joy before it devolved into a stinging pain over the fox's appearance. This was his son who's been harmed, and his wife was nowhere to be seen. "Where's your mother?" The man's voice sounded hoarse and dry as he asked. No one knows but himself how hard it was without his family. If not for the faith inside that it would be all right, Daoist might have given up already. Issue was, state teacher only managed to predict Bai Yan's approximate whereabout of being at the Misty Fairy house. As to the exact location, he hasn't had a clue. "Take me to her." Full of bitter sadness inside, the once proud demon lord was now a pleading father who only wants his family back. This of course didn't go unnoticed by the little fox and nearly won him over even. However, the pain caused by the fraud and the lies were too deep. Eventually the boy dismisses his own wavering self. "I can't go soft, I can't betray mother, and I can't let anyone bring harm to mother again." "Xianxia." The man picks the boy up before it's too late. "I can give you an explanation for what happened before." Despite the desperateness in his voice, the toddler didn't want to hear any of it. He kept his ears covered with those paws to show he had no intent of listening. "I won't listen. I won't listen. This baddie hurt mother so much I will never forgive him." Seeing his old man wasn't going to let him go at this rate, Xianxia did what any child would do, and that was to bite down harshly at those hands. In the next second, blood began to flow out of the palm from the bite wounds. Daoist didn't relent and simply made a frown in light of this. He knows this was his only chance. If he misses this opportunity to right things, then it's likely his wife and son would never show themselves again. Fortunately, his perseverance seems to have worked because the kid eventually relented. "Why did baddie father not stop me? Considering his strength, he could easily stop me from making him bleed. So why?" "Impersonate one. Where's your mother?" the man asks again with a deeper sound signature. Against that constant pleading, the baby fox unconsciously softens up once more. However, whenever he does so, the image of Bai Yan's bloodied-up body from that day instantly reemerges and strengthens his resolve. Huffing a snort, he deliberately swings his head to the side in order to ignore the pain from the man's eye. "Xianxia, the man from that day wasn't me." "Really?" Suspiciously sneaking a peek, the baby fox didn't know whether to believe that explanation or not. What if he's here to pursue mother in order to finish the job? Flickering with light over that possibility, those sneaky blue eyes grew cunning, like he's just thought up a plan. And since Daoist only had the thought of reuniting with his wife again, the demon lord naturally couldn't catch on to the boy's inner thought. Under those pleading eyes of this father, Xianxia eventually nodded. "You agree?" Trembling in his hand, the man had to take a good moment to take in this reality, for it's too much for his heart. Unfortunately for him though, instead of heading for the Zhong Manor's location like they should, the baby fox went in the complete opposite way and intends to lead the man astray. Daoist could doubt anyone, but not his son. As such, he followed with a sense of ecstasy at the eventual reunion of his wife. Zhong Manor. Bai Yan had searched every nook and cranny she could think of already. Whether it be the back mountain or the nearby city streets, she couldn't locate her son at all. After a long while of musing, she figured there's only one other location she didn't look yet, and that was the Dragon River. Xianxia must have went to look for Tsing Yi at the bottom of the river. No matter, I will go have a look over there regardless. Out of her own urgency, the woman didn't leave any word behind for her two shifts and headed directly for the river. To her surprise, there were a lot, And by a lot she meant a ton of people scouring the river bank at the moment when she arrives. What's going on here? Why is there so many people around? Furrowing that tightly knotted brow, she asks one of the bystanders. You don't know yet? The one being asked was a teenager who appeared quite taken aback by the strange question. Aren't you also a member of our Misty Fairy House? How could you not know when something this big happened? Bai Yan's face showed a look of embarrassment. I haven't been out for a long time, so I'm kind of out of the loop. My two shifis only told me to keep away from the Dragon River. Never did they mention about anything else like the place being a huge attraction. What if they discover Tsing Yi's location? Just as Bai Yan's contemplating the risks of this continuing, the youth speaks up again and kept going. It is said that a few days ago there appeared a genius young lady during the youth convention. Not only did this person cure the Mirage family's Huan Yin of her physical condition, she also saved the girl and another from the dragons that attacked the boat. For that reason, everyone's now out and about in search of that missing lady. Making a face of disbelief and shock. Did my actions that day raise such a huge sensation? And I didn't know until now? We've found her. Suddenly, a wave of joy interrupts her train of thought and instantly attracted the attention of all from the front. Looking over, she herself could see two young maids currently supporting a woman out of the Dragon River. Just like how she was that day, this individual had on a veil to cover up the better part of the blood-smeared face while the dress grew sticky to the body as a result of the water. What's going on here? Didn't I instruct Goldie and Silvery to not drag anyone into the water again? Why are there still people falling into the Dragon River? She frowns and became rather perplexed by the scene. Impersonatu, it's just that. When Bai Yan saw the woman's figure, her initial reaction was a stupefied expression of someone seeing a ghost. Sure, she couldn't see the woman's face from her angle, but the fact that the figure looked so similar to her own was uncanny. Take the clothes for example, it's exactly as the one she wore that day on the boat. Just when Bai Yan was rather puzzled and didn't know what to make of this, another voice had cut in and pulled her attention away. Move aside please, everyone move aside please. Miss Mu Lung is coming through. Mu Lung? The name immediately caused her face to go heavy. To tell the truth, even if the girl did somewhat offend herself on the boat that day, Bai Yan didn't really take it to heart. After all, it's just some random person whom she met on a single outing. But Mu Lung's the student of Elder Muzhen, that makes her an enemy. Yes, this woman is the person who saved Huan Yin that day. I remember her. Mu Lung mildly says this after coming up to the river bank. Phew. The people were all heaving a puff of relief after hearing this because the rescue efforts could finally come to an end. Though it did strike them as odd that a woman could survive for several days on end inside the water, it doesn't change the fact that the person has been found. Bai Yan on the other hand didn't feel so relaxed like the rest of them though. Her instincts are directing her to a certain theory. If all of this was only to save the woman that just fell into the water, then it could still be coincidence, but Mu Lung's involvement? That's just too ridiculous. This was clearly a ploy for something else. Squinting her eyes, a frosty gleam flashes within Bai Yan's iris. You a poof. The rescued woman coughs twice as she threw up the water in her lungs. Showing confusion as she opened her eyes. This is, where am I? Am I still alive? You needn't be afraid. You are safe now. Mu Lung's voice sounded incredibly soft and warm. Now first tell us what happened under the river. The woman's body shook like she's still frightened by the experience before going over the previously discussed story. I was dragged away by those two dragons and locked inside a palace. They didn't feed me for days and I was starving throughout the imprisonment. In the end I had to use a lot of energy before eventually finding an opening to escape from the palace. I didn't expect the location to be under the river, so I nearly drowned as soon as I got out. Understanding this was enough in their fake story, Mu Lung hurries to signal her men to take the person away. This lady is obviously very shook still from the experience. Take her back to the Mu Manor and have some of my maids cater to her needs. Having said that, the high-standing lady then straightens up to face the focused crowd, and I need to go report this to the chief. Yes, Miss Mu Lung. The guard respectfully complied and retreated away. From beginning to end, Bai Yen was watching this from behind the crowd and became rather amused by the blatant lie. When trouble befalls you from heaven, then there is still hope of avoidance. But when you ask for it, then there is no hope of escape. Since Mu Lung is courting her own death, then why should I stop her? Since entering the Mu Manor after being led here, Ho Chui Chui hadn't stopped exploring for even a minute. She's too excited inside knowing this might all be within her grasp soon, especially that back mountain which stretches for miles on end. Miss Ho, a maid hurriedly comes to report, Miss Huan Yin is coming. This immediately warranted a hopeful look from the excited woman. Hurry and let her in. Yes, Miss Ho. In no time at all, the maid had returned from the front with another person in tow. Impersonate 3, Miss Huan Yin. Ho Chui Chui coughs awkwardly to clear her throat after seeing how quick the girl ran over. Saving you is something I should duly do, there's no need for you to bow to me. In the ignorant wench's mind, all those amazing people should have some level of air around there themselves to differentiate from the common folks. And since she herself had become Huan Yin's savior, she mustn't lose out and decides to act smart to put on the act. Unfortunately for the once chubby fool, that's a total miss on her end. Nearly coming to a stumbling halt, the hopeful guest known as Huan Yin now shows a wary look. When did I bow to her? How come I didn't know? Miss Ho, what's wrong with your voice? Why do I feel like your voice has changed? She asks, pursing her lip in the process. Thankfully Ho Chui Chui herself still had a veil on right now, otherwise the expression she made in that instant would have been a big giveaway. Oh, I'm just a little uncomfortable in the throat. It's normal for someone's voice to change after going through what I did. It will heal in due time. Nodding her head in understanding, Huan Yin immediately asked again with another idea. I have here some medicine to help heal your weakened body. Would you like some? This? There's no need. Ho Chui Chui hurries to shake her head. With my ability and strength, a little injury like this is nothing. So Miss Huan Yin, is there anything you need in coming to see me? Now the wariness was quickly growing inside her. Huan Yin may not know why, but something iffy was up and she couldn't quite figure out why. Miss Ho, where is that fox of yours? Forcing a smile, she decides to go in a roundabout way to get some more information. Fox. Staring wide-eyed, Ho Chui Chui became puzzled. That was enough for the already suspicious girl to reaffirm there's something really wrong here. Huan Yin and Bai Yen may not be actual friends, but that doesn't mean she's blind. During the ride on the dragon boat, the girl could see how important that silvery fox was to the veiled female. You know, the silvery fox you were keeping by your arm's length at all times during the incident? Silvery fox? Getting anxious as well now knowing she's screwed up, the fake hurries to make up a lie using a soft tone. My poor fox was eaten by the dragons that day. So that's why. Not going to start prying, Huan Yin knew she's overstepped her boundaries after seeing the fake sorrow in the other side's face. Taking a step back, Miss Ho, I came today in order to thank you for saving me. In addition, I'm also here to formally invite you to my home for a visit after your injuries are healed. My father would like to personally thank you for the deed. It's getting late and I should stop disturbing your rest. The first instinct Ho Chui Chui had there after hearing this was to reach out to stop this. Unfortunately for this deceiving wench, Huan Yin's legs were much faster than those fingers. Sighing over the departing figure, that Huan Yin is too kind to me, she's obviously only leaving so fast in order to let me rest. No matter, I will grace her with my presence once I'm in good health. Quit worrying, you fool. The impersonation worked, otherwise she wouldn't have invited yourself to her home just now. She kept murmuring this to herself as if it's some kind of spell. Back outside the Mu Manor's doorway, Huan Yin was just about to board her carriage when the maid she brought along spoke up. Miss, weren't you really excited to meet Miss Ho? Why did you back there? Halting in her step over that question, she turns and stared meaningfully into the general direction of the inside. This person, something's not quite right about her. What? The maid exclaims. I don't know why, but I just feel there's something very wrong about her. Though my interaction with the woman that day is short and brief, but the air and temperament this Ho Chui Chui gave me is completely different. Biting her lip, Huan Yi knew she couldn't let this slide. We're going back first. I need to let my father know about this so he can investigate the matter further. Impersonate 4. After having the whole rescue effort coming to a close, Bai Yan didn't leave like the rest and spent a good amount of time searching the riverbank for her son's whereabout to no avail. Frowning now, can it be something happened to him? It's then a slight rustling sound had caught her attention. From her angle, Bai Yan could see there's a heavily injured fatty that's leaning against the main trunk of a tree up ahead. The man was literally covered in blood as a result of the sword embedded into his chest, indicating how severe that wound was. She wanted to go get a closer look, but when she took a step forward, the noise from her footsteps had obviously scared the individual and roused him to make a run for it. Not going to let this slide, Bai Yan does a flash step and blocked the fatty's path. It looks like your body is quite special if you can still run in your current state. Oh great lady, please let me go, just pretend I'm a fart and toss me away. Kneeling as his first reaction, the fatty gets down on the floor and begs with all his might. Explain to me then, why did you run as soon as you saw me, and are you pleading for your life? Crossing her arms around the chest, Bai Yan smirks with confidence like she's not afraid. Let him know she's still unaware of what's going on. I've told Mulung's people about you buying the ticket from me and also gave them a portrait of your face. I was scared, that's why I did that when they threatened me. The fatty merchant thought this was a form of payback for outing her, hence the reason why he would be so frightened after seeing Bai Yan blocking his path. What's with your injury then? From the very beginning, Bai Yan's been suspecting something was up when Mulung showed up so perfectly after the girl was salvaged from the water. Now it's beginning to make total sense. It's the Mu Manners people. The fatty puckers his lip to the side in discontent. Those people were afraid of me exposing this matter to others, that's why they sent assassins after me. Luckily my heart grew on the wrong side of my body and allowed me to avoid dying. Do you want revenge? Now Bai Yan's tone was getting cold and serious. Revenge? The fatty quickly waves hand in a panic, shaking his head to get the point through. Please don't make this joke with me. Mulung is Elder Muzhin's disciple. In the entire Elder Council, that old woman has more than enough power to crush a lowly grunt like me and cover it up without anyone knowing. Oh, is that so? Nodding at the man's insistence, if you are not interested in revenge then I won't force you. However, I am a woman of standard. Any debt must be paid in equal exchange. Regarding the part about you revealing me to Mulung, I expect you to repay me with your life as compensation. Originally the fatty merchant was already getting ready to issue a sigh of relief, but to hear this threatening statement from out of the blue, he could literally cry tears of foul. And you call that not forcing me? How do you expect me to refuse when you're threatening my life? All serious in return, of course I'm not forcing you, just that. I like equal exchanges. Who told you to expose me to those people? Crying in grievance now, the fat merchant knew he's now on the hook. Then what do you want me to do? Nothing much, only you coming out at the critical moment to act as a witness. And as an extra measure of safety, you will follow me from now on. Impersonate 5. Why do I feel like following you is even more dangerous? Puckering his lip to the side, the fat merchant had an aching sensation this couldn't be good. Talk about bad karma. If he knew things would devolve into such a dangerous state, then he would have never gotten greedy and sold the ticket to this devilish woman. What are you still standing there for? If you can still move then come with me now. Giving only a glance, Bai Yan turns for the Zhong Manor where her shifis should still be busy doing their own thing. Xiachen might have already went back by now since it is getting late. A grumbling tummy always gets the best of him. As much as the fatty merchant wanted to resist, he knew well enough that the woman in front of himself far exceeded his own strength. In the end, he could only begrudgingly follow from behind until they arrived at their destination. You are Elder Zhongnan and Zhongbei's people? The man asks with astonishment in his eyes. They are my shifis, Bai Yan returns with a slight nod. This, if she is their disciple then why didn't she receive an invitation slip that day? Growing increasingly wary after thinking of that part, the fatty still knew he must get a clearer answer if he were to continue on with this plan. I didn't know the two elders had another disciple. From what I hear, they only had one from 20 years ago. After that person died in a freak accident, The two elders have been in a tumbling spiral downwards ever since. Halting in her step, Bai Yan swings around using a rather intimidating stance. I will get revenge for my Shifis. Don't tell me. While watching that fierce reaction, the fatty merchant suddenly came down with an ominous idea. The one who killed your senior, it's Elder Muzhin's people, isn't it? If not for that reason, then why would she go through so much trouble to topple Muzhin and Mulung? Turning that fierce face into a condescending one, Bai Yan stares down at the person like he's a dead man. You know, knowing too much is not good for the faint of heart. The more they know, the quicker they die. The threat nearly made the fatty pee himself right then and there. Whatever he wanted to say next, he's lost it, for he knows he's now in a wolf's den and could no longer come back out. Miss, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. If everything fails, then retreat is always the best solution. I don't want to get caught up in between the power struggle of two elder factions. But before he could make it a single step out of the front door, two muscular men had blocked off his path. Gulping over this, he swings around again. Miss, what does it take for you to spare me? Smiling like a smug monster in human skin, Bai Yan makes a comforting pat on the man's shoulder, which only increased the already tense air. Don't worry, I promise to keep you safe, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. The two of them will be responsible for your protection, and if you want to be even safer, all you have to do is keep within 100 meters of me at all times. In light of that statement, the fatty only found his life increasingly shorter, like it won't be very long before he meets his end. Please, milady, I still have young ones and old ones to look after in my life. Please have some mercy. One more word and I will let you meet your maker this instant. Squinting those eyes, her tone turned threatening. Sure enough, the other side immediately shuts that mouth and didn't utter another word. I have something to do still, so you can walk around the place on your own if you like. Remember though, do not leave the Zhong Manor's premise. Signaling the two muscular men in the back to take the person away to his quarter, she then turns to her own residence in search of the naughty little fox. Bai Yan thought the boy would have returned by now for sure, but after much searching and flipping, there were no signs of the little rascal. Now the mother's starting to truly worry and panic. Where exactly did my son go? If it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely come back and tell me first if he's staying out late. Just when this mother's struggling to decide on her next course of action, a guard from the front had come in to report, Miss, someone is seeking an audience with you. See me? Slightly frowning, let him inside. Yes, milady. Affirming with a nod, the guard quickly retreats for the task. Not long after, the supposed guest had arrived at her courtyard. It was a man wearing a golden-colored robe with eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. When he finally noticed Bai Yan's existence though, that curious face promptly lit up and he ran over like a overjoyed kid. Impersonate, 6, Ms. He had wanted to follow Tsing Yi's way of calling Bai Yan his mistress, but after thinking it through, when it's a public place, he decides to stuff the thought back down. I am Goldie. Goldie? Blinking in astonishment, Bai Yan hurries to signal the maids and guards nearby to go. All of you retreat first and leave us to ourselves. Yes, milady. Due to her being Zhongnan and Zhongbei's disciple, everyone within the estate now takes her as the third highest authority. Aside from the two elders themselves, the woman's words are law. Once they're alone again, Bai Yan got right to the point. Why did you come all of a sudden? It's the little master. He told me to bring you a message, mistress. He said he will return in a few days due to a matter at hand. Making a slight frown, my son needs to be away for a few days? Xiachen is always so clingy, why would he suddenly want to leave for a few days? I don't know either, but the little master told me he is very safe and would return on his own. I see, exhaling a long sigh, you can go back first then. Although she doesn't know what her son intends to do during this period, it didn't matter because Bai Yan's trust in her son remains strong. As long as he's not in danger, then it's fine. Mistress, the human-formed Goldie suddenly starts to wiggle awkwardly like a shy little child. Lady Tsing Yi told me to stay with you for protection and that she's fine with only Silvery by her side. Musing over the idea, it didn't long for her to come to a conclusion. Fine, then you can stay. But tell me first, how did my son get in contact with you? This? Goldie scratches his head and puts on the broadest cheek-eating grin he's ever made. I gave him a transmission stone before you and the little master left last time. It was something I picked up by accident one day. But Xianxia can't speak in his current state. How did you understand him? That's not an issue, mistress. As long as he speaks to me using his heart, then I can understand his message. The knowledge instantly causes the woman's eye to flicker with light. Do you remember where you found the transmission stone? It's over at the Dragon Clan side. Dragon Clan? Rubbing her chin in contemplation. Why not? I need to go there sooner or later anyways. I'll send someone to arrange a room for you later. You can stay here for now. Okay. Goldie was now giggling with glee, the polar opposite of what a huge ferocious dragon should look like. Meanwhile, at the same time in a not-so-far-away mountain, the little rascal of a fox had just finished tucking away the transmission stone in his possession. Goldie will bring my message to Mother, then Mother won't have to worry about me. But before Xianxia could enjoy his momentary victory, a tall shadow from behind had enveloped his tiny body, thus causing the poor kid to freeze right on the spot. Is your mother really in a place like this? The man's voice was hoarse and somber as he asked. The little fox nodded in quick succession. Against that innocent child look, it would be difficult for one to doubt his sincerity. Issue was, the one making the question was Daoist, the demon lord and ruler of the demon realm. There's no way he would fall for his own son's trick. Arching his lip into a cheeky smirk, this rascal really think I can't hear his message just now, does he? There's nothing I can't intercept at this range. Whatever, as long as he can't overcome that hole in his heart, then he won't take me to his mother. I will need to think of something to fix this. Xianxia, are you hungry? I just caught a pheasant, so why I don't make a roast for you? How about it? Normally Xianxia would never deny an offering of food, however, the image of Daoist blowing up the kitchen from the last time he was inside their home still lingers vividly in his mind. Therefore, his first answer was to shake his head around like a rocking drum. But whether it be a yes or no, the demon lord didn't care. Ignoring the expression of his son's distraught face, he sweeps his sleeve and summoned up a pile of branches where he immediately shot out a fireball to light it up. Impersonate 7. The little fox definitely lacked confidence in his old man's culinary skills, but that soon changed after he got his first whiff of the barbecue scent in the air. All of a sudden, there's now a drooling kid who kept trying to resist the temptation despite that constant peeking from the corner of his eye. After half an hour later, Daoist readily tosses the roasted pheasant over to the boy's side where he immediately took a huge bite out of the flesh like a hungry animal. The flavor and aroma were overflowing, filling his jaws and taste bud to the brim of intoxication. Then, realizing the fault in his manners, Xianxia at least had some consciousness left in his gluttonous self. Ripping one of the legs off, he tosses it back over to the watching demon lord like it's his form of kindness. Daoist, on the other hand, honestly didn't expect this from the boy. The kid's always been quite resistant to his existence. That's why this act actually shook him somewhat and made him get a true sense of being a father. The one who hunted you and your mother really wasn't me before, and I've dealt with them already. Sadly, the boy only had the roast pheasant in mind right now, so none of those sincere words even reached his ears, let alone sway the kid's opinion. Truly, only a mother would know their son the best. Exactly like Bai Yan predicted, the grumbling stomach always comes out on top for this little glutton. What do I have to do to get you to take me to your mother? As long as you tell me, then I will promise anything. Daoist once again pleads using his gentlest tone. Shaking his little head after a good moment of musing, nope, I mustn't bring Batty Father to see Mother, otherwise Mother will surely beat him away. I haven't even forgiven him yet. Xianxia, if I'm not wrong, you fell into a frenzied state before, did you not? Frenzied? The little fox blinks and blinks, confused by the term. What's that? He knew only to protect his mother back then and to kill anyone who wants to bring her harm. As for everything else, he didn't have a clue remaining in his already hazy memory. From the very beginning I could tell there's a mysterious force contained within your blood. I had thought it would take several more years before that power breaks forward, but it seems it can longer wait. Bringing the fox into his arms, the man leisurely leans against the nearby tree like a magnificent sculpture. Naturally, Bai Xiachen would struggle at the contact. After all, he's still quite upset at his old man. But a baby fox would remain a baby fox. There's no way he could overpower a fully grown man's binding hands. Don't move. Di Tsong's finger taps down at the boy's temple. In an instant, a cool stream of energy flows into that body, causing a wave of refreshing tension to take hold. Eventually, a pleased groaning sound escaped the boy's mouth. His appearance was no different from a kitty cat being petted with its eyes closed. Then, just as the pleasurable massage was at its peak, the stream of energy suddenly stopped, causing him to wince and look up in puzzlement. At this moment, Di Tsong's complexion didn't look good at all despite the smirk he held. In fact, the voice he's making carried a trace of weakness. Originally, I wanted to wait a bit longer for my strength to restore itself, but it's clear that cannot wait anymore. Remember, what I did will only last for 2 years. Afterwards, the rest is up to yourself, otherwise the mysterious power will return and cause havoc in your own body. Making a muffled howl at his old man's weakened state, the kid's big blue eyes were filled with water. I'm fine, I just need a bit of rest. After saying that, the demon lord then carefully placed his son down to take a proper posture. With his eyes closed, he's now in a meditative state under the setting sunset, giving him an almost holy and Buddhist look. Under normal situations, Bai Xiachen would have made a bolt for home by this stage considering everything he's been through. However, against the fatigued appearance of the man here, he just couldn't move.